Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. Again, understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Woo! I was cutting into the wire on that one. Oh shit. STD or cancer? What? Yeah, dude, I really do need to make a new intro. It's got like it's got like anti-immigration shit in it. That's how old it is. It's like not that I'm pro fucking, immigration, from like, importing fucking retarded Somalians or something. But it does speak to a me that is in part doesn't even exist anymore, much less the clips and context of the channel. But yeah, dude, I got sick, and a little bit about me if you're new to the channel or something, or if you're just tuning in randomly. Yeah, I have oh shit, I left my door open. Hold on. My cat won't fucking eat if the door is like too open because she's like insecure and scared that I'll come grab her ass. But yeah, no, I got sick as fuck. But what I was saying is, if you're new or whatever, I do have a rare degenerative connective tissue disorder, which also is part of the reason why I have autoimmune disease. So like when I get a cold or like sick for something like a flu or something, it fucking wipes me the fuck out because it triggers my autoimmune disease and it And I have arthritis in a lot of my body, so like I'm like bedridden. Do I like my new statue in Virginia? I didn't even hear about that. Is that on, is there like, did they put one on Monument Avenue to replace the fucking Barbara John? I mean, that's the one I said they should have put up. Right? Like I told you guys long ago, like they never should have taken down the statue of Robert E. Lee. They should have just put up something celebrating Brown versus Board of Education. So it's like, I don't know, like I just wish they wouldn't have taken down our history for that. Like I told them, I said early on when we were at that whole debate about taking down the statue of Robert E. Lee, was like, dude, just leave it up as part of Richmond's history and put up a statue celebrating Brown versus Board of Education. I mean, they put up the right statue, they just took down one when they shouldn't have. Do I have any Christmas plans? I did my Christmas stuff this weekend with my kids. I mean, like, like Christmas Day just doesn't fall on my weekend. And like, I could switch, like technically speaking, I have visitation rights to like every other holiday. But like more often than not, I'm just like, no, I'll do it on my weekend. On the actual Christmas Day, you do stuff with your family. Cause like my baby mama has like a huge, well together family. You know, so it's just like, why would I deny them those big things when I come from like a divorced parents and all this other stuff? Like it's just easier for them to have like these little Christmas celebrations and then for them to go to her big ass family for like the big holidays. So normally I just do my Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff like that the weekend I have the kids. But I'm doing better. I'm feeling good. I got I got a ginger shot in me and I got a pro and prebiotic, whatever. Got some, some gut health stuff. I'm feeling better. I will say this though, been taking like these health supplement ginger shots and I don't know if they're really helping my energy or anything, but like they feel good. So there's a placebo effect. But one thing that I can report on, random boners, like a 16-year-old kid again. Like, dude, you take ginger all the fucking time, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, we haven't spoken in a while. How are you doing? What's this about, buddy? You doing okay? Like, it's fucking wild. I'm not trying to one up anybody, but I feel like my flus fucking suck harder than you can imagine. So I'm feeling good. I'm energized. I'm ready to do this topic, right? This is like Lactoid's bread and butter, supposedly. Like it's his baby. He's talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, ESG, discrimination against whites in the workplace and in institutions. Hopefully I did my research. I got plenty to add to this. And I feel like doing it from a libertarian perspective. We're going to go in hard tonight. But as with all things, it's probably not going to start immediately. We'll see. But usually, even though the debate's going to start at 8 o'clock, there's usually like an hour or 2 hours. But I don't think with both me and Lactoid being interested in it, we're going to be able to avoid it for too long. What about discrimination about blacks, against blacks? Yeah, I feel like we hear about that enough. I feel like America's had enough of that. Now, you just saw a hot Blasian that triggered the boner. Blasians are not, they're not my top category, man. Like, if you want to know my true top category, ethnically speaking, if we're doing the racial hot Olympics, mine is like mixed race Turkish people, right? Like where there's like a little white, a little black, a little like Asian steppe people, and it all just kind of gives you this fat ass, light skin black girl with like blonde hair and hazel eyes. It's a rare type, but when you see one, you're like, oh shit. It's some next level. Like it looks like an AI generated person, but like there's not a lot of it, but that is like chef's kiss. Doesn't get more beautiful as a human than that. Sorry, ladies. That is so fucking specific. I'm 35 years old. You think I haven't had these conversations with the bros before? You think I haven't had a little chit chat with the boys and been like, what do you think is top? Let's rank them. You know what I mean? Like, everyone here that is a man is lying if they claim that they haven't sat down with their boys before and had some type of conversation like, okay, Asians are hot because they're consistent, and Wasians are even more consistently beautiful. But like, when we talk about the top 1% within an ethnic category, maybe that changes. Like, if you haven't had that conversation with your boys, y'all aren't boys. Hate to break it to you, but like, your man, your bro is not comfortable enough to have those conversations with you. You're not real, right? Like, blood is not thicker than water, boys. Water of the womb. You know what I mean? All right. You guys may notice that I am playing some different music from video games today. All right? And in respect to Jeremy Soule. Now you may ask, who is Jeremy Soule? I'll tell you guys. Jeremy Soule is the composer behind Guild Wars, Baldur's Gate 1, Knights of the Old Republic 1, Skyrim, Morrowind, and Oblivion, Neverwinter Nights, and many, many other amazing games with great video game music. And then in 2019, a woman wrote an article as an indie developer titled Calling Out My Rapist in the middle of the Me Too movement. And over the years, this man's career was completely and utterly destroyed. Shortly after that article, another woman came out and said that Jeremy Soule had sent her inappropriate text messages. So Jeremy responded and said, sue me. Show me. Take me to court. What are you talking about? The only interactions I had with you were brief, and everything that we did was consensual. And then they never took him to court, and they never filed new police reports, and they never did anything about it. And then his career was ruined, and you haven't seen him. His Kickstarter was destroyed for music that he was making, and he hasn't made anything in the video games industry in the last 6 years. And he was behind some of all of the best fantasy music that you guys know and love, right? Elder Scrolls, Guild Wars, Total Annihilation, Secret of Evermore. Like the first 5 Harry Potter games were him. Freddy Fish series, I don't know what that one is. Putt, some like minor games. Let's see what else. Academy of Interactive Arts and Science Award for Outstanding Achievement in Original Musical Composition. Let's see what else. Warhammer 40K, Dawn of War. Real-time strategy titles like Supreme Commander, he was behind the music behind that. Like I said, Skyrim, obviously, Knights of the Old Republic, the first one. EverQuest Next and Landmark, so the DLCs for the original EverQuest. Yeah, dude. This dude made all of the music all the millennial fantasy gamers grew up on and then disappeared because of Me Too. And I don't know, maybe he did some inappropriate shit with those women, but like the fact that they never took him to court and that they could just get to write an article and fucking destroy someone's career? Nah. So since I had to pick some video game music anyways, I figured I'd pick this shit. This is Neverwinter Nights. Uh-oh, what did Peacecraft tip? Scott touched my D at an Ayn Rand convention and only paid 0.0002 Bitcoin instead of the contractually agreed 0.003 Bitcoin. Well, brother, I've never been to an Ayn Rand convention, so sorry, brother. Give me the date and I'll check my alibi. Go ahead, sue me. What is Scott drinking today? Tequila Sunrise or Screwdriver? This is coffee from Rostov's that I ground myself and then put in the French press. Made my own cold brew. And then I added, sweet cream Chobani. This is basically the best sweet cream that you can get. Like from the grocery store without having to like mix, whatever fucking cream. I could probably make my own coffee cream. Like a little bit of heavy cream and sugar and stuff, but whatever. Irish coffee? I don't drink alcohol really. Like I'm not a big drinker. I feel like one, I do have an addictive personality. And so, I tend to steer clear of things that could be dangerous because I have, a big family history with depression and suicide and drug addiction and things like that. Why was I in the emergency room? I wasn't in the emergency room, this last week. I was just sick. But if you're the last time I was in the emergency room was for an impacted bowel from a Sheetz hot dog. That hurts to say. That hurts to say live to other human beings and admit that that my fat ass needed a Sheetz hot dog at midnight. And I was like, ooh, I'll risk it. And then my sick fat ass couldn't handle it. Why did I do that with a hot dog? No, I ate it and I didn't impact the bowel. Yeah, that was rough. Addicted to touching my dick at the Ayn Rand convention and said he did depressed and suicidal if he couldn't. I think you might be misremembering. You might be confusing me with Mizkif, right? I think Mizkif is the type to demand that he touch your dick or he'll get depressed and suicidal. That one's not me. Poor hot dog. I didn't shove the hot dog up my butt. I ate a hot dog. Turns out later, because it's been a while, I have this autoimmune disease and it triggered all kinds of stuff and it got stuck, portion of it or whatever got, and inflammation from eating shit I shouldn't eat and whatever else got me sick, stuck me, I got an impacted bowel. I heard it from Rob. Guess you were just sick. Oh, I don't know. Did Rob go to the emergency room? Was it kosher? Probably not. Stop drinking hot dog water? Dude, I don't drink hot dog water. I don't even drink dog water. You ever leave a fucking glass of water next to your nightstand and then you wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and you're like, oh, I'm thirsty, and you drink it and you can taste the dust in the air that's settled on the top of the water like a film and you're like, ugh. You know what I mean? You just taste it and the water just tastes off. It's not quite right. And you're like, no. So I quit doing that shit. I wake up in the middle of the night and I go get more water. I'm used to, your room isn't dusty. I mean, I live in an old building. I clean. I vacuum regularly. I I have a pretty organized closet. But, dusty e-girl bathwater. Oh, gross. But I drink what is it I don't know. Mark, my roommate, would have to describe what our fucking water filtration thing is, but he's got an expensive one that sits on the counter. It's reverse osmosis or some shit, and it's got 3 different types of filters or whatever that need to be replaced. So I'm used to drinking heavily filtered, clean ass water. What does this say? Someone. Oh, I missed something from Shadowcraft and it popped up. I'm bringing this. I'm bringing the stream down? No, I'm not bringing the stream down. We're listening to some good music. We're celebrating a good man. Aqua True 4-stage RO water filter. Whatever the fuck that is, that's what That's where I get my water. Because I live in a city, dude. You cannot just drink tap water in the city. It's just begging for lead poisoning and like all kinds of issues. Dude, the city's water shut down like twice. They were like, oh, we don't know what happened. Probably DEI or some shit. They were just like, water's fucked. Hopefully we'll get your water back in a day or two. And it was just like, the fuck? It's not the house. My house is older than the US and I don't have dust like that. Back when I lived in Kansas, I did though. I don't know what to tell you, man. I got like super high ceilings on like these old wooden floors because this used to be like a tobacco factory in like the late 1800s. That then got turned into an apartment building. So it's just like weird dust and shit just happens in this building. Like I clean up and I dust, but like it's still like it just happens. And then we have a dog and a cat on top of that. You know, but like, yeah, it settles and then I clean it up. Plus we can't reach the vents. True. They're like, the ceilings are like, I don't know, like, I'm guessing like 16, 18 feet tall. 18. Like I'd need a real man's ladder, like a homeowner's ladder, not an apartment dweller's ladder to like reach that shit. When's the debate? So typically speaking, Dr. Pure Insanity, I do things 2 hours before. Mondays, I'm doing it like I'm starting streaming like 6:30 because these tend to last a long time, and the actual debate topic often doesn't start until like an hour or two in the debate. So, but normally if I go live at like 6 p.m., you can expect the debate or the content that that is like listed in the title to happen 2 hours after. But on a Monday, it'll be an hour and a half after. So it's 8 p.m. is always going to be Prime Kai's on Mondays. But like if you see me go live at 5, it's probably because, and there's like, oh, I'm doing an interview. That interview is almost certainly going to take place at 7. Did I fix the problem with your stream? I won't know because the problem doesn't occur until around 4 hours into stream. It looks like the problem, it's a Streamlabs and YouTube problem. I changed over to times 264 instead of the AMD software. I switched the resolution, the frame rate to 30 because it doesn't really, I'm not doing gaming or anything, so I don't really need the 60 frames per second. I put the bit rate right at the YouTube recommended bit rate for what I was doing and a little bit higher, so it's at 6800. But it seems like the main culprit might have been using RTMP instead of RTMP-S because for whatever reason, my YouTube account defaults to RTMP and it seems like there might be issues with that. But again, I won't fucking know until that happens. I did set up my Streamlabs so that I can end stream on the Streamlabs and then just restart stream to try and reestablish connection. But last time I did that didn't seem to fix the issue because it was the issue in the stream. Seems like I'd have to start a whole new stream in order to fix it. So hopefully all of the changes I've made work. They worked fine on the Biblical Anarchy podcast show, but if I recall, that was only like a 3-hour stream. And so let me see. Yeah, 2 hours and 51 minutes and 47 seconds. So like, hopefully this works is all I got for you. But like I did as much research as I could to see what might be causing the issue, and it's just a Streamlabs and and you goodness. There's still the last vestiges of sickness left. But try and like, share, and subscribe, boys. I see the viewer count just dropped down by 8 viewers, which means you're probably in an ad. So this is the perfect time while those people are in an ad to say like the fucking stream. Because, we're down to 24. We just lost 9 out of 33 viewers. But whatever. Like the fucking stream. There's only 8 likes. One of you just unliked the fucking stream or disliked the stream, you piece of shit. So like the fucking stream. Do you mind if I send you a few clips to react to? I don't mind. I might not go through all of them or get to them or whatever. But, It's fine. Especially if you pay me. I'll definitely look at the shit if you pay me. But like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. That's where the go lives always work. They don't necessarily work on YouTube. Even if you're like subscribed and you hit the notification bell, which I hope you do. But even if you do that, sometimes you don't get the notification that I'm going live. I don't think I'm blocking links right now. I think you can post links. Try and post a link in chat. See if it works. Dude, I have heard this music so many times. What is this? This is Castle Never. Oh man, this music brings back memories. Let me log in. Why is it demanding that I do it via... What is happening? There we go. I think I accidentally clicked sign up. Here, let me look at my CloudBot. YouTube is active. Yeah, I don't have link protection on right now. So you should be able to send a link. Last debate of the Big 25? No. Let me see. I had to move around my schedule, but I should be debating December 23rd, so tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. I'll be doing a debate tomorrow on whether or not Trump is the most socialist president of our lifetime, which is kind of the same debate I did on Grid's channel at Nashville. But I'll be doing it on Speakeasy's channel. So Speakeasy is moderating, and I don't remember who my JS Urban Adventures is my opponent. So it'll be me versus JS Urban Adventures. I had to reschedule because I was sick. So, you know, fun. But I'll be doing that tomorrow. That is like your 2025 quote? What is? But yeah, like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. But most importantly, follow me on X, Twitter, Zitter, whatever you want to call it. Join the Discord. That's where the go lives go. And consider donating money. You know, Peacecrafts, loves to do his unhinged text donations, which I love him for that with the direct donation link. But the goal, the donation goal is tied to super chats, right? I always answer super chats, even if I'm in the middle of a debate. I'll get to it eventually. I've had like a couple of them that I've missed, but I always address them like in the next stream if I miss them. Socialist is the most Trump president of our lifetime. Prove me wrong. I feel like, yeah. Fair enough. Well, Merry Christmas to you and yours ahead of time. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Blight Blazer. And check out Blight Blazer's channel, right? You know? As we discuss how bullshit DEI is, let's get one last little bit of DEI in, before 2025 ends. All right? Blight Blazer is a young, hardworking black man. All right, and he's a libertarian, young heart. I think he might be a minarchist, right? I don't watch all of his content, right? But you want to hear some video game news or hear him just bullshit after he gets off of his job at the warehouse working, a hard-working black man, then you need to fucking follow Blight Blazer. So let's get some diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative going right now in the chat, boys, and make sure you give a subscribe to Blight Blazer on YouTube. And watch him just become more and more and more sad about the state of Sony and PlayStation. Because as you know, black men, for some fucking reason, feel a weird sense of loyalty to PlayStation, and they're always bent over and fucked in the ass by them. You sent the clip channel in the sources of all the places to put it. I now got to go find sources, which is specifically designed for like research and like fucking papers and like, government statistics. The worst fucking channel to put it in, even though I asked you if you could post fucking links. All right, let me see. What is this?
For Congress.
It's a 1 minute reaction thing. 1 minute. Let me see if I can pull this up. Pull this over here. Hey! Yay, it's already set up to the right screen. Let's go. All right. Let me pause this and check this out. It didn't work when I put it. Yeah, something is blocking links. Maybe it's my fucking, maybe I got to go in my YouTube settings. Maybe I have fucking links blocked somewhere in my YouTube settings in chat. Customization, live chat replay, live chat summary, leaderboard. Anyone can participate. It's in the live reactions. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. There's no redirect. There's no trailer, monetization, details. Ah, fuck. Automatic chapters. There's no paid promotion. Not made for kids. There's my tags, language, recording date and location not set, license and distribution everywhere. Comments and ratings. Comments on, moderation none, right? Because I have a chat bot that goes through. Anyone can talk, and then sort by top. Yeah, I can't find anything why I wouldn't do that. Whatever, boys. You know, we're just gonna roll with it. You wanted me to check out this clip? I'll check out this clip. I think YouTube only lets mods and streamers post links. Is that just like a default thing on YouTube now? That is the wrong person. I believe you mean Blaze Right. Oh shit, that is Blaze Right. All right, I saw Blaze, okay? My bad. My bad. My bad. It was the wrong black person. You know they all look alike to me. I think that might be the right one. Hold on. No, it definitely isn't. There's a channel with no content. Fuck. Oh shit. My bad, Blaze, right? My bad. My bad. All right, what is this? 10th Amendment. So this is just a random clip from an Asmongold stream, I'm assuming. I spent 1 week watching Asmongold, and now my walls are full of alarm clocks. Oh God.
Congress. Would you be president? Would you be authoritarian? I mean, I think people would say that I was, but I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever. Wouldn't reducing the root problems that result in people stealing prevent people from stealing instead of just adding more people to the prison industrial complex, which is designed to make them repeat offenders? Well, they wouldn't have a chance to be repeat offenders because they'd be stuck in jail forever working. And if they're a repeat offender, that's great. Now we have another worker.
I guess we know who was excited about bringing back slavery then.
No, you should absolutely make thieves slaves. 100%. You should just make them slaves until they pay off their debt. Not based off of thieves are bad people. So like because we've decided they're bad people, we can just kind of do whatever we want with them in perpetuity. No, if someone steals, make them work until they pay off. Pay off, restitution, and retribution, right? You fucking Nina Lynn, right? Nina Lynn needs to fucking, give Target a couple grand because she's clearly been caught stealing from Target. And then we should just be like, all right, bitch, don't do that again. It's like, I'm not saying that like we should just like let thieves be, right? We should also like she should also be banned from Target, or she should be banned from places. But the idea that we would use the state to just be like, you stole past the magic number of times, therefore we're going to keep you a slave in perpetuity, is based off of this fantasy idea that there's like this 1% or 2% of people that are the bad people. And then if we get rid of the bad people, then like society is great. When that's a snapshot, right? Like people move in and out of that category based off of circumstances, based off of growth, based off of brain development, based off like it's the same thing. Like it's the right wing version of like left wing people being like, look at all these people that are poor, and not understanding that most of the people in the poor category, if they're not pieces of shit and they work hard, they eventually move up to the second or third quintile. And that like this is a snapshot in time, which has a whole bunch of just like rich kids that are, 19-year-old college students. That's not like poverty. That's just a 19-year-old whose parents are like not paying for everything. It's the inverse of that, of not understanding that it's like a snapshot in time. Yeah, there are certain people, right, that like, I don't know, light fire to City Hall because they're crazy and then get let out of jail 3 days later, and then they light a woman on fire on the subway. Like, yeah, those people that are doing insane criminal activities that are like to the point where it's very clear that they have mental issues need a guardian appointed to them because they have problems. But if it's like petty theft, just make people pay back restitution, pay back retribution, and then ban them from the store and make it perfectly legal and fine to be like, yeah, oh, yo, you're banned from Target. Well, you're also banned from Walmart. You want to get fucking groceries? Well, I guess you're going to have to download the app, bitch, because you're not coming in the fucking grocery store because you're a thief and we don't trust you. That's how you deal with that situation. Is you let the market handle it. And right now, the state is interrupting the ability of the market to be able to deal with justice.
Back slavery, then.
The idea that poverty causes this to happen.
Isn't Nina Lynn trans too? There's no way that she's not with that voice. There are plenty of women that have like hormonal issues that like cause their voice to drop. Right? I mean, like for like you can have like a pretty like, especially if you have to take hormones for those medical conditions, like right, like if you have like a thyroid problem or something and then you have to take hormones, like you can like just the smallest amount of like testosterone can change your voice, whereas it's not going to make you like a fucking, like it's orders of magnitude, like it's infinitesimally smaller than the amount of HRT that like a trans person going from female, like a female to male trans person, right? Like they're taking just a tiniest fraction to like fix hormonal issues that they have, and that can like change your voice without doing a bunch of other shit. So I mean, like she could just have like a hormonal issue, she could just be born that way, you know what I mean? She could have had like some issue in development that gave her like it's not that crazy for a woman to have a deep voice. Smoking a lot can too. Smoking can make your voice raspy. I don't know that it's going to add, I mean, I would have to look at the research again, but I don't know that it's going to add a bunch of like timbre to your voice and bass to your voice.
Poverty causes this to happen is a complete removal of an individual's agency. If you give,
for example, Scott actually has 2 X chromosomes, but he had a testosterone. I do not have 2 X chromosomes. I did, however, get too much testosterone in utero. I'm definitely XY chromosome. I'm a father, dipshit. Like I have 2 children. One of which is a male, one of which is a female. How the fuck am I supplying Y chromosomes for a male? Huh?
That poverty causes this to happen is a complete removal of an individual's agency. If you give people more opportunities.
I do not have fucking Klinefelter syndrome, you fucking weirdos.
Is a complete removal of an individual's agency. If you give people more opportunities and more abilities to do things and have a degree of ownership in their own life, then yeah, there are going to be less crimes. So I agree with you, but there
more opportunities is like, I kind of agree with the sentiment, but like fuck opportunity, right? Like people, like you don't need to be given opportunities. Okay. Like this is such a like a left-wing view of economic prosperity and wealth, is this idea that like it's incumbent upon those in power and those with wealth to give opportunities. Like that's the beauty of capitalism, is that you don't actually need to be given opportunities. Opportunities present themselves, and the way that opportunities present themselves is problems exist. And if you are the person that can solve problems, then you have the ability to go out and gain wealth and gain prosperity by solving those problems. So like, no, people don't need opportunities to stop being thieves, right? Like the opportunities are what you make. Go out and solve problems. Someone needs a dishwasher, that's a problem that can be solved, and they'll pay you for that problem. Invent something that is, that no corporation has invented. You've solved the problem. You'll make money, right? Like start a new business that is, in entering into a niche market of a problem that someone else hasn't solved. And that by solving problems, those are the opportunities. You don't need to sell drugs. Yeah, sell drugs. I mean, I wouldn't say you ought to sell drugs in terms of, in the current legal sense. And I don't know that, like, you know, I certainly think some drugs are bad to sell, but like, yeah, if there's a problem, which is the inability of people to get LSD, and you solve that problem, well, guess what? You're going to make money. Right. It's exactly Legends Reign. But if we give them the stuff they would steal, they wouldn't steal. And it's like, no, the overwhelming majority of people steal because they're thieves.
Crimes. So I agree.
It's like the way that the left views theft is kind of the same way that they view abortion, right? Whatever your belief is on theft, whatever your belief is on abortion, there is this like idea of like, oh, but what about cases of rape and incest? Meanwhile, 97% plus of abortions are just, oh, I made a mistake or I'm using it as a form of birth control. Like, because, you know, I didn't use protection. I had sex, I didn't use protection, and then I got pregnant. But they treat it as if like that's everything. They treat theft the same way. Like, oh, well, what about the people that are starving to feed their family? Yeah, except that's like 0.1% of people that are stealing shit. And the other 99.9% of people stealing shit are because, you know, Walmart has stuff I want, so I steal it. Right? They act like every theft, every person shoplifting at Walmart is like a starving mother that couldn't figure out how to get WIC and is like stealing baby formula, and that's all they're taking. When like, no, most of the people stealing are like making TikToks about how how they can get free shit from Walmart because they're owed it to them because fuck Walmart.
So I agree with you. But there will still be crimes after that goes away, because there are people that commit crimes that do have money too. That's all people. Universal healthcare? Yeah, we'd have universal healthcare because we.
Yeah, again, commie socialist nonsense. Oh, we'd have universal healthcare. Oh, that's so great. No, it's not. It's more expensive than our current healthcare system, and it just incentivizes more government growth and increased problems and welfare for the richest people in the world.
Because we'd get rid of all the people that are causing problems.
People causing problems, the way Asmongold implies, are not the main impedance to universal healthcare. These ideas contradict each other. You can't create a society through Congress.
Would you be president?
That was the clip? Well, what's his explanation? Hold on.
Would you be authoritarian? I mean, wouldn't because they
want to hear his explanation.
Working, and if they're a repeat offender, that's great. Now we have another worker.
I guess we know who was excited about
companies crimes that we'd get
to universal health.
They're causing problems.
People causing problems, the way Asmongold implies, are not the main impedance to universal healthcare. These ideas contradict each other.
Okay, so I don't know who this guy is, but that's not a contradiction. It's a illogical argument. It's dumb. Right. But the problem is that it's not a contradiction. Right. Like people use contradiction, and like, I'm not trying to pick on this guy. I don't know who this guy is. Like, I get what he's trying to say, but it's like a pet peeve of mine where people use the term contradiction to mean this does not logically follow, or like this isn't a logical argument, either inductive or deductive, or like this doesn't A doesn't necessitate B, therefore the logic falls apart. They use contradiction to simply mean anything illogical. And it's like, well, no, right? If I say this cup, it is true that this glass has coffee in it, and it is true that this glass does not have coffee in it, that's a contradiction. Like, these cannot both be false and these cannot both be true at the same time. But like, the idea, like the argument that Asmongold is making is a poor argument. But the argument that he's making is that there's a subset of the population that costs all of our resources that make it much, much more expensive for us to be able to fund the things that I want. And if the government just took care of this problem 1% or this problem 2%, then like we would be able to afford shit like universal healthcare and it wouldn't be a problem. He's wrong, but that's not a contradiction, right? It's just like it doesn't necessarily follow, and it's not stated in his full argument isn't expounded upon.
You can't create a society without violence and turmoil while aggressively enforcing laws with maximum punishment. You simultaneously need a populace willing to go along with and enforce that system, which creates the dehumanization that leads to greater violence. All the while, they need to bear the increased cost of social services that would face more strain from fewer people being able to pay into it.
Did you ever steal previous?
Yeah, I mean that's a fair argument. I get a pet peeve when people just say like, this is a contradiction. It's not a contradiction, but a conflict in the argument being proposed. Right. So it's like, so let me just pull this up. I'll just pull up the whatever. This I thought I said open image and here we go. This, all right, guys. Like, if you don't need to know formal logic, okay? Like, you don't need to be able to fucking map out everything in a sentence, all right? Like, you don't have to be super fucking, like astro fucking autism, okay? But if you know anything, you should understand this, right? Hold on, let me clean this up a little bit. Right? Learn this. Learn the difference between a contrary and a contradiction. Subalterns really don't matter in argumentation. Like, you're not really all SRP, and some SRP is like not really something you're going to deal with in like your day-to-day argumentation in online politics. And then the same thing is kind of true, like sub-contraries, some SRP and some SR not P is like, that doesn't even fucking matter, because like, it's like, who cares, right? Like, if I say like, some birds can fly and some birds can't fly, you're not going to be like, ooh, that's a sub-contrary. Like, because like, if my argument is that like some birds can fly, and it's like, yeah, but some birds can't fly, and be like, then maybe a sub-contrary would be important, because it'd be like, so that's a sub-contrary, not a contradiction, right? But like like an actual contradiction is all SRP, some S are not P. It can't be true that every bird, like if I say all birds can fly, and then I say some birds can't fly, then that's a contradiction. That's a problem, right? But if I say all birds can fly and no birds can fly, that's not actually a contradiction, right? That's just, those are just contrary statements. And the reason those are contrary statements is because both could be false. Both of those statements could be false. As opposed to the fact that a contradiction comes into play where it's like, you can't have it be that, like they both can't be true, but they also both can't be false. That's like the basic concept here. But just understand that like, if it's not this, if it's not no S is P and some S are P, or all S are P and some S are not P, then it's not actually a contradiction. There's something else wrong in the argument that you may be identifying, but that doesn't make it automatically a contradiction. But yeah, that was a fun little clip. I mostly agree with what he was saying. Why is my phone blowing up? A random YouTube video, my Photos app trying to tell me, this happened 2 years ago today. PayPal letting me know that someone donated even though I'm on stream. Bunch of Twitter notifications. All right, cool. Nothing important. Hey, what's up, Casimir? Yeah, Shrek Eyes, cut it out with that shit. Nobody wants to see that shit. Nobody wants to see that. LOL, European healthcare sucks. Everybody I know has health care insurance, because if you don't, you'll die in a hospital hallway waiting for care. It costs so much, and we have to pay tax on top of it. The problem with the way that we do healthcare studies is this: they're really, really nefarious, the way that the econ studies are done. And that's because if you want to get grants and you want to get funding, then what you need to say is universal healthcare is actually so based and so much better than American healthcare, evil corporation bad, right? And there are a lot of problems with American healthcare system. Number one, it's the most regulated industry in America. Number two, there's IP protection for pharmaceutical industries. Number three, the FDA is a major problem as a monopoly that does a terrible job and then makes it illegal for other things. The labeling system that makes it illegal for you to buy, products and drugs and baby formula and all kinds of stuff that was made in other countries, certificate of need boards in hospitals. I mean, the list goes on and on and on with issues of overregulation and lack of free market competition. Pharmacy care managers, the way the FBI is used to attack people for price gouging when they're small pharmacies so they can be gobbled up by large corporations that have friends in the FBI. There's all kinds of corrupt, dirty shit, overregulation, subsidies, vaccine injury compensation program. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But the way that they cook the books, our system is still better than the fully socialized system of universal healthcare, despite its many, many, many flaws. And the way that they cook the books is they do a bunch of different things. So one of the things they'll do is they'll look at the black book value of procedures. So they'll be like, oh my God, a bag of saline costs $10,000 at a hospital, and it's only $4 in Europe, right? It's like, okay, well, the insurance company doesn't pay $10,000. The insurance company pays like $300. The only people that are paying $10,000 are government programs like Medicaid, Part D, and like, certain government programs that, then do price negotiations so they can be like, see, we got the cost of your diabetes medication lowered. And it's literally, they're the only people that are paying those prices because the insurance companies will tell them to kick rocks if they charge them too much money. So they negotiate. You as an individual, if you get a hospital bill and you have no health insurance and you get a $10,000 hospital bill, you can be like, well, all I've got is $4,000 over the next year. Can you do that? If I make a payment of like, $200 a month until, and then we'll be $2,400 at the end of the year. And then like a year and a half, it'll be paid off. And 9 times out of the 10, you can cut the cost by like 60%. And they'll still be like, yeah, sure, that's fine. Okay. So that's part of the problem. So when they say like, oh, it costs so much money to do this, literally nobody but the government is actually paying those prices. They're drastically less than that. But they don't look at the actual costs. They look at the reported costs on like a receipt at like medical coding, which is like the base cost. And then they compare that to the actual costs of universal healthcare systems. The other thing is what if you don't pay? Well, in America, you can bankrupt medical things. That's like the number one cause of bankruptcy is medical debt. Okay, well, when you bankrupt medical debt, where does that money go? Well, it goes nowhere. You bankrupted it. You foreclosed on your debt, and the government gave you the permission to just get rid of all of your debt. Okay, well, if a certain percentage of people are engaging in bankruptcy and then having the debt forgiven, well, where does that money go? If the hospital's not getting paid, if they're getting $0 for that, well, then they raise prices on the people that are paying their medical debts, that do have medical insurance. So you're subsidizing the homeless guy that gets a heart transplant because when you get a heart transplant because he didn't have insurance. And so like that's just like two of the ways that like they look at the costs of healthcare and compare them, and it's a completely horribly done way of trying to prove that American healthcare costs are higher. The reality is that our healthcare costs are. Here's another huge one. They'll look at the average cost of procedures. Okay, well, the problem is some people have what's known as Cadillac health insurance plans. That was one of the big things that unions were pissed off about when the Affordable Health Care Act was going through, was that there was like union guys that had these like primo healthcare plans. Okay, you can pay more money in this country for a better experience. You can pay top dollar for a really good health insurance plan. And then when you go to a hospital because you're like, going to have a baby, you get like bottled water brought out to you and you have a bunch of staff and you're, a doula and a midwife are both there. And they work with your, the plan with your doctor, and like you get to stay in a suite and like, at the top of the hospital and like super comfy beds because you went to a really expensive private hospital and everything extra was covered because you spend more money. Well, that's not comparing apples to apples. If you can't get that in Europe, that you can't compare someone that's paying a premium for better services that then subsidizes the services of other people you can't average those things out. So over and over and over again, when they do these studies on like the cost of healthcare, they absolutely cook the books to make it seem like American healthcare is astronomically more expensive than like universal healthcare. And it's just not true. And the reason you know it's just not true is that when you take the average amount of money people spend on healthcare as a family, and then you compare that to the average taxes paid in other countries, ours is cheaper, despite the fact that people are paying premiums, despite the fact that there are people that are not paying anything and filing bankruptcy. Even with those things not being calculated in, we still have cheaper insurance. Even with all of the socialism and Affordable Health Care Act and certificate of need boards and regulation, etc. Yeah, Poval, send it to me. I'll look at it. I wanted to look at some random ass video about the Epstein stuff, because I've only like done a cursory inspection, and I know this guy does good work, but like send it to me. I don't care. Merry Christmas, Casimir. I'm not going to do the whole Christ is King thing, not because I'm like afraid to say Christ is King. You know what I mean? Like Christ is King, Christ is King, Christ is King. I'm an atheist. But like, you know, Merry Christmas. Well, it can't be loaded, and I don't have an Instagram on my computer. So you sent me a bad link, I think, but it might just be because I don't have Instagram. It just says something went wrong. There's an issue. When I reload page, nothing happens. The black rectangle files? Yeah, for sure. I do think it's funny that the timeline of the Epstein case has been like, you know, Epstein and all these powerful people, especially Democrats, are, you know, fucking little kids on this island. We got to release the files. We got to release the files. Biden administration won't release the files. Then they get into power and they're like, we're going to release the files. And then they're like, here's a binder. And it's just the exact same shit that we already had that was publicly available, with even more shit redacted, even though we had copies with things that weren't redacted. You know, which, by the way, I think that whole binders thing was actually a psyop. I know it's a bit conspiratorial, but I think it was a psyop. And the reason I think it was a psyop is that if you're not going to release the files, or you weren't going to release them shortly after, all that did was every person that went there that got this binder, especially since they like gave them a binder randomly and then marched them out of a different door so that they could have a photo opportunity that they weren't expecting, it was 100% a psyop by somebody, so that every single time that person tries to comment on U.S. politics, that they would be like, oh, this you, and then show a picture of them with the binders and make it seem like they're corrupt. But moving on. Then the timeline was, I've got them on my desk. They're coming out any day. Then it was, they don't exist. Epstein killed himself. We're going to release proof. And the only proof we're going to release is some footage that definitely shows somebody going into Epstein's room off camera right before he died. And we don't see anybody leaving said room. The files don't exist. It's a Democrat hoax. And then we fight and we fight and we fight. How dare Thomas Massey? He's not a real America First person. He's actually a socialist. Don't you know that this one person for DSA donated like $1,000 to him? Therefore, he's a socialist. He's the real one. And then eventually we get, okay, we do have files, actually. Our bad. We totally lied and flip-flopped on this issue like 10 times. Anyways, we're going to release, since the Democrats are releasing photos, you know, that are like not really telling much, and they're just random photos that are redacted. We're going to release the Epstein files. Here's thousands of pages of redacted nonsense that nobody can pull any information out of, other than like a couple of mistakes they made in redacting everything. Oh, and by the way, the reason everything is redacted is because we have multiple intelligence agencies working to protect the victims and all minors. Okay, so you redacted everything to protect the victim? You don't even tell like who the perpetrators are. You don't even say what was done. We just have a blank file and be like, a court document somewhere was there. Oh, and who are these multiple intelligence agencies? We know who they are. It's fucking UK. It's Mossad. it's the CIA, it's, you know, it's all of the fucking usual suspects within the Five Eyes program. Because this dude was running money and smuggling all kinds of shit for everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's pure corruption and it's hilarious. You said you sent the video file, but I don't see it. Or sending the video file. When you say it's a psyop, what do you mean? Like by who, for who? I don't know who it's for, but I know that the only thing that makes sense is that you are attempting to attack these people, not help these people. It makes zero fucking sense, even from like an incompetent standpoint, that you'd have a bunch of journalists there and then be like, oh, by the way, we're going to give you a bunch of information. We're going to give you binders of information. We're not going to let you go through it. We're going to march you through a different door right where you're there for a fucking photo opportunity, where you're all going to be smiling, holding these binders that you haven't looked at. You're all going to post on social media about like, I've got the binders. We're going to release it as soon as we go through it. And then it turns out everything that was in the binders was already publicly available. And then the next, like 2 days later, you're going to be like, actually, the files don't exist. It was a Democrat hoax. Like, the only way that makes sense is if you were trying to damage the reputation and the ability of those people to speak about politics. All of them. I'm too busy to care about the Epstein files. Candace Owens is dropping the truth about how the transgender Macrons are working with Egyptian planes and Turning Point USA who killed Charlie Kirk, UTC. Utah Time, by the way.
Every man.
All right, fuck it. Let's do it this way. All right, you want me to react to this as 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and I feel like it's just going to trigger me.
Man has to be an extremist. Niels Bohr, father of quantum mechanics, right? His crest was the yin and yang, right? Which is the masculine and the feminine. And he says something.
This automatically feels like it's about to be batshit retarded. This feels like it's starting like a flat earther video. We're going to keep going.
And he says something very interesting. He says, the opposite of a correct statement is a false statement, but the opposite of a profound truth is another profound truth. The issue between the sexes.
Whoa, that's the type of shit stoned people say, and they think they said something really cool. The opposite of a profound truth is another profound truth. Oh, it's nonsense.
Is that the truth is a paradox. It's not correct versus false. It's two truths that complement each other. Like,
that's no. There's coffee in this cup. You know what the opposite of that is? There is not coffee in this cup. There's no fucking Hegelian fucking, actually, it's the way that I perceive the cup. And me as the viewer, me as the viewer, I make the cup, truly have coffee as a person that perceives reality. But maybe your truth, chat, is that this doesn't look like coffee. Maybe it's an Irish whiskey, mix in here, and it's an Irish coffee, and that's your truth. No, there's fucking coffee in this cup. The statement is either true or false. This is nonsense.
Like two pillars that lean against one another. They think that they're pressing weight into another, but really they're leaning on one another so they don't fall into the ground. But all we know.
That has nothing to do with the concept of truth, that two pillars are affected by gravity, and then there is another force, which is the friction of the two pillars that cause the opposing forces to balance each other out. Like, that's not, like, that's a cool metaphor that sounds cool if you're high or if you're a leftist.
But all we know is that the other one feels heavy, right? We don't realize that we're actually propping the other one up. The symbol of yin and yang reveals something very profound, is that the truth is paradoxical.
Oh my God, that's not where the symbol of yin and yang, that's not even what it means. The yin and yang is a representation of the middle path. And you had individuals that were engaged in aestheticism in the ancient era of China that were like, some of which were starving themselves to attempt to find the truth, and they were pushing themselves through an extreme level of suffering. And then other people were, chasing the pleasures of happiness and living their life through like, hedonism in ancient China, and like the middle path concept is like, which is also wrong, by the way. Just because the fucking Tao Ching is a thing doesn't mean that the Tao Ching is automatically true. But the middle path is this understanding that like there are opposing forces in reality, such as chaos and order, and that if you give too much chaos, you actually get you get the emergent property of tyrannical order, and if you get too much order, you get the emergent property of volatile chaos. And the middle path is an understanding that yes, life is suffering, but that there is a middle path between starving yourself to death or like forcing yourself to have like abundant amount of hedonistic pleasure. Like this is just a Westerner who like read an interpretation of Hegel because nobody understands Hegel, and then just thinks they stumbled upon some cool shit because they smoke weed and they sound woke to their friends.
It has to contain all of its contradictions within itself. Therefore, as a man...
We're just throwing up random Marx quotes? Is that what's fucking happened? Cool. Just in case you were wondering, this was a commie retard. He had to sneak
within
that
itself.
one in for you.
Therefore, as a man, what's interesting is the masculine principle only achieves its maximum amplitude when at the center of it, the feminine is honed, and then vice versa, of course.
Oh my God, now we're doing fucking numerology, fucking statistics on the Tao Ching symbol? That's interesting to you? No, that's fucking nonsense.
Of course, note, the...
Also, Carl Jung talking about femininity is not talking about like dressing like an androgynous queer and acting like a girl, but rather that there are instincts of like maternal instincts, and there are instincts of like compassion and things like that, and that a truly masculine person has integrated the parts of them that also are part of females because we're humans and they overlap, and that like a truly integrated masculinity contains an integration of those small elements of femininity and vice versa that makes like a self-actualized being. Like again, misunderstanding Carl Jung because you read some cool shit that interpreted Carl Jung, but you've never actually read Carl Jung and you've never actually read Eric Neumann is not a fucking argument.
Yin and yang is not a gray amalgam.
You just wanted to watch me flip out, didn't you? You just wanted to watch me get angry. I thought you were like, this is some cool philosophy stuff. It's just commie nonsense.
It is a composition of two contradictory colors, of two opposites, of two extremes. C.S. Lewis says this about the knight, that he's fierce to the nth and meek to the nth. He's not an average. He's not a mean. He's an extremist. He fights extremely and he flirts extremely. He's a maiden in the dance hall, and they.
Why did we throw in some random fucking video game footage? Like, what even is this? This is
the
such
maiden
slop.
in the dance hall, and they monster on the battlefield. Specialization is for instance.
Dude's just throwing up random Jung quotes, and I don't think he even understands the anime.
Sex. A man should be able to compose a sonnet and lead a war party. That's the whole part of being a man. If he's an average, then he ends up being a dick in parties and a pussy at war. He can't do anything. He's entirely useless. But that's what we want out of men now, unfortunately, I feel like. Not to get into like the psycho...
He's starting to kind of get closer to the truth, but his foundation is completely fucked. But he's trying to take this flawed theory and flawed understanding and get towards the space of truth. And now he's starting to kind of engage in reality. Because he's trying to map this flawed theory onto reality. So he's bending this bullshit philosophy to get to what he just perceives in reality, which is true, right? It is true that like we have a lot of unintegrated masculinity, but that is like that have not gone through haven't gone through trials and tribulations, haven't looked at the monster within themselves and then integrated that monster fully. Like there is some Jungian psychology to that, and he's starting to engage. But like, you don't need all of this Hegelian nonsense about like truth not being real, and that there's the profound truths opposites are profound truths and all, and like random quotes from Marx to come to this conclusion.
Analysis of the mythology, but man is exiled from women's like creative lineage. That's why every mythology, he's leaving the Garden of Eden without any of the fruits. Gilgamesh versus Ishtar, Hercules and the Hesperides, Adam of course, and Eden. He can't bear life within himself. He can't create within himself, so he has to create without himself. He has to become something. That's why Paglius says,
I mean, yeah, I mean, Paglia writes some weird shit, but like she's closer to reality than the fucking Hegel and Marx, obviously.
A woman is, but a man must become. It's risky, it's elusive, and it's a.
But then she gets into like weird sexual theories that are like just obviously like pulled out of a fucking bunny hat because you're too obsessed with fucking psychoanalytics.
Revolt against women. It's only defined by other men. It's only corroborated by other men. That's why there is no male equivalent to "I'm just a girl," because if a guy said "I'm just,"
no, it's not just other men, right? See, the difference between men and women is that men exist in a space of accountability and they are accountable to reality, right? Like the buck stops here. What makes men accountable isn't the opinion of other men. The opinion of other men is just a means by which people are able to like maintain social hierarchy. What makes man accountable is man goes out of the Garden of Eden and builds a fucking house somewhere, and either he makes a successful house and gets a wife and starts a farm, or he doesn't know how to build a fucking house and a storm comes and wipes out his fucking house and he dies from starvation because he went out not properly prepared to engage with reality. Like, men are accountable to reality, and then social hierarchy is utilized based by other men perceiving how those men engage in reality. Women, however, don't engage in that domain. They engage in the domain of reputation management, where it's insular. It's like it's a feedback loop.
a boy, every comment would say, "Bro, get a fucking job." It can't even mimetically survive because it doesn't have any basis in reality. Whereas the alternative
doesn't have any basis in reality. No, go get a fucking job is the most connected to reality shit ever. As a man, you are failing when you're when you're a NEET. Go get a fucking job, I guess. I don't know.
Be a man. A man always has to become something. He has to enter a transcendental state because he can't create within himself. That's like the root psychological iniquity that a man feels, right? That's why he has to become something. And this gets me to the point of toxic masculinity. This is every man.
Part 1 of 2, fuck part 2. This was retarded. We're done. We're not going to part 2. J-O-B, job. All I can think of is that fucking from Friday where he gets fired and he's like, you need a J-O-B. Is that my blackness speaking for a second? Is that the percentage of me that's black that felt the need to state that? Yeah, we get it. 70K likes. This is the problem with libertarians, is that they're scared of calling out Jews. Nobody is scared of calling out Jews. Like, not within like the anarcho-objectivist libertarian space. We just don't think it's the fucking Jews as a monolith. It's like it's just a dumb theory that falls apart under like the most basic level of inspection. Right? You wanna fucking inspect it? Okay. Netflix is owned by Jews. They're doing a hostile takeover of Warner Brothers, which is owned by Jews. So which are the evil Jews that run the world and control media? Is it the Jews that own the media corporation that's being taken over by the media corporation that's owned by Jews? Like it's retarded. Like just the closest inspection goes, well, clearly this isn't a giant conglomerate world cabal. Like that doesn't solve an understanding of anything. Hoppa's not Jewish, Casimir, but Rothbard is, Mises is, the Friedmans are, Dave Smith is, Walter Block is, Rand. Yeah, oh, fuck, man, Slugma, gotta know. How do you know Hoppe is not Jewish? Did you check? Boys, we need to get somebody into a Turkish bathhouse pronto. We need to see what Hoppe's packing. Somebody needs to meat watch Hoppe to see if he's really a Jew. Oh, it's funny. there are a lot of Jews in the libertarian movement because the libertarian movement requires a certain level of IQ. And so it's going to select for more Jews than most ideologies. That's also true, by the way, of like classical communists. Like communists today are fucking retarded. But like when it was in its infancy, there's a lot of Jews there because it's a high IQ idea. You have to try and force an ideology that contradicts reality into your head. That takes a certain level of IQ because dumb people just go, that's not how the world works. And then they move on, right? So like communists also have a lot of Jews. And that's not because the Bolsheviks were actually a secret, means of the Jews destroying, Western culture. It's just that when you have a high IQ movement, that it's going to have more fucking Jews in it. That's, yeah. Happens to be overrepresented with Asians too, by the way. For the same fucking reason. Slope, get some new material, brother. You're boring me. Aw, this was going to be fun until fucking Black American Made just got added. This whole DEI conversation, I was super excited for it. When it was Lactoid and Sociologic and Fairy Queen and Corey and me. Now we added fucking Bam, and it's going to be like, well, I don't care all the things you're saying are true. You're racist or something. Like, Bam is fine on, like, to talk to. But anytime it comes to, like, DEI, ESG, critical theory, like, dude's brain just fucking breaks. Asians tend to be Jewish? No. Asians tend to be high IQ. Also, I learned a slur the other day because I was trying to search junk. Because I was trying to search junk food, and I misspelled it, and I put jink food, and then all I found was a bunch of fucking kosher Chinese food, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And it's a combination of Jew and you can guess what combines it to make jink. I'm not gonna say it because I might get like a community guideline strike on YouTube. But you know what I'm fucking saying. and I was like, dude, this is wild. I didn't even know this slur existed. And look, man, I like Jews. I do. I like Asians. Asians are cool too. Let me tell you, and I normally disagree with like the anti-race mixing crowd, but dude, when I tried to find pictures of Jewish and Chinese people and their children, bro, I was like, I kind of get some of the anti-race mixing people on this one. This is not a good pairing. It does not work. There's a lot of ugly people in that category. I'm just saying, I know it's fucked up to say. I'm sure there's some that look just like Asians with big booby, with jubies, with heifers, whatever, but like a lot of them are fucking not good looking. It's rough. What time is it? 7:55. Am I for open borders? I refuse to identify with the open borders situation. But yeah, I am for disallowing the state to secure the border from illegal or legal immigration. Because Jews and neo-Jews are for open borders. Hitler drank water. Better throw away your Stanleys, boys. It's fucking hilarious. Is not an acceleration approach though? No, I mean I would have been I was previously a privatized bordertarian person very much because of that, because I'm not an accelerationist. But the more that I look at the issue, the more that I realize that the closed border position is the accelerationist position. It is the position that protects Medicare fraud, welfare fraud, and the destruction of the US dollar. That is the thing that is keeping the welfare system alive, is the concept that we can deport the bad ones and that all these welfare systems actually work. And so, like, I think that I previously, from a purely consequential tactical perspective, would have thought, okay, we need to move to a Hoppian invitee system so we can work on it. And it's became increasingly obvious to me that the closed borders, bordertarian position is completely untenable because it just supports the welfare state. That, like, the idea that we can get rid of all of these immigrants is the very thing that just props up the welfare state that's bringing in all these people. You want the welfare system destroyed by immigrants rather than a welfare system propped up by a border? No, what I'm saying is that the entire concept of enforcing immigration and ICE and things like this is the belief that the government can fix the problems of our welfare state. That is what it is. It is a position that says welfare is not the problem. The problem is that we don't have sensible immigration. And then we could maintain all of these systems if only we got rid of all of the Somalians and all of these people. And so it is both maintaining ICE and all of these fucked up violations of human rights and maintaining the welfare system that is now, like, welfare is like what, like Washington Post just said a thing, it's $1.4 trillion. That if we took all of the welfare in America and then just gave it to the 19.8 million people that are the government considers to be poor, then and we just turned that into just straight cash payments, that would amount to $70,000 a year for every poor person in America. Because the welfare system is full of fraud and full of, like, funneled money to NGOs and full of, like, CIA and deep state and all these other people, like, taking and skimming money off, right? Like, I guarantee you the CIA gets a bunch of their money for black sites and all these other things by engaging in welfare fraud. There's no other explanation than massive. We've had, like, in the past 2 decades, we've had a 765% increase in welfare. It is ballooned. Like, welfare is an extreme problem. And Republicans are not talking about it because they're like, well, if we just get rid of the Somalians and the Mexicans, then we'll solve it. All right, but I gotta hop into this stream. Just give me just a second. There we go. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. All right. It's working. Dude, that music is so ass. All right. Let's move this over. Yeah. We'll do Elder Scrolls music. Instead of Neverwinter Nights. Peace and taming, relaxing music. There we go. If you like Fabian, drop a $5 tip to y'all frauds. Yeah, come on, give me some money, boys. Give me all the money. All right, the only money I've gotten is from Peacecraft talking shit and accusing me of sexual assault in a 9 Rand convention, all right? Peacecraft gave me $6 for that. Like the stream. There's 41 of you watching, only 26 likes. Like, share, subscribe, join the X, join the Discord, and give me some Christmas money, all right, boys? But I mean, obviously, if you have to pay for Christmas presents for your family or some shit, then don't. But, like, a $2 super chat helps. And it inspires other people to go for the cause, all right? This is how I do this shit. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know why you do this song and dance for everybody. We know like how much you deeply love this song.
Oh, God damn it.
And Scott
Muted. Scott's boomer stream skills at play again? What'd I do? Yeah, no, I fucking muted because of this garbage ass music. All right, let's unmute.
I think from now on, whenever Scott is
we're still
speaking too long, just start playing.
we're
the
still
music.
doing it. Yeah, all right. We're Is that Morrowind OST? Yeah, we're only playing Jeremy. Was it Soup? Jeremy. Hold on, let me look. Where did it go? Where's the Wikipedia article? Yeah, Jeremy's Soul with an E at the end. Only playing his music. Justice for Jeremy.
You like the song?
No.
The new Avatar movie is being trashed. I haven't seen it. I don't really care about it, but like I just keep seeing like clips of like the left and the right both like clipping it and being like, this is our movie. It's actually secretly based. And I just like I couldn't care less, to be honest.
You're a fan of democracy. Democracy has spoken.
That's true.
All right.
That's very true.
Scott, we're not playing.
I'm back.
Okay, look. Scott. Right.
What?
I have wanted to change the music multiple times, right?
Uh-huh.
I DM Corey, right? Hey, maybe I should change to something else, right? And coincidentally, right? When I do that, Corey decides to send me pictures of his arsenal of weapons, right? Oh, hey, look at these guns that I have stacked up, right?
In
This is
Canada?
what he does in Canada. Don't ask me how he managed to do it, right? But just like, hey, look at all the weapons that I like here. I don't know. Hey, every single time. And so like I've learned that it's best to just stay the course, right? We have. It seems to be beloved, right? Every time we ask about it, right? It gets such a strong reaction.
And really, my DMs aren't about the music. It's all racially motivated, just so you know.
Look at Lactoid. Lactoid's coming in here, right? And he's not having the music greet him. And he feels
because he's late
about that.
The fuck? It's if you're on time, you get punished with shit music. But if you're late, you don't have to fucking deal with it.
I was on another panel. I'm very sorry.
Arguing the exact same thing.
You've got
arguing
fucking...
the exact same thing on the exact same article. Yeah.
Ooh.
Were you really?
Yeah, it's Wick's
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And the article really blew up. I think it was on Fox News. I found a clip of it. Like,
What a
somebody on Fox
surprise!
News
Is anyone surprised that this would be on Fox News, even slightly?
Well, the
Right.
author was interviewed. That's why I watched it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, fine. Oh, you did your fucking research. Ugh.
He looked so depressed. Like the author on Fox News. If you do watch it, it's like a 5-minute clip. It's on YouTube.
and he looks so just drained of life. Like there are dark circles under his eyes. He's shaved his head, but I don't think it looks very good. Like he looks completely battered and abused by life. I felt sad for him, like while I was watching.
Well, I
it,
mean, as we know,
in the interview.
white men are oppressed, and so let's see, he's going through it, you know.
Or they have a victim complex, and so he's just beating himself up.
But
Didn't that black guy with a victim complex literally beat himself up? What was his name again?
Gotta be more specific.
Jesse Smollett, yeah.
No, he hired some people to beat him.
But weren't they black?
I believe.
Personal. It was like two Hollywood personal trainers that were Nigerian, I think.
Yeah, I think they were African. Yeah.
It was in Chicago, very cold at night.
Yeah, that whole fucking story was crazy. The story
But it gets treated as from conservatives as a like a false rape threat. You know, once one of those things happens, right, it must invalidate any actual incident of racial violence, right? It's another Smollett, right? It's literally they
What the
still
fuck are you
bring that
talking
up.
about?
Like I'm talking about conservatives using the Jesse Smollett incident, right, as a reason to not believe any stories of racial violence.
Who's ever done that? Can you name one person?
Conservatives have done exactly that the entire time.
Can you name one person?
Can I name one person? Can I?
Yeah, just name one.
I'll find an article. I don't have
I challenge you this. I don't think you'll ever be able to find a single person that uses the Jussie Smollett case as a means to deny all attacks. To claim, oh well, there are no hate crimes that have ever existed ever, and no one has ever attacked a black person.
No,
that's not what's happening.
Now you're adding too much. No, now you're adding too much.
No, I'm making you stand by your bullshit claim.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Right?
Did you say all attacks, or did you say some attacks?
No, I'm saying no. So you're saying all attacks in the past, they're all fake, right? I'm saying that like when new ones come up,
we'll go
right?
from Jussie Smollett. Find me one conservative commentator, at all, that has used Jussie Smollett to deny.
Well, now you're
the
narrowing it to
existence.
conservative commentator.
It's me.
No, it doesn't have to be a conservative commentator. Find me the
fine.
fucking 26 follower fucking person on X, and I'll laugh about how irrelevant they are, right? But like, find me a conservative. There's nothing. It's like, your claim is silly. No one does that. People bring up the Jussie Smollett case when there's a new case because it's the most famous faked case of presumed hate crimes. But there's tons of cases where they've been faked. There's been several lesser known ones where like somebody paints a swastika on the side of their house, and then lo and behold, it was the person that owned the house that did it. That's happened multiple times, right? There's been college things where they claim that like white people were saying shit at college and were like putting, things in the bathroom, and then they find out with like CCTV footage that didn't happen.
Fuck.
They use Jussie Smollett because it's the most widely known one that was within the cultural zeitgeist to be like, okay, maybe we ought to doubt this. Maybe we shouldn't just immediately believe someone that they did a hate crime without any fucking evidence. Right? Like there was that one where the NASCAR driver, right? It was like a regular ass knot that was like really small that exists everywhere. But I don't remember if it was Washington Post or New York Times, but they took like a super up close photo of it to make it look like it was this big hangman's noose when it was clearly designed for a finger to go in, and like they pretended like that wasn't the knot that was used at a whole bunch of other places, right? That was a manufactured hate crime that the news media specifically made in conjunction with activists to try and sell the lie that there is a constant and pernicious hate crimes against black people. That's why they bring up Jussie Smollett, because they're like, hey, don't you remember that one? Everybody knows that shit was fake. You remember that? Maybe we ought to fucking think about this for a second. Maybe this is bullshit.
So the actual, I agree with Scott. I don't think anybody is like saying this never happens. But one of the best comments I saw this was back when it first happened. Somebody commented under this. They said, "This is what happens when the demand for racism exceeds the supply."
Yeah.
This is a market reaction. he got so owned. Now he's like pretending to try to figure out stream stuff. Look at that.
No, he's not trying. I think he was looking for an example.
Come on, nice try.
Also, he just started stream. All right, you know what I mean? Like, dude can't even get good music to start the stream. All right, he's probably got some difficulties. Give him a break.
I have the best. I'm typing something.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been having serious problems with Streamlabs and like YouTube. Like after like 4 hours, it starts breaking, and I've tried a bunch of different shit to try and figure it out. Hopefully, I have it fixed this time.
Sorry, because Gibbs hit me up. I'm sorry, Gibbs. I forgot.
Oh yeah, I'll get.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it until I was like, wait a minute, I don't have the link. He messaged me.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute, I don't have the DM for the.
I was also racially motivated.
I was also yeah.
I'm sorry. Saw the last panel. It's like you're out.
Gibbs, can you tell them?
I didn't mean to leave you
Can I
out.
tell
Sorry.
what?
Did you say something to me?
Yeah. Can you tell our friends here the very funny event that just happened on the prior panel?
Yeah, I
What happened?
may or may not have set the fire alarms off in my house.
No.
Burning more money.
Trying to make a point.
Burning more.
And then
burning more money.
and then
than
you
Joe,
blamed it
Joe
on the
Lewis has
blacks.
in, yeah, well, no, I was because he. Joe
Wait, hold
Lewis
on.
said something about
Joe
my stream,
Lewis
yeah,
is
so
still
he-
streaming?
Yeah, and then so I basically was like, listen, 25 cents over here talking shit about how much I spent on my skincare, and then I burned more money than he's ever made in his life, and set the fire alarm off.
You
Bro.
burned a wad of cash, like actually, and it set off the fire alarm.
Yeah, it was great.
We were. It was
What?
hilarious because like I was fucking shocked when he started doing it, and then there was like this delayed reaction, and then the fire alarm went off, and it just killed me.
Gibbs,
dude.
what
Oh
the
my
hell? Well, how much?
God,
money
that was
it?
funny.
It was like $500. It was nothing that much.
That wouldn't
Man,
fly in
hey,
Canada.
man,
Our
if you're gonna
plastic money.
blow, if you're gonna blow money,
$500.
you know, you could
We'll
just
put, like, one of them
donate it
in
to
the
me.
hand.
You know what I mean? Like fucking.
Well, you know, I could have gave it to some person, you know, that needed it, like the hobos. Or
It wouldn't have hit as
given it to
hard
my
though.
cousin. But you know what I did do was because they were talking about skincare routine while they have shit that looks like they look. You know who he reminds me of? You ever see Scary Movie 2 when the guy gets rolled up into the blunt and then lit on fire? That's what Joe Lewis looks like, except for fat. His hair is real ass, and the dandruff's just sticking on the hair.
nice.
And then you're gonna come in here and
Joe's
talk about
a
my
nice guy.
skincare routine.
Gibbs
No, he's a
has
piece of
made
shit.
an
Why should we be nice to Joe Lewis? Joe Lewis
He's not a bad.
No,
He
Joe Lewis is a
literally-
piece of shit. Fuck him. The world
He's
would be a better
awful.
place. if he
Who's
fucking
Joe Lewis?
tripped and
I-
fell down some
Before I
stairs.
jump on the brigade, who's
couldn't
Joe Lewis?
physically
What did he do?
stream anymore.
He literally in the debate, and this is bitch boy behavior. I want you to know, if you're in a debate and you're known for interrupting yourself, which Joe is, you're just going to sit here and go, hey, I want this person's server muted so I can make a point. And the only reason you do this is because every point you made, there was literally just a blatant lie. Like the guy brought up the NFL and talked about like positions. And then we started talking about stats. And he goes, well, I don't care about those stats. I'm like, well, you don't care about it. And then they had just got on to me about talking about living reality. And it's crazy because it's like, oh, you know, we're going to bring up a point and lie. But then whenever someone calls out a lie,
this is what Joe.
I'm gonna
I
bitch
haven't
and
even
ask
seen
for
the
mute.
debate. I haven't even seen the debate. You tell me if Joe Lewis has changed his tactics from previous times. Listen, Admiral Gibbs and Lactoid, just tell me whether or not this happened. Haven't seen the debate, just found out he was on it. Let me guess. He looked up a court case, a policy, or something from like New Jersey or one specific state that none of you were able to like really go through at the time so that he could try
No, we
and
didn't let him do
prove
that.
that you were wrong.
no, I didn't let him do that.
You didn't let him do that? Well, maybe that's why you got server muted.
Well, what is
Yeah,
the lore here? I
No,
mean,
yeah,
look,
exactly. Because I'm not going to let him on. I'm just listen. I come on these shows.
Scott, good intuition, Scott. Actually, yes, that is why indeed he got server muted. Yes.
Yeah, because but like this Joe specifically does this. Some other people do this. Ryan Radical Coder does this. Where they come on, and they'll like. It's one thing if you make a point in good faith, but it's another if you like just outright lie and then you say it, and then we fact check you. You go, oh no, because
You don't care about fact checking,
Bitch, Corey's done that to you like 5 different times.
I've
Admiral.
tried-
I love you, brother.
Wait,
fucked you up on the fact check.
Wait.
Corey's fucked you up on a few fact checks more than once.
We've gotten each other before in fact checks.
Remember when I tried to fact check Grid on his 9 million illegal immigrants in New
Sure.
York? And you're like,
I'm not
oh, it
saying
doesn't matter.
no.
It doesn't matter. So you don't care
Hold
about
on, no,
fact
no.
checking.
No, hold on.
You
It
agree.
was at least 10 million.
Yeah,
Hold on,
and you
hold on,
you agree that
Corey.
that was a bullshit claim, Gibbs, right?
I said it then. I said
No,
it
you
then. It
didn't.
was
No,
wrong.
no, you
Yes,
didn't.
I did.
I love that Corey remembers
I said there's not
the
even 10 million
fucking
people in New
claim.
York. I
Absolutely,
said
yeah.
that.
I had to
said
correct
my
that.
exact-
You didn't jump in and correct that.
Hold on. My
I find it
exact
strange. I find it
words.
strange that a
When
Canadian,
you
a
asked
Canadian
me.
can fact check when someone says there's 10
You
million
asked me-
illegal
you
immigrants.
asked
in
me,
New
what did
York
I say?
and
Corey,
no
what
other
did I say?
American
hold on.
I said there's not even 10
Admiral,
million people in New
hold on,
York.
guys.
That's what I said.
Guys. Listen, I do remember that Corey fact checked first, and then Admiral Gibbs, you were like, okay, but he got this wrong. You were kind of backsliding a little bit for him, but maybe
Yeah,
it was
because
from an honest place.
Grim
But
was trying to defend my point.
all I want to say is, Corey, it's not impressive that a Canadian knows about American politics, because even living in Canada, our politics are more important than what's going on in your politics.
True.
For your
I would
day-to-day
not
life.
dispute that. But no, but the fact that I know more, or rather, like because that's a total BS claim. Pretty much, he's essentially claiming
Sure,
that
Corey, I
the
agree with
population
you.
in New York is
I
full of
agree
illegal
with you.
immigrants, and no one else but me, the Canadian flag, throws a flag on the play.
You asked me. Well, you asked me that, and afterwards I was like, yeah, I think that's more than whatever, and that's not relative to the point I was making.
I guarantee you.
we were giving you space.
I guarantee you.
We were giving you space to get the dunk.
If
This
I
is what
said,
sucks
if I
about
said
live
that-
streams. We can't just be like,
if
roll
I
the
said-
clip, boys.
If I said that hundreds of black people are shot by
Someone pulled the
cops
clip
every year, Lactoid would be interrupting me nonstop. Okay, on that play.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the stats on that one.
And you don't know the population of New York, that 10 million is just a
Hold
total
on, that's
BS?
that's the.
I don't
point,
know
right?
how
You called
closely
them
I was
out.
listening to his claim.
Yeah.
called them out.
Well,
Hold
okay,
on,
well, as
Corey,
long as you
you
don't
called them out.
go throughout the BS, then I understand. Okay, that no,
No,
it's
Corey,
there's
but
only
you
like-
did exactly what I did. You did exactly what I did. You said you didn't let him finish. You said there's not 10 million, and then you did a whole tirade. See, you're admitting that you did what I did against Joe. So I agree. I applaud that tactic. If you see something that's a blatant lie and you think they're just lying to make a point, I think you should go interrupt. I think that's something you should absolutely do. I don't ever lie. If I'm ever wrong, it's just because Jay gave me the wrong information, and now I have to go research it. You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. You can
I mean,
admit
like,
ignorance,
we're-
but I
we're-
don't come from a bad place. Some people are
Isn't
bad
Trump
things
up to
from the
like
get-go.
30 million people under the Biden years, and he's like saying, walking around saying
goes up
30
about
million?
5 million each rally, each speech.
Okay,
I mean, nobody nobody knows
It's-
how
if
many
you're bad
illegal
faith lying,
immigrants
it's one
are.
thing.
We know
Right,
it's
like-
not 30 million in the last 4 years.
In the last 4 years, no. But do we have 30 million illegal immigrants in this country? Probably. It's probably about
Possibly
right.
total. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
total, but he says it's just under Biden. He said Biden.
Yeah, but like the problem with Trump is that Trump is
He's a liar.
retarded.
That
And
too.
so like it's hard to tell if he's like lying about something or
He
if
is.
he's just like switching numbers because he's being sneaky, or if he's just switching numbers because he doesn't have a teleprompter, he doesn't prepare, he's kind of retarded, and everything is
All
just a
three.
stream of consciousness. And like sometimes he mixes shit up and then he just gets away with it because the MAGA people will be like, yeah, what he said is true, because they're just as fucking Hegelian as a goddamn communist.
Well, if you say 30 million people are here illegally, and then he goes 30 million people under Biden, okay, yeah, maybe he lied about that, or maybe he was wrong. But I mean, like, it's not that much of a jump. The bigger point is 30 million.
No, it's a
people.
massive jump because the actual
Hold on,
number.
hold on.
It's
Dan,
in the
do you
single
disagree that? Well, okay, let's just take this number and just say it's fact, just for fun, right? Like we don't have to agree on this, right? But let's just say the 30 million number is an unabated fact. There's 30 million illegals here. Okay, just that's the number. There's not one more, not one less. Okay, and so Trump knows, but they came partially before Biden, right? They came, let's say, 80% before Biden. The MAGA people, their message is, we want them all gone. And so when Trump says 30 million came under Biden, the idea to the MAGA people is like, oh, he's talking about all these fuckers. It's not like, specifically Biden. You know, like, you disagree with that, or you agree?
No, yeah, I think that Cope will. I think that Cope will like convince them when they're caught up of whatever situation they can justify whatever they're saying. Like Trump
You can
saying
just
that
take
like,
it
we've
from
got
Trump.
$18 trillion.
Trump wrote about this in The Art of the
I think
Deal.
that's an acceptable take.
Right? Trump wrote about this in The Art of the Deal. He talks about hyperbolic truth. And basically what he would like he wrote, or his ghostwriter wrote, right, is that like hyperbolic truth is the concept that he says something that is either technically true or something that is like a lie but can be tied to the truth. And this is a prime example of that, where like let's say Heritage Foundation estimates there's 32 million illegals, right? And then it'll be like, there's 32 million illegals in this country, and they all came under Biden, right? And then the media will attack that position because what he just said is a lie. And then his people will defend him by saying, okay, what he's actually saying is that there's 32 million and a whole bunch came under Biden. He's just being hyperbolic, and you fell for the trap. And the trap is to get the media to engage in, Trump derangement syndrome or whatever again, and give a whole bunch of free advertising to his speech that he gave. And that actually bolsters his base and helps him. And that is a specific tactic and a way that he lies in his book. The problem is that he's gotten old and he's gotten kind of retarded and he's not as good at it as he used to. And so sometimes I think he's just saying dumb shit.
But the thing is, it's what's crazy that's happened is that he's gotten so much leeway to lie so much that like the honest reality, I don't know if people will say it out loud, or maybe some even will, that Trump is graded on a different level than anyone else in politics in the world. Trump is allowed to lie because it's like, come on, it's Trump. He doesn't mean it. Like Trump could come out and say like if you say that like, oh, Trump wants to take Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. Came and said, he's like, yeah, but that's Trump. Like, we don't, take that serious. He's allowed to lie. Like, versus like if Biden even referenced something like that, it'll be like, Biden's, they're gonna do it. They're locking everybody up. It's like, no, Trump.
I disagree. I think you're kind of right. I think maybe you're a little bit biased there, but I feel like you're kind of right. Like I saw similar stuff with Bolsonaro. I saw similar stuff with Boris Johnson. Right? Like I think there have been other politicians that are like right-wing populists in like the last 10 years that are treated similarly, where they say a lot of hyperbolic shit and they're just like, yeah, but that's what they say. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying I think there have been other politicians, but like I kind of get what you're saying. He is graded on a different scale because he's not treated like a politician because he doesn't act like a politician, right? He doesn't go and be like, and that's, God bless America. Like you look at Biden is like a carbon copy, of slightly more progressive in stage of like every other neoliberal Democrat president in the last 50 years. Right. So like he gets treated that way. Trump is like a fucking, like a wrench in the system. And so he absolutely does get treated differently for better or worse. I think in this instance, you're probably right. It's probably for worse. But I mean, I just think maybe you're being a little hyperbolic, but like in spirit, I think you're probably right.
I mean, like when he calls Ted Cruz's wife ugly, or says that like calls
you got a dog wife,
piggy, like, and that's what people do.
Hold on, was that a lie though?
It's a joke.
Was he wrong?
Like, it's like how like,
your wife is a dog,
or they get the worst. But no, that's what I'm saying. Like we get to play it off as a joke, or the White House comes.
I don't think it was a joke.
Like, he's hyper, like he's the most transparent. Like the Trump just tells it like
yeah,
it
Bam.
is.
I think Bam's right though, right? Like actually, so like I disagree with Bam's.
Only the fucking MAGA cultists believe that he's fucking transparent.
No, hold on. Bam said the Cope thing earlier, right? And I will accept that. Like, I think they're both true. Like what I said and what Bam said is both true. Like, I think at one level, and I mean to some extent, the hyperbolic thing is true as well, David. But like, I think to some level, yeah, I think they will. People will cope and they'll like put the pieces where Trump wanted them afterwards, right? And I think that's like a combination of the cope and the hyperbolic thing. But at some level, I think he is just like being off the cuff him, right? Like he's called somebody's wife fat and ugly, right? Sure. I think he actually thinks he's fat and ugly. Part of Trump's whole thing is like being impressive.
I know he believes it.
Yeah, he wants to put the gold shit all over the house.
He also has the personality of like a drag queen judge.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as when he goes, the Ayatollah goes,
That's so true.
Why'd you send me a photo?
Have you seen the Phantom of the Opera?
It's the same kind of mentality.
No.
You know what I'm saying? He's like, yeah, I sent him a photo of his own house. He's like, why are you sending me this? It's like, I'm better than you and I know it, or I have more power than you. I know it. And it's like a flex. I think that's part of like what he's
He has like gay machismo energy.
Yeah, he does. He does.
And he kind of talks like a stand-up comedian or an entertainer.
Sorry, who is this?
And like Trump.
Is this Trump?
The Don.
Yeah, I mean, like if you take Trump, it's like what was that? Like there was that video that went viral like during the lead up to the election where it was like a dance party with Beyonce. You know what I mean? Like he talks like he's a judge on like a TLC show of like drag runway models, and he like talks off of the cuff, and then you combine that with like a populist right-wing president, and then you also like you combine that with his politics as like a 90s New York Democrat, right? Like and like the combination of that creates a weird fucking dude that nobody knows how to deal with, especially when there's like this 15% of the country that is just like a full-blown cult of personality, like with this man, right? And so like it just like, you're right, Bam. Like he's treated like he's something totally different because he is something totally different. In some ways that's good, in a lot of ways that's bad.
And like recently, a press, like a reporter asked him like, "Oh, yesterday you said you would release the video of the second strike." He's like, "I didn't say that. You're a liar. That's all you people do is lie." And then like immediately cuts to the clip of him yesterday. Yeah, I'll release the clip. And like nope, and then we don't have to call him like it's like Trump lied. Okay, whatever. He like now he told the truth because Trump, no one's can physically call him out. Because they know if he does, then he's just going to take away their
right. But like, do you think
like,
Trump? Here's a question.
Anymore.
Here's a question to judge your consistency and your honesty here. Trump very clearly, blatantly tells petty, stupid, and ineffective lies consistently.
They're very
on
effective.
TV. Very ineffective. That's what I'm saying.
No,
like they're just like
I'm saying no. I'm saying disagreeing. I think they're very effective. He lies.
Okay, they might be. Okay, if you're defining effective,
you mean convincing?
Getting away
you mean
with
convincing, or they're
convincing?
effective?
Yeah, like
No,
what I mean
not
when I say
convincing.
ineffective, what I mean is like it's very easy to call him out on the lie very quickly.
Unconvincing.
Obviously, there's a portion of his base that just believes him no matter what he says, even if it's contradictory to what they said on Twitter 2 weeks ago. Right? It doesn't matter. But do you think that Trump is lying to the American people any more than Biden or Obama or Bill Clinton or any of these other like well-established, wealthy politicians that are making, that somehow have net worths in the billions despite pulling a $170K, salary? Do you really think he's any more of a liar? I don't.
Yeah.
I think his lies are just different and they're dumber.
Yeah, I think that like other politicians, and this isn't like Democrat or Republican. I think that other politicians throughout history have, whenever they don't have a good answer to a question, I think that the reality is like that they don't want to lie on it, so they like, okay, we need to strategize on the answer. Now, if you call that the same thing, then
no.
Sure, like by definition,
what
it's like, oh, what do you think is going on with the strike? It's like, oh, I'm not just gonna come out and say bullshit, but I'm gonna like, let's get together, let's get a political speak, let's come together with something that like fits whatever narrative you want. But it's not gonna be a lie.
What I'm saying is Trump will lie about dumb, petty shit and just sell it like an entertainer. Meanwhile, Reagan will be like, what are you talking about, Noriega? What are you talking about, Iran-Contra? What are you talking about us toppling democratically elected communists in South America and is bombing people and having the CIA, run drugs into inner cities to fund enough money to support, narco terrorists in South America so that they fight different communist dictatorships so that like Chiquita can make a few more $1 billion. And
Based.
what I'm saying is that like when you're
Buy Chiquita
comparing,
banana.
when you're trying to compare Donald Trump to that, and then you're like, see, Trump is actually more of a liar because he said he didn't say a thing. Meanwhile, these other presidents are doing horrific war crimes, all of them, and lying about all kinds of shit the deep state or the intelligence agencies are doing. I'm saying that when you have Obama presiding over, one of the intelligence apparatus tracking the communications and the emails of every single American citizen, and he has his politicians and representatives from the State Department going on CNN and lying boldface to the American public about what information is tracked, and then all of a sudden fucking a new fucking file drops from oh god, what is the whistleblower in Russia? I can't think of his name right now off the top of my head, but Snowden, right? And then all of a sudden directly contradicts everything the Obama administration had been pushing. We're just like, oh, but you see, Trump called a reporter a piggy and lied about a statement he made yesterday. It's like, yeah, they're both liars. But like the idea that Trump is this special, unique. No, I'm not. I'm saying he's lying about big shit too, like the fucking Epstein documents. But what I'm saying is that like they're all doing evil shit, and like, as much as I agree with you that Trump is held to a different standard because he tells all these petty lies and it's almost like nobody cares, but also nobody has cared in American politics in the last 100 years while all of our presidents have been doing horrific, evil shit to expand the fucking neoliberal capitalist American empire across the entire world. But like all of a sudden we're really supposed to care about Trump lying. And it's like, no, I fucking hate them all. Why can't you agree that they're all evil pieces of shit liars? And I ask you, I'm like, well, who do you think is lying more? Who do you think is worse? And you're like, oh, Obama's not that bad, actually. It's, Trump is the real bad one. It's like, no, they're all bad.
No, I think that they're
evil. Say Obama's evil right now.
I won't. I think Obama's a fantastic president. I think he's the best president of my lifetime.
Got it.
Question.
Got it. How's that boot taste? How's that boot taste?
No, I'm serious.
Does it taste like the blood of 1,000 dead children drone striked, or does it just taste like leather?
You should ask what seasoning he uses, Fabian. You could have got the secret.
I didn't want to repeat your joke. I didn't want to repeat your joke. I had to subvert your joke by giving it a different flavor, and the flavor was the blood of Iraqi children.
I mean, I'll buy that.
By the way, Lactoid needs some ingredients in a recipe if you got some. So,
I was going to bite that bullet and be like, listen, my portfolio really loved the Iraqi wild era. You know what I'm saying? We call that the Iraq cowboy days.
Yeah. Invest in glow sticks, boys. If a war is about to pop off, invest in whatever company makes glow sticks. I'm just saying. You're muted, Bam, if you're talking to us. You're muted on stream. Fuck, I can't think of the name. Streamlabs.
Yeah, Barack Obama at least sought to do what was legal. He sought congressional approval for his drone strikes, and got it. Now you could say that the entire system administration.
Every president since since World War II has just unilaterally violated the Constitution by engaging in war that is with based off of bullshit congressional approvals that on terrorism or some other thing instead of actually getting congressional approvals.
He's doing
because he's expanding. He's doing the same thing Obama did, which is utilizing the shit Bush set up in terms of terrorism, and then just being like, oh, actually, if we call these people terrorists and we fucking designate them as terrorists, then we can drone strike their weddings. He's doing the same shit in Venezuela, or leading up to in Venezuela, that fucking Obama did in the Middle East. They're the same people. They're the same evil, brother.
No. One is doing something unilaterally, and the other is seeking congressional approval on what's legal and what's not legal. And you can say that Congress came to a decision I disagree with, but congressional approval is completely different than non-congressional approval. You know what? Kill them all because I said so. I signed the pin.
So your argument, just to be clear, is that Obama went to Congress and got them to draft new legislation for him to engage in all of the fields of battle that he did in the Middle East by drafting entirely new congressional approval. Because I'm going to tell you right now, that's false. He did not. He used the same congressional approval that Bush had and just labeled organizations as terrorist organizations so that he could drone strike them. He did not get new congressional approval for all theaters of battle in the Middle East and North Africa.
No. What congressional approval did Donald Trump get?
He's doing the same thing Obama did, which is he's designating groups as terrorist organizations so that he can then use past congressional approval.
No, you're infantilizing Donald Trump by saying they're the same because you feel like the consequences both end up bad. But they went through dramatically.
First of all, I don't know how the fuck I'm infantilizing Donald Trump by that. That doesn't even make sense.
Obama did the same thing. They're just not they didn't go.
It's
through
not
the same
infantilizing
avenue.
Trump. What I'm saying is that
Because
they're
you're
both
saying that
bombing people without getting congressional with direct congressional approval.
Though. Barack Obama's drone strikes were absolutely congressionally approved.
Got it.
Yes or no? You disagree? You say no.
I've made the argument several times, right? There's no reason for me to make the argument again.
You're right. Facts don't care about your feelings. Shout out to that Jewish man who's getting ate up by his base. I also think it's disgusting. I'm watching the right. People say eat themselves. Not really. There's I'm about to say they're not really eating themselves because they're not going to be a big tent. But I find it disgusting that Ben Shapiro and Vivek just now kind of found their realm where they want to push back against discrimination, and both of them are exclusively Ben Shapiro only talks about anti-Semitism and Vivek exclusively talking about
when they're the targets, it's easy to defend yourself.
Yeah, they're this is the right doesn't have a space for something it didn't matter when it was about women or black people or the gays or the trans, But like now that it hits home, you have this purity testing of what it means to be on the right. I find that behavior.
Hey, quick question, Bam. Has there been a single critical race theorist that supports Black Lives Matter or any of those organizations that has called out anti-white discrimination?
Does called out anti-white discrimination?
Yeah,
systemically, or
yeah,
like
systemic
saying, like,
anti-white discrimination, like DEI programs.
DEI
where does that exist?
Systemically anti-white discrimination. I was about to
So,
say,
so it doesn't exist. That's the argument. Got it.
No, I didn't say it doesn't exist. I said that's not an example.
So when Ben Shapiro defends Jewish people because he's Jewish, then that's a unique bad, conservative bad. When an Indian defends H-1B visas and anti-Indian discrimination, you're like, oh, see, that's only because it's coming for him. But when black people only defend Black Lives Matter or intersectionality, but refuse to acknowledge anti-white discrimination practices, and in fact champion those, it's good.
Okay, again,
you're just a fucking racist.
I'm asking you.
This is gonna be good. We're gonna have round two of the earlier panel.
What do you think DEI programs do? What do you think they do in practice?
In practice, they actively discriminate against white people, specifically white males,
How?
by privileging other people that are not white and people that are female.
And what do they do by privileging?
They specifically
hold on.
are
we jumping into
individuals
DEI?
based upon their race.
Before we get into the topic, I got a fact check
on
something, Bam.
What's up?
Because you said that Obama's strikes were authorized by Congress.
He sent congressional approval for what he could and could not do.
Yeah,
he didn't
I'm sure he got congressional approval to fucking bomb Anwar al-Awlaki when he killed an American citizen.
He did get approval for that because they literally told him you're allowed to strike as long as I'm about to say.
Yeah, there is a 2001 standing authorization that applies to both Obama and Trump that gives them the right to do that. But
Which was my fucking argument.
There wasn't anything like extra that Obama did like with Congress that Trump hasn't.
That's not true, but I'll just post it.
I mean, I just looked it up.
It is true. That was what I was trying to tell you. But even if it wasn't true, why is it somehow magically good if Obama gets permission to bomb a bunch of children and Trump just does it?
Because the oil is
the system, bros. We live in a system, bros. If the system bombs children, fuck that system.
The 2001 authorization of use of military force passed shortly after 9/11. It's standing. There's no expiration date. It provides the president.
They've done reauthorization.
Hold on, Bam. The answer, I got Bam's back on this one. It's actually Obama didn't have to ask Congress because Bush already got it done, and Obama was a very intelligent man, and so he just used what was already in place.
Same thing with Trump, though.
Now, hold on. I bitch about how things are used all the time, but I mean, listen, Congress already gave approval to go whoop them foreign kids' ass. I'm just saying, listen, I don't know why y'all acting like he didn't have Obama already had congressional approval.
Yeah, this is the authority that Bush used, that Obama's used, that Trump's used, that Biden's used. This is the authorization that all these presidents are basing their drone strikes off of. Before his drone strikes, Obama didn't go to Congress and get permission or approval, anything beyond the 2001 authorization.
Yeah, because the greatest neocon in history already did that. You're right.
Do you believe that? I'm about to say, do you think that when Barack Obama ended up doing a drone strike that ended up affecting a U.S. citizen, you're saying that he didn't seek any advisement?
We targeted the U.S. citizen.
Whoa! I think every president has sought advisement from their.
Not Donald Trump.
Yes,
Trump is unilaterally making these decisions.
No, Donald Trump doesn't know who these fucking people are. Of course, his military staff.
Picking the targets. He's decided that he's made these unilateral decisions to it.
This is literally just Trump derangement syndrome.
So wait. Let me. So now the
Trump
point
said
is
as much. Unless you're saying now the point again, we don't believe what we don't.
Okay, hold on. Now the point has moved on from Obama went to Congress, and now it's just. I don't have any proof of it, but I think Obama may have talked to his staff more than Trump did.
I never said that. I didn't have any proof of it. I said that Barack went in regards to the air, because I think Scott brought up the airstrike against a U.S. citizen. I was like, wait a minute. Barack Obama actually, he didn't just decide he could do it and figure it out later. He seeked out advisement on the legality of his decision, which is a massive
within his own administration. I'm sure he probably talked to people.
Trump has done that several times.
He
talks to his lawyers. Now you can say, "Oh, I don't like his lawyers."
I was about to say he talks to his personal lawyers.
But
But hold on.
And also the White House
No,
lawyers.
Rudy Giuliani is not normal. For, like Rudy Giuliani being part of his first administration isn't a normal thing. Your personal lawyer.
You just don't like it.
The guy that was
No,
the
but
mayor of
like-
New York and was a politician and is a lawyer and worked against crime syndicates and got new laws passed in New York to deal with mafias is like just like some random nobody. Like shut the fuck up.
DOJs. Sorry, I'm only half following this, but like DOJs, like for a White House will help the White House legalize whatever they're going to do, right? For Bush,
correct,
right? He had, I believe his name is, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, John Yee, who was some random ass lawyer. Within deep in the bowels of the DOJ, right? And he came up with the torture memo. It's like, oh, all this is legal, right? And once they got just from this random motherfucker that no one ever heard of, right? They got that memo from him, and then they began torturing people, or at least
their enhanced interrogation techniques.
Enhanced interrogation, yeah.
All right,
just some
it's
water,
torture.
and like a rag.
It's torture when you put fucking clamps on somebody's nipples, but if you lock them in a box in the fetal position and fill it with bugs and then beat the box so the little bugs bite on them for hours on end and then only let them see the sunlight when you're asking them questions. That's an enhanced interrogation.
That's like a spa treatment of some kind, right?
Hold on,
you know what I mean? Like a mud bath.
Fabian, you know what you're describing right now? What most men ask their goth girlfriends to do. So I'm not really
most men. Bro.
I said goth girlfriends. I specified. I'm just saying.
Most men.
That seems like a pretty common Friday for about like 1/8 of the population.
Brother, I feel like it's a self-report if I've ever heard one.
Don't worry, I'm a dom. I'm not a sub. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can tell these things.
I think anybody that calls himself a dom is so fucking lame.
That's right. I'm just specifying.
It's the lamest shit every time, dude.
All labels are gay. That's all bad. Everybody hates labels.
I didn't say labels. I said that label's gay.
Well, I mean, I'm not over here taking it in the butt, so I mean, it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
He's not over here taking it in the butt. Does everyone remember that? Okay.
Exactly.
So
I believe it.
Hold on.
There you go.
I just I'm sorry, everyone. We'll get started in a second. Before then, though, to our friend Scott. So, articles. All right. Hate crime hoaxes are more common than you think. This is by Jason L. Riley, and I know you've never heard of him. I haven't either. But according to his Wikipedia page, he is a conservative commentator.
Cool.
And sorry,
I said cool.
Okay.
I was just like, I was letting you know I was listening. Sorry.
Oh, sure. No worries, friend. I'm just not looking at you guys. So like,
I was looking down and like trying to find a space to like start taking additional notes, and then I realized that my son like drew random faces on some of the pages, so I was finding one that was free, and I was like, oh, left a little present for me. So I was slightly distracted, but then I was like, cool, get back into it. Got it. Go.
No worries, friend. No worries. Anyway, so this is an article that uses the Jussie Smollett case as a jumping off point, right? Well, I wanted to just talk about how like there are a lot more hate crime hoaxes in general, right? But specifically to talk to an article, right? Talk to an author who wrote a book called let me get this correct. As soon as it loads, it's hate crime hoaxes, how the left is selling a fake race war. Okay. Like his whole thing is about like how this, first of all, the left isn't selling a race war, but it's just saying that racial crimes happen, like these things are a thing. But anyway, I
mean, all crimes are motivated by hate, but yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll leave that alone, friend. So anyway, right?
Passionate.
Like, yeah. So there's that, right? So using a Smollett case, like adding it to a pile of incidences where which are used to discredit the entire discussion about hate crime attacks, right? So there's that. There's also Sean Hannity, running chyrons. This is like once this is breaking, the fakeness of Jesse Smollett, right? Smollett guilty verdict exposes yet another media-driven hoax. Corrupt left-wing media mob fueled Smollett's lies, and just example of efforts to perpetuate hoaxes. There's Tucker Carlson, who, I'm sorry if I can find the article. I got a lot of tabs open here. I apologize. Which one? Okay, here it is. Tucker Carlson talking about in real life hate crimes are rare. He says, sorry, there's a bunch of quotes here. Fox News host Tucker Carlson accuses activists of making up hate crimes, quote unquote, making up hate crimes, declaring Monday night that the U.S. is quote unquote just not a very hateful place. There's a longer quote here, though. I'm sorry, one second. Reporters take their numbers wholesale from partisan activists who pose as researchers or from wholly fraudulent organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center, which I know you guys hate. These groups use moral panics to gin up fundraising. They get rich doing it, so of course they continue. And he goes on about that, like the Smollett case. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I don't want to get super autistic. Because you like put in the work to like make your counter argument, right? And my initial claim was against the concept that that conservative, like I think, your initial claim just goes too far, and that's, but that's a language thing, and I don't want to get like super weird with the language, right? I want to engage with this conversation honestly, because your initial claim is like a completely indefensible claim, but I know what you mean in the spirit, because your initial claim is that conservatives use the Jussie Smollett to say like to discount all hate crimes, which is like not true. But I get what you mean and what you're trying to present, and I want to be like honest and engage with that. That if we could clean it up, and if I could steel man your position is that because of the Jussie Smollett case, that conservatives are casting dispersion on anyone that attempts to come forward with a presumed innocent until proven guilty, but also, if you're accusing someone of the crime of faking a hate crime, that's also kind of an innocent until proven guilty situation, right? There's a bit of a paradox there, because both parties would be innocent until proven guilty, and that they're casting dispersion, making it more difficult to report hate crimes, that they're like trying to, overshadow reality. Everything that you stated, that they said so far seems perfectly reasonable to me. Now, you can disagree with that, or you can think that it's problematic because, as we know, if you constantly accuse people of saying that they're faking something, then people are less likely to come forward and report those crimes, and that, et cetera. And like, I can take that as a counter argument. I can understand that, right? Like my only reason that I push back on it is that you seem to be initially selling this idea that people are saying hate crimes are all fake, that there are that a hate crime has never occurred since Jussie Smollett, that they're saying that it can't possibly happen, and because Jussie Smollett, which is obviously not true, even of the most extreme examples that you present, but rather it would appear that what they're doing is they're attacking, BLM, which we now know is, an organization that funneled a bunch of money fraudulently to many organizers and stole a bunch of people's money. That there are race grifters that are trying to sell, trying to exaggerate racial hatred and racial animosity as a means of pushing DEI or pushing, defund police narratives or whatever the current political thing is that they think will solve the problem that they're ginning up. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. And I think Jussie Smollett is likely used, again, because it's the most well-known example. It's not like Jussie Smollett is special in the sense of like, oh, this was only faked once. There are dozens of examples where different hate crimes by, that were presumably targeted towards blacks or Jews later come out, and they were faked to gin up, either to get like a GoFundMe going or to like play victim, or because that person felt like a victim in some way and wanted to express it. And there's this thing that I see that I think interestingly it ties into this, and I saw this guy that used to do like a bunch of YouTube punk like prank videos, and he talked about this thing called it was like a new type of bias, and instead of it being like a selection bias or something like that, it was like a reality bias or something. I can't remember the term he used, but basically this idea where you see influencers will make fake videos, and then people will be like, hey, this is fake. And then people in the comments will be like, yeah, but this kind of stuff happens all the time though. And they use this often. Like you'll see girls on Instagram, they'll be like, my boyfriend was so mean. And then you'll go and you'll look at their account and they're selling like a new AI dating app service. And it's like, they're selling the hatred that is occurring between like, you know, incels or misogynists or red pillars or all these different groups towards women, and vice versa. They're selling like the feminist hatred of like all the toxic men or whatever. And they're using a fake skit to sell something. And it's like, I see a similar thing here. And I think that's what conservatives are calling out.
Hold on. Okay, like I do have an issue with what you're saying here. Like, I don't think just because someone makes like a fake skit and that, yeah, maybe some of them are financially motivated. Like, oh, if I make like the exact skits you said, and there's someone's dating, that's a thing. But we see this all the time. Remember that show? I think it's still on. It's What Would You Do? And they film people like live, like they'll be like the black guy bringing a white girl to his barbershop and seeing reactions, and then like who stands up, or it'll be like,
they have like
some
a bunch
other
of
crazy
actors,
interaction.
like,
what would you do?
antagonizing.
Yeah, and they do it right. And the reason for that is, and the reason why that's powerful is because in that situation you're having a fake situation and you're seeing what real life people do. Right. I think that does speak to it, because people do say, hey, if I ever saw this in real life, I would do it. Well, now here's an opportunity, and they back up their actions, or they engage in a different reaction. Right. And I think that like when you say, oh, using a fake situation that's easily videoed, and like we do a skit, to do something, it takes away like all value. I don't think that's true.
Those aren't any claims I made, though.
You can't. Well,
I didn't make any of the claims you're saying I made.
You're kind. I know you're not. You've kind of implied it though. When you're
No,
going,
I'm not.
Okay. What is the implication? If I say
the implication,
I made
is
it. Hold on. Let me just finish.
Specific
If I make an implication that you just made, which is that, hey, I made a situation where it's, oh, my boyfriend's so shitty, and then they go to their profile and it's, oh, they work for a dating app, or they get caught, like whatever. The implication is dismissing it because it's only financial gain, and you don't talk about how this can be used in any other manner, which is why I should use the what would you do. And so it is implying that you are implying.
You're making up an implication that I didn't make.
It is, because you're leaving out important other.
No, I'm not leaving out. What I'm saying is similar to like BLM activist organizations, media organizations that have this deep bias. This, you know, as Lactoid put it, you know, there's a demand for like stories to report about hate crimes and racism, and they have a financial incentive to really drum up selling the concept that we live in an oppressive white supremacist society, and you need our money so that we can support, you know, the policies, and we can support the things that would undo this white supremacy that we all live under, and that some people are engaged in faking hate crimes because of this cultural belief. Now, in the individual case, it's not always a financial gain, but I brought it up to take it out of the domain of race and just simply put it in a new area where it's like, here's an example where people
but it also is like shock value. Like you see, like I'll give you an example that just happened, right? We look at this, like, you know who Jack Dorsey. Well, because I think you're missing a key part that I think that you're just implying that, like, with what you're doing here.
I'm not saying I'm implying shit. I'm not implying.
You are, though. Listen, I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, but the implication is that, oh, because certain groups do this, then it's not. I'm just saying that's what you're doing.
Implications.
So like, I mean, if I use the Jack Dorsey situation with Andre Arlovsky, right, that just happened, right? Maybe even in that
I only know who one of those people
is. But they get a real Arlovsky.
Well, hopefully it's Andre Arlovsky, but he's a multi-time UFC heavyweight champ. They did a little purposeful bunk thing and then tried to hide behind security. And also Arlovsky wasn't in on it, and he beat four of their ass. And that was a real reaction, right? But it was a fake situation where somebody went and did it. I feel like when you're using this kind of situation or your skit situation, and then you're saying, "Oh, it's only got a financial gain," you're taking away from
literally never made that implication, dude. Like you're just ignoring my argument to say that I'm saying
I do want to move forward.
Fake
Sorry,
things
guys.
are only for financial gain. That's not my argument at all.
I do want to move forward. To my friend Scott, I hear you, friend.
If my initial statement was too bombastic,
Yeah, I was just being
or
autistic about your
maximalist,
statement, but
Okay,
but you went
okay.
and did the research and you were like, here's the things I see that are problematic. So I was trying to engage honestly
Oh,
with,
yeah,
with
yeah.
your thing instead of just being like, owned liberal. What you actually
Yeah.
said was this is a goalpost shift. I don't think you really meant it like that.
Yeah. So anyway, if my initial statement was too maximalist, then I withdraw it, right? I give a more watered down version of that. But okay. And we'll leave that there. Though I will say very quickly, right? Because like I only looked into this after Ali had brought it up to us a few weeks ago. But like, yeah, the DoorDash girl thing, fucking wild. Wild. I actually saw.
Yeah, bro.
I actually looked into that.
You see what happened? Did you see what happened to her in court?
Yeah.
She went into court. She went into court, and her lawyers were asking that they not be publicized and that they not have cameras in the courtroom. And then the judge looks at her and goes, "Oh, so now you care about people not being on camera?"
It was wild. That was
like, "Oh, now you care about people's privacy not being on camera?" And then she like walked out like, "What the fuck?"
She actually said, like, no joke, that she was sexually assaulted by this. She was like, what? And she got, oh my god.
Yeah, I want to see I want to see the ring light camera, because like if dude left his door cracked to where you could see his naked body coming up, then like there's an element of like potential perversion.
So he was
or something going on.
the video I've seen, he's like passed out like because he was drunk or something.
Yeah,
like on his couch, and I guess he'd ordered DoorDash earlier, and like the door was like semi
it's like this. It's like this. Like when a girl accuses a guy of rape, right?
She like walked in his house,
right? And then guys ask, are like, okay, where were you? What were you wearing? And then feminists get all in a tizzy about people asking what you were wearing. It's like, we're not saying you deserved anything because you were wearing something. We're in a he said, she said situation, and we're trying to look at all the available evidence to see whether or not you actually went to that guy's house on purpose, or whether or not, you did this. We're trying to ascertain your behavior and whether or not you're telling the truth. And sometimes what you're wearing can be a small piece of circumstantial evidence that determines whether or not your story's bullshit or whether or not your story's true. And like, just in the same vein, I want to see the ring light footage, because yeah, maybe dude was dude was just drunk and passed out, and maybe his door was like a little ajar. But if his door was ajar enough to where you're walking up the steps and the first thing you see is dude.
She walked into the house.
Right, but both parties admit that the door was cracked to a certain degree, and then she pushed it to film it and document it. And all I'm saying is there's a potential that dude was a pervert that wanted her to see his penis and was like, "Oh, I'm passed out."
Sure, Fabian. But
and I want to see that footage.
Have you seen the video of her video? She just like walks.
I've seen her video, but nobody's seen the ring light footage because it was given to police, but it wasn't made public.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
So I don't know how much the door was ajar before she started pushing it open.
I was just gonna say to
I mean, hold on. What if
men's rights, men's
men's
rights activists, right? Like this is, or just any conservatives in general, right? Like after I know I said all that stuff about hate crimes, everything that happened, right? But this is like the thing to be used against as a culture, right? Like the woman actually, there is a video of her, right? She took a TikTok video of her screaming, red faced, "I am the victim."
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
The likelihood that she just wanted to go famous on
there's like a conservative like false flag, right? Like this seems like a play, like a skit you would make up, right? That a conservative would put out, and you're like, no, that's
to make fun of girls on TikTok. Yeah, like it seems like something like
it's too outlandish, it's too cartoonish. Like
it seems like a whatever podcast girl. Like it's like it's a caricature of like what women are. But nevertheless, I still hold out, because I don't want to be that motherfucker that goes 110% against her. And then a year later, when like the court proceedings are finally through, we find out dude's like a serial flasher and nobody knew that. And like, dude's door was halfway cracked open already. You know what I mean? Like you never know. Like chances are probably not. But that's why those little pieces of evidence can be important, I think.
All right, so let's get started. Unless anyone has anything else they want to say. All right. There was other things I wanted to do for like a pre discussion, but like we got thrown off there. But that's okay. Anyway, hello all. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated to you out there. This is Every Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. Very excited to get started. You guys already had a preview of what this is about, so I mean, this group is truly fired up for this conversation, and I hope it'll be a good one. I hope it'll be productive one. We're talking about race relations in America. It's always calm. Thank you all. Thank you, Bam, for gifting that sub earlier. Much appreciated, friend. Awfully kind of you. Guys, support the channel if you like our conversations, like discussions, like the personalities that come through here, like the different topics that we have. They're usually quite unique, but apparently there's the problem of me basing something on a viral article. Other people will do the same topic on the same week as me. Usually, though, I've got pretty unique topics. I'm gonna put that out there. But anyway, still, I appreciate anyone who does consider super chatting. We'll put your super chat on screen, and we'll have a great discussion about it. So consider supporting us that way or any other way on Twitch, YouTube. We also have a Kick channel, but I don't think that's monetized now, and no one's watching. If there is one person watching, shout out to you. I appreciate you.
Wait, is there a similar process in Kick? Like you have to reach affiliate to be monetized? I thought Kick, one of the whole point of Kick is like you're monetized like right away and you get more.
Really? Yeah, is that true? No, it's way easier to Kick to get monetized, but yeah, you have to reach a certain point.
Okay.
You have to. It's like be live like 8 hours or some shit.
Oh, okay. Oh,
well then,
it's like be live like 8 hours, and I think there is like some number of like follower requirement, but it's like super low.
Well, then I probably haven't reached that one yet. We're still working on that one. I think I've got like 4, 5.
I think it's
that's like a 200% increase from like 2 weeks ago.
You can go. They literally have like Kick groups
very
already.
low.
Like I need the follow up thing, and it's like 50 people.
I'm looking right. It's 50 people.
No, it's 75 followers,
75,
5 hours streamed, 5 unique days, and 3+ concurrent viewers.
No,
3 is
that's
nothing.
Crazy.
I have.
That's just to get monetized now.
I don't have 75 people following.
You can get that.
I haven't done it in 5 independent days, right? 5 different days of streaming. I think this is like my 3rd time. And I'm not sure if I've had 3 concurrent viewers. So we're working on it.
For Kick.
Yeah, kick.com. We have a TikTok too, and we're gonna put videos
Just
there.
fucking bot yourself the first 10 followers, 15 like everyone else in the world does, and get your shit started, man.
Nobody here
play
bots.
the game.
Yeah.
What do you mean
No
don't? That's how everyone plays the game. I don't.
I know that's how it's.
No.
Yeah. Hey,
don't
that's
understand
why
why you
my
wouldn't.
views remained steady when the bot apocalypse happened. Okay,
I'm
crime
not
isn't
saying
fake
buy
anymore, okay?
150, but like a lot of people. So like this was a thing for TikTok. You can get 1,000.
My viewers went up
relatively easily.
The bot
on
apocalypse
TikTok,
for the
and you
record.
can go live, and getting like viewers on TikTok is pretty easy when you're doing lives. However, when you're first getting started, and this is for people who don't necessarily know how to have a conversation amongst themselves, what people would do is just buy yourselves the first 5 or 2 or 3 people in chat, just so other people would come in and they wouldn't see a dead chat. No one wants to be the first person in the chat. That's what I'm saying.
I haven't unlocked TikTok Live because I don't have enough followers.
Buy the followers.
You can buy everything, bro. Just buy everything.
No,
Right,
man.
brother.
That's
like,
right.
just buy
Everything
everything.
is
You
bad
can
for
your own
price.
channel.
Man, you guys
You
don't want
can
to
be
do pay to
famous
I
play.
already know the
for
game.
price.
At least they're
That's
trying to
okay.
give you the
You guys
sauce.
don't want the skills. You don't want the hacks and the little cheats. That's fine. Everyone wants to be
yeah,
a
yeah.
noble
Tell him,
streamer.
Ollie.
I'm
Hey,
a-
you know
I'm
who-
a noble
Hey, Ollie,
streamer.
you know who you sound like a lot
I
right
want the
now?
hacks,
You know who you
baby.
sound like?
What?
You sound like me. You're just
Yeah,
listen.
who's
there's
a
a way
noble
about
streamer? What are you guys talking about?
That's
I mean,
a good
like,
point.
I'm
'cause
not-
I think a lot of people aren't. But like,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
not. I'm not
no
buying
one
bots.
is.
I'm not buying.
I'm not buying bots,
And
but
you
like,
know
you
the
don't
grace.
buy them forever, and you don't buy
Right.
them to inflate your numbers in the real time. But to get a chat
lot of people do.
started for a lot of people, don't do that. That's fine. But to get started, I think it's okay to do that kind of shit. I think it's perfectly
yeah.
fine. There's a different playing field when it comes to streaming, especially nowadays. Like,
Well, I don't think anyone considers it immoral per se. But
No, but like no one wants to do it because they don't want to get caught. Honestly, I think is what it is. No one wants to get caught having I'm not saying you specifically, but a lot of people don't want to end up getting caught having like bot followers or
Debots
bot,
chat.
like,
Debots.
you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's it's not about immorality. It's about everyone wants to be like,
no one's
I'm
typing
an
in
organic
my
streamer.
kick chat. I can assure you right now. Like like it be what it be, right? But I appreciate if you are out there and kick, shout out to you. Anyway, all right, so we can move on. Support the channel, super chat and stuff. It's really helpful if you do. All right, let's get started. Topic. A recent viral article in Compact Magazine makes the claim that within the last decade, millennial white men have been systematically discriminated against when it comes to job hiring. The article lists stats that show in some select areas, white men have seen a drastic loss of opportunities. Specifically, it points to DEI as the culprit. Assuming the data presented is true, do you think this is a problem? Is it okay that white men are now underrepresented in some fields? Do you support Trump's effort to dismantle the DEI regime? Or if you do think that some correction needs to be made, should a more nuanced approach be taken? And of course, guys, just so you know, right? This when I was reading this article, right? I was thinking of my main man, Lactoid. He was on my mind. This is his whole thing. This is a gift, Christmas gift, right? Early one to my friend Lactoid. I'm sure he'll have fun with this topic. But yeah, so in case you haven't read the article, it's a very long article, but it's a worthwhile read, one way or the other, whether you agree with it or not. Talks about how in these different areas, screenwriting is one, the news industry, right, being like a journalist is another. I'm sure there's another.
It briefly talks about tech, but it just barely.
Yeah, barely touches it. Yeah, correct. Yeah. So it hits these areas, and specifically, it's talking about like hiring, right? But it also talks about like in the end, like how some newsrooms like have like just shifted altogether. Their demographics have just like wildly shifted,
and the inability of people to move up in the company. It's a big part of it.
Yeah, indeed, yes, as well. That's the thing that it talks about as well. So it makes these claims, and it specifically like I think something it adds to this conversation, at least I hadn't seen previously, is the idea that this is generational, right? When we've talked about this before, it's just been white men in general are having some sort of issue, right? Or being oppressed, whatever, right? Specifically, this points to there was a point in time, right, around 2012, 2014, right, where there was a shift in mindset, and like hiring practices changed, and that hit millennials specifically very hard. And the Gen X white men, right, were fine with it. In fact, according to the article, they assisted because they were in charge of these departments, and it wasn't like a black man or a black woman there like was pushing these policies. This is Gen X white men, according to the article, pushing these policies, right, and saying how much of an ally they were, So it's a fascinating article. Suggest you all take a look. So I want to know, like, what are your thoughts about like the evidence presented, and do you think that we need a better approach? Do you think that the article is completely spot on? We'll just see where we go from there. But we'll start, of course, because it's his time to shine. Start with Lactoid.
All right, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I actually did this debate a few weeks ago with Gibbs. Before I did the same debate today with Gibbs. Before I'm about to do another debate on this topic with Gibbs.
Someone get this man a cape.
I'm going to give an intro here that I had written down, and it's going to sound a little bit familiar to Gibbs, but probably not for the rest of you. So I'm going to read part of what I had written before. DEI can mostly be explained by must be defined by explaining each of its component in 3 words. Diversity, increasing the amount of individuals from communities that are perceived to be different than the perceived dominant group, in this case white men, for its own sake. Equity, giving specific advantages, resources, or preferences to non-white men or women in order to achieve a equal outcome, specifically measuring equal on a group level as opposed to any kind of individual level. And inclusion, aiming to create an environment more attractive to minority groups by aiming to make those groups feel more comfortable, and simultaneously, often, making white men feel less comfortable. Therefore, DEI is a broad umbrella term that includes a multitude of policies ranging from enforced quotas, affirmative action, bias education plans, and monetary benefits for those not considered part of the dominant group, aka all the non-white, non-straight men and women. I will argue that broadly, with a few exceptions, DEI policies in the United States should be opposed, and they're bad and they're racist for the following reasons. They're patently unfair in that they treat individuals as merely members of a group as opposed to individuals with their own lives and experiences, and then discriminate against said individuals. 2, they serve to undermine individuals' own conscience by pushing left-wing ideology that opposes things like liberty, locus of control, market freedom, and in some situations, parental rights. They are definitely left-oriented in their aims. And 3, they put less qualified people into positions of public trust when a meritorious system would yield more qualified people. I had written down a bunch of examples of this. However, I think it's more topical to talk about the examples that were presented in the article by Mr. Savage. He puts down a lot of numbers, which I think is helpful, because oftentimes when we start talking about DEI, especially now that it's less popular, right? A couple of years ago, you wouldn't have had this problem. But now that it's less popular, people want to deny what it means, right? People don't want to talk about its existence. Oh, that's not DEI. That's that doesn't happen. What are you talking about? That's nothing. That's just sending out more flyers or mailers for the job opportunities. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. He goes through, in painstaking detail, through multiple institutions, many of which he tried to apply to, the number of applicants and the number of people who moved on to the second round, the short list, and the people who were eventually hired. And what you see consistently amongst a lot of these organizations, including NPR, which, by the way, is at that point in time the government, the vast majority of the people actually getting hired are not white men, despite the fact that in many cases most of the applicants are white men. That group is shrunk and shrunk and shrunk until it is underrepresented of its population group in America, and other groups do not have the same treatment. I understand his frustration. You look at a bunch of old white men who are in positions of power and you say, hey, look, white men are doing fine, while ignoring the large group of young white men who are not them, who do not share their individual experiences. They are not them. They might share a skin color, but they are not them, and they have to suffer the consequences for that, for something they didn't choose. Which, I mean, if we want to say discrimination is fine, okay, but you can't have it only one way. You can't have it, well, it's okay when we do it, but it's not okay when you do it. There's plenty of other examples I'm sure we're going to get into. Affirmative action, I think, is the kind of most historically prolific one. Grants that DEI, city DEI programs in which they have grants exclusive to certain racial groups and minorities, as opposed to that you're just simply not eligible for if you're a white man. Scholarships, of course. And let's not forget the President of the United States saying you're only eligible to be in the Supreme Court if you're a black woman. And by the way, you're also only eligible to be my vice president if you're a woman, preferably black. I think there's a little bit of a counter-push to this, but I'm concerned that we're kind of the backlash to that might be coming too quickly. Regardless, DEI sucks. It's racist, and I think we all should have been ashamed, or a lot of Americans should have been ashamed for ever supporting it in the first place.
Thanks so much, Lactoid. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Okay, so I'm probably going to agree with most of what Lactoid says here, so I don't really need to reinvent the wheel or reiterate. I want to talk about it from like a libertarian perspective, right? So first and foremost, I do not care if a company wants to hire all women or all blacks or all Indian H-1B visas or whatever. Let that company survive in the market whatever way that they will. Right. So if a private institution, be it academia, be it, tech company, whatever it is, they want to engage in the market. And the way that they want to do that is by refusing to hire white people, then let them see how they fare, right? And against companies that will hire white people, especially when they're specifically targeting minority groups that are, a small portion of those hiring, they're just not going to get the best of the best if they're being racist in their hiring practices. The problem with DEI that most people don't understand is that it is anything but a free market. It is heavily mandated, subsidized, regulated, and forced across the entire global economy. So I'm going to just touch on a few ways that this is a problem. Starting with the weaker arguments, right? You have Title IX, which comes in 72, and this has been used to have a lot of legal restrictions in academia and supposedly private institutions that come under public authority because of student loans that demand that women, get grants, that women get opportunities not based off of merit, but based off of the fact that they're women, sports programs, etc. Then you get, affirmative action, which, at one point in time, maybe even made a little bit of sense. But it definitely didn't make sense all the way up until 2023, where Harvard finally loses in the Supreme Court to actually make affirmative action supposedly illegal. And what do we find is that Harvard is still engaged in affirmative action. They're just doing it under different means, and they're finding loopholes. The other part is that, so this is part of one of the things that Trump stopped is the equal opportunity. So under the law, employers have been forced across the entire country to where companies that are of over the size of 100 employees are looked at based upon disparate impact theory. So critical theory has been the law of the land under the Biden administration that has demanded that companies that have a disparate impact, which is they hire too many whites, to be investigated by the federal government and potentially fined or, face criminal charges because they don't hire enough minorities. But that doesn't work the other way around. In no way, shape, or form is there a disparate impact where a tech company hires 97% or 94% or 68% minorities and doesn't hire that many white people. Now, there are other programs that aren't necessarily racist and aren't necessarily anti-white, but do have an effect, right? Walmart uses this massively where they use work opportunity tax credits, right? So there are a bunch of government programs that are designed to help underprivileged people, and these people have DEI advisors and people like that working in them, so that if you want to get a $98,000 per employee tax credit from the IRS, then you need to make sure that you hire underprivileged people. This is people that were formerly in prison, people that are low socioeconomic status, etc. And you have DEI advisors at these companies working within this system so that they gamify the system to specifically try and help minorities. And helping minorities means you get tax credits, you get tax write-offs, so long as you're not hiring too many white people. And it's like a suburban kid that gets kicked out of his house for some reason isn't worthy of a tax credit, but a black kid that comes from a poor neighborhood, he's worthy of the tax credit. And so these are things that have what you might say a disparate impact on whites. But of course, it's only in one degree. You have a ton of federal grants. The Biden administration had a legal demand from the Department of Justice that all grants that in each domain, depending upon what they were dealing with, 10 to 20% of them, regardless of merit, had to go to people of color and minorities. So this is government tax money legally required to sometimes discriminate against white people if there are too many white people in that category. You have massive, this isn't government institutions, but this is moneyed interests, and they are wrapped up in governments and wrapped up in NGOs, Ford Foundation, Chan Zuckerberg, Rockefeller Foundation. You have a lot of large things that do get government money, that do work with governments across the globe that are massively pushing this. One of the biggest offenders would be the ISS and Glass Lewis and Company, which have 97% of the entire U.S. market in terms of private equity advising. And both of these people, until the Trump administration came in, have been heavily pushing diversity, equity, inclusion. So what does this mean? This means that if you are a corporation operating in the United States and you do not get a high enough ESG score, you will be lambasted by these private equity advisor companies, these two that have 97% of the market, and you will be ranked lower, you will lose money, and most importantly, you will get higher interest rates on all loans that are needed to do day-to-day basis. Now, it's also important to note that until 2024 under the Biden administration, the Security and Exchange Commission was working with NASDAQ, and NASDAQ specifically made it a requirement that if you were a corporation and you were on the NASDAQ, that you had to report your filings on your diversity in your board and within your company, and that they demanded that you explain exactly why publicly you were not hiring enough people. You had to go through this kind of like struggle session. And that was stopped by the Fifth Appellate Court in 2024, and that's on pause, potentially going to the Supreme Court to determine whether or not the Security and Exchange Commission can just like violate the Civil Rights Act because it's not intended for white people or some shit. It's also important to note that BlackRock, Vanguard, and many other major hedge funds, they cede voting authority on most issues to ISS and Glass Lewis and Company. So these private equity advisors that are heavily pushing this are also getting the majority of the voting on like what proposals different boards and things like that take care. Now, you also have the UN, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all have sustainable developmental goals of different types where they are pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they're working on regulating. Now, the biggest dampener towards a company being incapable of not bowing down to the woke mob and intentionally refusing to hire white people and actively and systemically and racially motivated discrimination of white people across the entire world economy is the green bond scheme in the European Union. The way that the green bond scheme works is that if you are a company, you can meet certain voluntary goals. And what these voluntary goals are is they allow you to issue bonds that are separate from regular corporate bonds or stock. These are called green bonds. These bonds in many countries, like in France, have tax-exempt status. So what you can do is you can issue bonds, and those bonds can be exempt from taxation in certain countries, or they have less regulations, and they identify you as one of the good guys. In order to be able to issue these green bonds, you have to have high ESG scores, environmental sustainable governance, which is essentially diversity, equity, inclusion is heavily a part of the governance portion and the sustainability portion, and even somehow magically a part of the environmental situation. And if you doubt me, all you need to know is that Tesla has one of the lowest ESG scores of any corporation in the world. The company that makes electric cars and solar panels and batteries has one of the lowest environmental scores compared to companies that literally destroy the environment and get conflict minerals in Africa from slavery somehow get better scores. And the reason they get better scores is because it's not about environmentalism. It's about a scheme of funneling tax dollars into NGOs that then purchase green bonds. And so the problem is if you are a company, even if you are in America, even if Trump stops every bit of this DEI bullshit, if you operate in the global market and you do not follow diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives heavily, then you are at a massive disadvantage of working in the entire EU, and you will be bullied into either doing this or being at a massive comparative disadvantage like Tesla is, despite the fact that Tesla should have a high ESG score. So that's just some of the examples of how world governments, financial institutions, etc., have forced a systemic global oppression of white people so that they can advantage blacks and women and other minorities. Not minorities, because at a global scale, whites only make up like 7% of the population, but like in Western societies where they are a majority in most of those countries.
Okay. We're already have plenty to discuss there. But thank you, Scott. Let's go to our friend. And before then, thank you, Frozen Knight, for being so kind as to follow us even a long-time Twitch supporter. Thank you for following us on Kick. But okay, go ahead, Corey.
I'll try to keep it brief. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCam84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, and Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And on the topic of my Substack, okay, I wrote about an experience at a biotech company that I had. And so I'm a millennial male, but I'm Canadian, okay? And even though I'm not white, I'm essentially treated as white because I'm effectively pretty much white, at least presenting. But yes, I'm Canadian, so maybe my experience with DEI might be a little bit different. But generally speaking, what happens in the United States at this level, and Canada is, I think, overall more a little bit left-leaning than the United States overall. But I got hired at a company where I can read you. So in my post, I go through in detail, okay, pretty much my entire experience there, the hiring process and all that stuff. You can even see the offer letter that they gave me. But they have a diversity statement, and I could read it. Diversity is ingrained in our company DNA. Currently, 80% of Ellie's team identify as women, and 60% as part of another minority group. We are committed to building a truly inclusive environment as an equal opportunity employer. And well, I got hired at this company. And like, although I was fired after 5 days, but I don't take it personally. And well, I'm sharing this. It's on my Substack. And included in there are audio recordings of my final meeting with them. Okay. And I make my case of why they fired me after 5 days. But at the end of the day, I didn't cry like a baby like Lactoid. Okay. I'm now self-employed. I find it so funny that like Lactoid likes to talk about locus of control, okay? But like now then when he's the victim, okay? Now when the shoe is on the other foot, okay? Now it's like, oh, I can't control anything. I'm now the victim. Because at the end of the day, he's just a big baby, okay? That's why I can bully him so easily like I did like a month ago, okay? When I bullied him so hard that he accused me of toxic masculinity. Never forget that, okay? Because when pressed against the wall, Lactoid goes woke. Because at the end of the day, he is a socialist, okay? He's a baby. And so if you're not getting hired, okay, at this point, that's on you.
You made a baby take his shirt off? Is that what you're saying?
We
Yeah,
did.
I did.
No, it was
Kind
child
of creepy. I don't know.
It was child porn here.
And he was so scared to do it. Okay, that he need to be paid to do it. Okay,
And the TikTok just got deleted.
Yeah, right. Indeed, right.
Sorry,
but,
Ollie. I don't know if you were streaming
okay.
it there.
Epstein.
This was the greatest opening Corey has ever made, right? The entire time. He's been here for many years. This was the greatest opening, right? It was fantastic. I'm not saying whether it was factually correct or not. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying as a piece of entertainment, right? As an artifact on this channel, as a text, this was the greatest thing Corey's ever done. And I loved every second of it. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's move on to our friend FQ.
Okay.
FQ, thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Okay. So I agree with the author, Jacob Savage, that white millennial men have faced discrimination. And Lactoid and Fabian Liberty, they've already covered most of the evidence, and I'm sure they probably research this more and they will get more into it probably like throughout the rest of this discussion. So I am not going to focus on that. What I'm going to focus on is the other question, which is what has the impact been of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion upon our culture, and specifically on these three different areas. And the reason I want to focus on that, and why I don't want to focus on proving or disproving it in my opening, is because I have a sense of what I think the opposition is going to say. I think the opposition is probably going to say something to the effect of that white men are simply learning what equality feels like. People of color have suffered for years under discriminatory hiring practices. And just as Corey just mentioned, you know, why should we care about white men complaining and crying about not being hired? And I think that there are roughly 3 reasons for that. The first one is that 2 wrongs don't make a right. And I think that this is something that is true both for some, not all, but for some white men. And I also think it's true for some people of color who have promoted DEI, which is that there seems to be and this is shared across the political spectrum, a politics of resentment, where the goal of talking about DEI is not really about trying to figure out what policies make for a good society, what policies are needed, what improves and makes the Americans' lives better. The point is to stem from a politics of resentment. It is to say, aw shucks, now you know how it feels. Okay, sucks to be you. Okay, I have committed an act of revenge. And I think that that fails horrifically as a serious legal justification. That is not a serious argument. So I do not take that seriously. So that's the first reason. The second reason is I just want to ask about what the impact has been. So while it may be true, and it is true, that people of color have been discriminated against for years, and not just by hiring managers, but in multiple spheres throughout our lives on the basis of skin color, the fact that when we look over the stats, that despite this huge, massive push for at least accelerated over the past 15 years, the majority of people that are still in positions of power are still majority white, and it still did not usher in this golden age of diversity, equity, and inclusion, it seems, based off of the stats that we can see. I'm not really sure how effective these policies were in achieving even what they claimed or wished to, which means that their selection can't be boiled down simply to racism, and that there is some other systemic factor that is preventing people from diverse backgrounds from being successful within these different fields. And finally, the third one, which is one I hope that we can get into. These policies, especially over the past 15 years, and I think that Scott and Lactoid have both mentioned this. I think that there are policies before, when the article starts off at about 2014, like we can go back to 65 with Lyndon B. Johnson with the affirmative action. We can go to the 70s for, is the American with Disabilities Act from George Bush, is that DEI? Are veterans benefits, is that DEI? Yes. I think there are, I think what I'm going to say here is not going to be a surprise. I think there are some DEI policies like veterans benefits, like the Americans with Disabilities Act, that I don't think that I have much of a problem with, which we can get into. But the overall impact of the types of policies that we're talking about have been a dispiriting disaster for the American people. Over the past 15 years, faith in public institutions has largely eroded. We are on the brink of a horrific future and major backlash as a consequence of this cultural shift. The three that he mentions across universities, journalism, and media, the evidence suggests that overall overwhelming negative effects. Academic freedom was constrained, trust in media has eroded, and storytelling in television and film does not seem to have truly achieved greater diversity, and it does not seem to have improved in quality, which I grant you is a subjective statement I'm making, but we can talk about like the films that have won like the Oscars like over the past 15 years, and we can compare them from 1995 to like 2010, as well as like television shows that have come out like comparatively between these past 15 years. I grant you it's subjective, but my subjective opinion is that from 1995 to about approximately 2010, that most television that produced arguably some of the greatest American television that we have ever seen. And we have not seen a reawakening of that. And I think that some of that is due to these policies. So I emphasize this because, and I'll stop here. I'm going to pause here. I don't want it to be the case when the opposition says, well, we know that there are fewer young white men being hired. We just don't care. Sucks to be you. Why should we care? I don't want the conversation I want to explain why we care. And the reason why we care is because it's unjust. Two wrongs don't make a right. And it seems to have not been effective in promoting diversity. And three, it has had an overwhelming negative effect on the cultural morale of the American people, as is evidenced by what is happening right now.
I appreciate that, FQ. FQ had an inkling of what the other side would say because we had a conversation yesterday,
we did.
Right? Where I talked about, so she had an inkling of what other people would say. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving on. Thank you, FQ. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, first I want to say, Lactoid is right. Some of what I'm going to say is going to sound very familiar, Lactoid. We've debated this many times now. But I actually brought a second half specifically for this debate because I feel like I think there's some new that needs to be added to this, right? And I want to talk about two values that are key, right? And one of those is bitch assness. And the second one is corruption. And basically, if you advocate or push for DEI, you have a severe case of bitch assness. That's what you have. It's pathetic. It's sad. You're a loser. And it's really that simple, because all it is it's saying you are not good enough to do this on your own. You're a pussy. You needed help. And guess what? Here's my dick to you. Suck it, and we'll just take you to the promised land. And that's what it is. It's welfare. It's DEI in hiring. It's affirmative action. It's all these things. It's bitch assness, right? And it's really pathetic. And we see this, it doesn't come out with the good outcomes. We talked earlier, the first debate I was on about this. We looked at the NFL, and we looked at how, meritocracy actually made the best system here. They picked off who was the most athletic, and now 48% of coaches are African American. Now we have 16 of the first starting 32 quarterbacks right now are African American, and it goes higher when we talk about the mixed race people going in. Now, going on to my second point, which is corruption. I am Hispanic, and I earlier dressed as a luchador, and now I'm dressed in my Dominic Mysterio gear, and it says Sucio, specifically because this is going to be a callback to something, but I know that a part of Hispanic culture is cheating. We are all corrupt, cheating bastards, whether it's in relationship, whether it's in business, or whether it's in education. And I knew that, hey, if someone else is going to take this piece of shit advantage that these bitch asses have put in, then I'm just working at a disadvantage. So I, being an intelligent Hispanic man, decided I was going to cheat. I was going to cheat and take advantage of this situation. And guess what? When I applied to colleges, one of the programs I applied to at Texas A&M that let me into a bunch of classes was this program called Aggie Access. And when I got in there, I tried to sit there and stomach it. But it was literally, should have renamed the program, should have been How to Make a Man a Bitch. That's what it was. You would go in there and you hear about how evil white men are, how gender studies is good, how basically we should take our dicks and tuck it and be a vagina, and how no black man can do anything without, the help of daddy government. And it was disgusting. And I eventually couldn't take the benefits of it and had to drop that program and leave. But it did help me get an A&M, because guess what? I'm Hispanic and I qualified. And that should gross you out. It's disgusting. It's pathetic. And listen, I got to say, as somebody that's Hispanic, if you don't go and take these kind of advantages, it's gross. But the rest of your life, you feel gross, because it's like, let's say I compared to Lactoid and he's fully white and I look fully white. He looks fully white, but I'm technically Hispanic and we have the same grades. Guess who's getting in? Not his bitch ass, my bitch ass. And guess what? I feel like a puss. I feel like a pussy, and you should too. Because if you have to take these advantages to get somewhere, it's a gross thing to do. It's gross, but unlike these other people, I'll admit that I'm a gross individual, and I will take those advantages as long as these dumbasses keep giving them to me. And I just want to say we should abhor that. We should move towards a full meritocracy and get rid of these advantages, because there's no benefit. It breeds a generation of pussies. That's what we're going to get if we keep doing this. And I'm sorry to say, I like to eat pussy. I don't want to be a pussy.
You mean like Lactoid?
Amen.
Shots fired.
You really want to see my nipples, Corey?
No, actually, I don't. No, I don't.
You really want to see them?
It's
For a
very
second
weird.
time, you do.
When did
Can
I say
see
that
your
so
nipples?
far?
Okay.
I don't. Believe me, I don't.
Okay.
I can tell you why, but that'd be too mean.
Calm down.
You want to tell him why you want to see his nipples?
No, why I don't.
Why he doesn't? He just wants my shirt off. He doesn't want to see my nipples.
confess.
If you
it
want to
sounds
show
like.
your nipples, Lactoid, I'll look at them.
Put yeah, you can put like a nipple tape. That's what the e-girls do, right? Over.
He has a piercing he doesn't want to show. Is it the left one or the right one, Lactoid? Is it the left one or the right
stab
one?
through the tape. I can't. Yeah, I can't. Like, shit gets kinky over at my house. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, is it the left one or the right one? Is all I need to know.
I know weird shit happens in Lactoid.
yeah.
I'm positive for that part. Well, let's go to
foot
our,
stuff, maybe weird foot stuff.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Foot stuff, nipples. This is way
like
too
a
much.
He doesn't like to eat the puss, but he likes to eat the foot.
Lactoid looks like a foot guy.
Whoa, let's not go too far. What the fuck?
You guys are going too hard on the foot stuff, people, okay? Because I have been on foot fetish websites against my greater judgment, and I was expecting to see very weird shit. Have you ever been on Feed Finder? It is literally just tasteful photos of women with long legs. I was so confused. I was so confused. I was like, clearly these are degenerates. I have to see what they're into.
Why are you shutting down the people of color at the bottom of the problem? They wait till last.
I know I'm more classic, but you know.
All right.
It's reverse DEI.
One we will prevail, apparently.
Let's
It is very-
let's
very
go
sus.
to our friend Ali.
Yeah, this article was such a tough read. Like it was so whiny. It was so, and then watching Lactoid and Fabian and Gibbs especially talking about, I don't want to see no pussy meritocracy. White people have never done meritocracy, right? There's always been nepotism, right? There's always been nepotism. And for the record, for all the white people who didn't get the nepotism, the minorities have told you, old white people who run these businesses kind of fucking suck. They kind of fucking suck. They think about their bottom line. They don't really give a fuck about you as an individual. So all this like whining and crying, I don't fucking know, man. And to Fairy Queen, no, it's not so much that like, oh yeah, you just deal with it. This just kind of feels like all lives matter, where like black people were telling you for a while, hey, there's police brutality, police are killing us in the streets. No one wanted to listen, no one wanted to care. And then there's just this counter of like all lives matter. Well, no, it's not just black lives that are being killed. Cops are brutal to everyone. Well, how come you didn't say anything about it until the black people said something about it? Same thing here. How come no one's complaining? No one complained about the nepotism or any of the shit until the minority started to get a little bit of a leg up through some government assistance. I mean, listen, as far as I can tell, what we were told was, hey man, go learn a new skill, pull yourself up by the bootstrap. I don't fucking know. So I guess you should put that shoe on your guys' foot and pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, right? That's kind of like I don't know what anyone wants. That's going to be the response is learn a new skill, learn a different way to diversify yourself from all the other white people, right? Because that's what we had to do. We had to find ways to diversify ourselves and find, ways to get into the hiring pool. It wasn't, you guys had your nepotism. We have our DEI. And, now it's a fair game. Now we get to play the game.
I'm sure my conservative friends will love that one. But thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, our good friend, Bam.
So I actually have this. I'm going to be in my Scott mode a little bit. I have a little bit to say. Hopefully it's not going to be quite as long as Scott, but I definitely have a lot to respond to. So when I first looked at this article, I wanted to, like, it did try to give specifics, so I tried to look at a lot of the statistics it was naming and going to see where they were backed up at. There's some reality. Actually, no, there's the only reality that people are going to have to deal with is the fact of, like, a lot of these industries, especially going into the mid 2000s, were so overrepresented by white men that any statistical shift is gonna feel like they're being completely degraded. So I wrote down a list of some of the things that was referenced. It looks like the Atlantic had went from like 58% male and 80% white down to 36% male and 66% white. Which is still outpacing white men. I'm about to say just in general, it's overrepresentative of white men in society. In general, the New York Times newsroom went from, I think about 25% of the U.S. population is white men. 25.
I'll respond to why that's completely wrong later.
It's white specifically men, not white.
I want you to be able to.
You're right.
I want you to be able to do your intro.
You're right. I appreciate you. I was about to say the New York Times newsroom is now down to 46% male and 66% white. I think the article referenced about 72%. It was 70% white male initially. Again, still overrepresentative of white men. It's just down from what it was. TV writings seem to be, that was the biggest shift. It looks to be down to 12% white men. I tried to look up what the reference to that as why. And a lot of the data I get had less to do with DEI and more to do with capitalism. There's a statistical fact that I was about to say, and this is true statistically and even like on its surface. Black people as a whole, I can't speak to all minorities, but Black people as a whole engage in more media than any other consumer on earth. Whenever it comes to television, movies, film, gaming, Black people are the consumers. So whenever you're going to be doing projects, if your interest is in capitalism, it seems to show time and time again that having black people in the room as actors and in positions of directing ends up leading to financial success in the company's bottom line, point blank, period. As I say, if you disagree with that, you're gonna have to show me the stat showing wise. I was about to say there were a few other stats about to say that I could point to about the shift, but I don't want to skip to another portion. Something that Scott said in particular, he was speaking to the idea of worker opportunity tax credits that companies receive for the hiring. I was about to say, first of all, these opportunities they actually can't qualify based off of race. They qualify based off of other things, which Scott did point to. He tried to essentialize them as race, but the things that worker opportunity tax credits qualify based off of is the being a recipient of SNAP benefits, living in a federal empowerment zone, temporary assistance for needed families, and ex-felons as a few examples, or veterans, being a veteran. And he spoke to a number of 98,000 per employee. The actual number, the industry average is about 2,400 per employee, which let's say is about 2 weeks work. I was about to say you're not going to hire an unqualified person for a $2,400 tax benefit, and these are in basic standard entry level jobs. Like I said, as a Walmart greeter or whatever, you're not going to bring on somebody because the hiring process costs nearly $2,400 to get someone properly onboarded, just for them to quit the next day, and they have to work for so long before you even qualify to receive those benefits. So I think that's overrepresented on how companies decide who and what they hire. Fairy Queen ended up giving a response. I would say she tried to make an assumption that I was going to say that, like, haha, this is revenge. This is just you getting what your comeuppance is. But she also contradicted herself and spoke to how none of these programs actually end up creating an overrepresentation of minorities, because she baked in the assumption that was their goal. And that's never been what the goal of the programs actually do to exist. As I say, first of all, there's no one set all rule. This is going to vary dramatically from company to company. But the generalized, about say the people who talk about these programs and who bring these onboard these programs into companies generally speak to a concept of whenever we're broadening your applicant pool and having an opportunity for someone else to come in and interview for it. Now, when it comes to something that is like based on some statistical merit and not just like a vibe check, because there are a lot of jobs that are honestly vibe checks, but when it comes to something where you have to take a test to qualify or things like that, if you come to two applicants that are showing pretty similar similar qualifications, if one person happens to be a minority, be that a woman, person of color, etc., it's so that you should make a consideration on the possibility that they had a different pathway of getting here. They might have had a hard opportunity to get here, and that shouldn't be your deciding factor, but that should be something that goes into the qualifications. To your decision, overall decision. Last thing I'll say, as someone who's an avid film and TV buff, if you ask any people the standard in the industry when you talk about what's popular and what good film was, people are going to speak to the 1920s to 1960s. That's considered the golden age of movies. I personally do prefer the 90s as far as film, but if you ask anyone about TV, they're going to speak about the 2010s onwards. We're actually currently in the golden age of television. Television has never been television has never been better than it is now. Let's say you can speak to shows like Breaking Bad. You can speak to shows like Game of Thrones. You can speak to shows like The Wire, Severance. You can speak to shows like Snowfall,
oh my God,
Atlanta.
So
like they're
So
about to say
Snowfall was great.
So, and this isn't, like I said, and I mean, this is my personal opinion too, but when I'm saying, when you speak to people who work in the industry, they say that movies aren't as good as they used to be, but people wouldn't say that about television. Television, due to having other people in the room, is actually the best it's ever been.
So I'm gonna I'll let you on. I'm just gonna say something very quick, then I'm gonna jump into the rest of y'all. I've got a list of things here, but I'm not gonna do them all yet. I'll wait on that. Just one thing. Then I'll and it's to you, Gibbs. Right? You said the NFL, right? Like that's an example of the meritocracy. the black coaches.
Oh yeah, that's such a good example actually. So we listen right now. They have 6 of 32 African American head coaches. However, if you look at assistant coaches, that's just what the quick search said. But if you look at the assistant coaches, 47 to 48% of assistant coaches in the NFL are now African Americans. We can look at like quarterbacks. I think that the NFL and the NBA actually are great examples of this with meritocracy, right? Like this is kind of thing. Even if you're like racist, if you own a team, you're going to want the best athlete on the team, right? The best one for your system. And these systems, both in all these cases, they basically like included people. Like no one's asking for DEI for white people for the NBA or DEI for white people for the NFL. It's just ridiculous when we look at what system solves this problem. It's meritocracy.
Okay, all right. So 2 things. One, quickly, Horseradish. Thank you for rating the channel a little while ago. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well.
Hello,
you might be Horseradish. And follow the channel, everyone who's just arriving here. Love to have you here, having great conversation. And thank you for the resub. Respect has been here like the longest of anyone else, I think. So much appreciated. But okay, to yours.
Everyone wants to speak.
To you, really, race in America. People are excited to talk about this. Okay. Let me put the banner.
You said this was my topic, Prime. So
I'm a white millennial male, so I
Christmas, my Christmas present.
Hey, I look white. I'm gonna claim it right now.
You're not a millennial.
You don't look white.
I am.
I love you.
I
But you
did
don't
put
look
the
white.
banner up. And
damn it with these stupid fucking banners.
Scott's
You could be Italian.
Scott's
just makes everything on my fucking screen tiny.
Piss Scott off.
Scott's going to be annoyed if I don't put the banner up. Okay.
All right, let's make some fun. Put on the music, Prime. Put on the music.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Uh-oh.
But anyway, to our friend Gibbs, right? The NFL has the Rooney Rule. The Rooney Rule says that you must, the Rooney Rule says that you are now required to interview a black coach, right? When you're doing an interview process, right?
Sure.
That's literally DI. Literally DI. But beforehand, right? The reason why they put the Rooney Rule in was because there weren't black coaches. Because there was a limit. That was the reason why they put it.
That's not it.
This is a misnomer. Hold on. If anything, the Rooney Rule has held them back because instead of hiring qualified coaches, they've had to fire a lot of these coaches quickly, and that's really fucked them up. And that does hold them back. I think it would be a much higher percentage for head coaches and assistant coaches if they got rid of the Rooney Rule. Because right now, what we're seeing,
they had
interviewing
black
because this
They don't have to hire a black coach. They just have to interview.
they don't have to hire the black coach.
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. These coaches, these owners will hire. Listen, you're telling me right now, if Jerry Jones is offered 2 candidates and one was a black man and one was a white man, and the black coach was Nick Saban level, but at NFL for if he was the Nick Saban of the NFL,
racist ass Jerry Jones.
Hold on, hold on. Yeah, that's my exact point. Racist ass Jerry Jones. If he had a black coach that was basically be the greatest all-time coach, or he had a white guy that would make them so decent they maybe win 1 Super Bowl in the next 5 years, who would he hire?
Neither of those things exist.
He would hire the Nick Saban.
Neither of these people have ever been. Neither of these in the NFL. When you're typically hiring someone who's never been a head coach before, or if they have been,
he would hire the best person possible. That's like
I'm just saying that like qualifications don't really.
Jerry Jones, the reason. Hold on. Actually, Jerry Jones is the reason they have a salary cap in the NFL is because people like Jerry Jones. He would probably hire an all-black team. Maybe if it was all the best athletes, he would pay for Adrian Peterson in his prime to come back from wherever. He would pay for whoever he wanted. That's what he would do. It didn't matter the race, and we know Jerry Jones would do that. That's why they have a salary cap.
Okay. All right. So literally a DEI rule embedded into
it's holding them back
the NFL. I just wanted to get out there. I have lots of things to say, especially to FQ. But we'll do that later. But we'll go. Corey, I'm sure, has something to say to FQ too. But let's get your hands up. So we got Corey. We got Lactoid. We got our friend Scott. We got.
I'm sure I'm gonna want to go, but I'm sure somebody's gonna say something to me, and I'm just gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna say something to you. So
right.
Oh, all right. Well,
bring it on,
Corey,
white man.
Lactoid, Scott, Ali, and we're good now. Okay. All right. So
Corey,
let's go,
that's everyone.
Okay. I'll be quick. So. There was an article that was published as a direct response to this Lost Generation article, and like
we can hear someone typing. If we could.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I apologize.
No worries, no worries.
And there's some.
I was about to get blamed.
There's some graphs in there, and like so, let's say there's a graph that like if you look at the arts, okay, there's a graph percentage of people between the ages of 30 and 39 who worked in arts media, okay. There's maybe, if you look at white men, there's like maybe a little bit of a dip, but overall, I would say there's no aggregate change. And then when you look at the earnings distribution of white men in the top 20, top 10, 20, and 50%, overall, no change. And so I can concede that maybe if you look close enough in some certain industries, okay, there might be some disproportionate effect on white men who are millennials. But I would say overall in the aggregate data, I see no signal, but I'm open to be proven wrong. At least this is just one article. There might be other ones out there with other stats. But then I'd be curious to know also that, because like, at least I think I've even heard Lactoid make this argument before of like, just because you see a disparity, that doesn't mean there is racism. So even if the stats in the article are true, how does that indicate that it's anti-white racism? How are you going to make that point without invoking
With like the
anything
30
else?
Because
different things I brought up.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
because they're saying, like, I agree, you're right. Just looking at a disparity doesn't necessarily mean there's some kind of discrimination. There could be all
Just
sorts of reasons why.
Like the dozens of laws and things I brought up.
Yeah.
Well, no. So,
yeah. If I could finish, there could
Yeah,
all be
go ahead.
all sorts of reasons. For example, like on the prior panel, somebody brought up how like young women are much more likely to go into childcare. I think this is probably much more to do with like the proclivities of women and just like their personality types compared to some kind of systemic barrier of like young men going into like early childhood education or childcare.
You don't think we have a culture that tells men that arts is gay?
Hold on. Yeah, you can have like a. What I mean, I guess, by barrier is, you know, if I'm a guy who I enjoy like teaching young children or whatever, then going into that job, if I apply for that job, there's not going to be like literal barriers, like in the sense of, oh, you have to be better than like the women who apply, which is the case when it comes to affirmative action. You have to get higher scores. You have to be better. When it comes to qualifying for these city grants, you have to be part of these minority groups. You have to be.
You have to be better than them. You have to be a better applicant. The discrimination.
Well, so you mean you're
No.
I'm saying black? That almost sounds like black supremacy and systemic white racism.
No, he said that you have to be a better applicant to get the job, and that's unfair. That's what he just said.
That's not. That's no. So I said like with Harvard.
Are saying.
Okay, no. Listen, to get into Harvard, in order to have the same shot of getting in, you have to be substantially better. And there's stats on this are, if you're in the top 50 academic
I got into Harvard for the record.
If you're in the top 50th academic, give me a second. If you're in the top 50th academic percentage and you're applying to Harvard and you're a black man, your odds of getting in are about 22%. If you're in the top 10% and you're applying as a white man, your odds are 15%. You have to be in the top 10%. You have to be dramatically better, and you have a lower chance of getting in.
Of all applicants,
that's what I'm talking
applicants
about.
of white men.
What? I'm
of
saying
all
as a
applicants
percentage
of all or per capita applicants of white men.
It's per capita. It's a percentage likelihood of you getting in.
Yeah, but
so if you're a white man and you apply and you're in the top 10%.
Of white
top
men
10%,
or all applicants?
All applicants.
Okay, that's
all applicants. Okay. Yeah, if you're in the top 10% of all applicants, you got a 15% chance of getting in. If you're in the top 50 as a black man, 22% chance. Harvard was forced to release this data because of the lawsuit against them. These organizations don't want to release this data. They try to hide this data, right? No. Now, they will say like, oh, like we're committed to affirmative action, DEI, etc. Schools will hide it. I do think companies probably would.
Companies are more likely to brag about it because they get
of
financial incentive to do so, whereas schools that are tied to like government funding are more likely to hide it because they don't want to outwardly show that they're engaging in anti-white discrimination. Whereas like a corporation kind of needs to show it in order to get like, you know, in the green bonds
and also avoid
and things like that. So I'm just saying Harvard's more likely to hide it than Walmart or something.
That's fair. And also the interest is avoiding, like you said before Trump discontinued or issued the executive order discontinuing it, directing the EEOC to stop pursuing it, to avoid disparate impact lawsuits against their organizations because, hey, look how many people we've hired.
Let's let Corey respond to that. We'll go on to Lactoid, back to you. Gibbs, you're on the list. But go ahead, Corey.
So yeah, I'm open to the conversation in terms of like, let's say government institutions, okay, and those DI policies. But like, even in the article itself, I believe they were also invoking like private institutions, and I believe like you're in favor, you're not necessarily against a private entity having a DEI policy. Is that like a fair assessment?
I'm only against it if you're going to go after companies that discriminate against minorities. Like if you want to have like a no rules rule kind of scenario where you can be racist towards white people, but you can also be racist against everyone else, okay, fine, right? But if you're going to have a rule where no, you can only do the racism against specifically white people, and you can be open about that, but you can't be open or do it towards other people, no, that's fucked, right?
Oh, wait. Well, maybe I'm just not tracking. As in, you're against the policy of like, specifically a private institution having a DEI policy like the one I outlined, or even the one like I read of like, they're pretty much, let's say, they're almost explicitly anti-white. That is what you're against? A private company having that?
I'm against a private company. I'm against a country having a rule saying you can only.
Well, I didn't say country. I said company, private company.
Well, I understand, but when you're asking me, do I think a company should be allowed to do this? You're asking me what kind of state policy.
Twitter's
do I
just
support?
a private company, bro.
So,
don't worry about the Twitter files.
So what I'm talking about is I think a country, because we're talking about policy here.
Sure. Yeah.
I think if we're going to have a policy of, hey, companies should be able to racially discriminate, that's okay, and then you can have DEI policies, and then you can grade people and all sorts of whatever fucking metrics you want. But this also means that if I'm like part of Racist Inc. and I want to manufacture Klan hoods and I just want to have white people working in my factory,
are you saying you want to do that? That's a self-report?
I don't want to do it. I'm saying if I
feel
did,
like you could do that if you wanted to. Though, what's stopping anyone from doing that? You can have an all-white.
It's called the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Okay.
If you're a small business, you can have an all-white company if you're in a white town and there's no minorities around. You can 100% do that.
No, you'll be fine.
Of the private companies that were invoked in the article, I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but like, did you, let's say, are you able to track down like every instance, every company that was mentioned or invoked, like they have a DEI policy and therefore it must be discrimination, or you're just assuming that the disparity is discrimination, anti-white discrimination?
I haven't gone through each and every company. I am assuming that the companies that were listed were companies that have some kind of DEI, especially around between 2014 and 2024, that these are companies that had a DEI policy specifically aimed, and I think that it was even mentioned in the article that like there was a couple which specifically stated, I think the Atlantic, for example, specifically stated that they were going to intend to hire less white men.
I think they say that.
There's testimony from like CEOs, but whether there's an actual company-wide policy that's ingrained.
Okay, but if a CEO is saying that, I'm going to take their word.
Source. Okay, this is Reddit
absolutely.
energy.
But
Can we get to a real conversation?
Wait, the last thing that shut up. God. So then I would ask you, okay,
love the energy.
Why is it not reflected in the overall aggregate
HGH.
data? Why is it not overall reflected in the aggregate data then in that article? That's the last thing.
Yeah, so I don't know. It could be that there's like other confounding variables. I have noticed that like as a percentage, it has in some of the metrics, for example, and it's not a lot, but like if you look at overall like earnings, for example, like you do see a slight drop. It is like only by a few percentage points, and you especially see a pretty massive. No, it's not massive. I agree overall. I agree it's overall like not massive. It very well could be that there is a sort of a separate economy, and the article touches on this, that there's a sort of separate economy that's developed, like the podcaster bros, cryptocurrency bros, et cetera, that's sort of developed because these people have been kind of excluded from the primary market. And so they've sort of gone out and through like entrepreneurism kind of paved their own way. In fact, I think you said that you did that after you were terminated from your job, and you think that they probably had some kind of biased reason for doing so, and your response was making a job.
Most of us have
I'm
done
not complaining about it though.
Well, I mean, you did write a whole fucking essay about it.
Man, he's sitting in the cuck chair, so it's okay. If you sit in the cuck chair, it's okay, actually.
I was gonna say, I know we're trying to move around. I was about to say,
wait, if I'm the one that's not complete, like, if anything, I can make the argument that wouldn't you want this policy? Like, if you're selected, like I was selected, shouldn't that mean that you are actually meritorious? Like, this person must stand out. If like we're anti-white, but we're choosing this one white person.
What do you mean selected?
I don't think people care about that when getting jobs. Like
I know that they don't.
Being over, like, I overcame the odds, or
care about that.
I was given preferential treatment. Yeah. Like, I don't know if either of these things matter, but I don't think most people.
I think they
about
matter,
it.
but maybe not as much as people make it out to be.
Sure,
So-
but I think you guys would care, for example, if let's say you found out that like a company was like, oh well, in order for us to hire a black person, they have to have like on the actual stats, they have to have like a stronger resume because we have too many of them. Like if the NFL did that. I
I can understand disliking it, but he was saying, don't you like? I think Corey was pointing to like, don't you feel proud that you overcame those odds? And I was like, I don't think people.
I mean,
would feel
maybe.
bad about that.
Maybe. I
just
think
wanna
the
make
people
money.
that are probably more concerned are people that have like put in 150 LinkedIn applications and know that like maybe they would have gotten a fucking job already and been able to pay their rent if it wasn't for the fact that they're white, or vice versa. A black person learns that that they're at a company, and then they learn that like, well, they probably only got hired because they're black, and your white people that you're getting promoted above are probably better than you, but I mean, you're black, so go ahead and get in there, Blackie. You're our token. Like both of those probably feel real shitty.
I don't think they do. I think people make money. That's what I'm.
I want to say one thing. I want to say real quick, please.
I also don't think the second thing happens or the first.
I want to finish. This is really important.
Does that?
And this goes back to your back and forth with Gibbs that you had, Prime, and also this goes to. And I know I'm on the talking list, so I'll save it for that. Just keep in mind, like the split, black people are a minority, 13%. So if you just look at head coaches, 6 out of 32 is overrepresented.
Not in the NFL.
So
not for NFL players. People
yes,
in
the
NFL
NFL.
experience.
Black people are dramatically overrepresented.
No,
in the NFL.
you can't compare them to their population in the United States. You have to compare them with people with NFL.
Well,
experience.
white people are 8% of the population worldwide. So
yeah.
I'm saying they're like among NFL.
What are you saying? No, Bam's making a fair point.
NFL
Hold on, stop
experience.
interrupting. Bam's making a fair point, right? Like, how many black people are in the NFL? Is a better comparison if you believe in disparate impact theory.
Coaches are going to be people who have experience in the NFL.
No,
it's not on the players.
Experience.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about. So when you look at players, black people are dramatically overrepresented.
I know what you're saying.
Why are they overrepresented?
We agree.
That's a good question. Why are they overrepresented?
Why are they overrepresented? It's over. It's over. I think it's like 50. I think it's 53%.
Because of the warrior genes.
No, it's 53%.
And eugenics.
Meritocracy.
If Connor was here, he could tell you all about eugenics.
Okay. Look, I love my friend, my white nationalist friend. Okay, don't talk shit about. Anyway, it's 53% of NFL players are black. And you're right. It's only 19% of head coaches are black, and so you might look at that and say, hey, it looks like black people are only a little bit, by a third, overrepresented when it comes to coaching. But that's only when you compare it to the other positions that also pay millions and millions of dollars, in which black people are dramatically overrepresented.
Because again, people who get coaches and jobs in NFL you're going to expect people to have NFL experience, which is overwhelmingly black. That's why people expect more black people.
The draft from the coaches is generally the players. It's almost all players.
Yeah, but why did they get there? Hold on. The point he's making is meritocracy is already guaranteed they got there, right? Because they got there, unless you're going to make the argument that Homie was making earlier, which is all black people are dumb, which is I know what y'all aren't making, and that's why they only go athletics. That's what Joe Lewis was trying to say. But my argument was that because they're athletic, more athletic, they earn meritocracy into the NFL, and so because they've made it, they've gotten there, and the Rooney Rules held them back. So you're going to pick from the pool, and instead now they're being forced to do it.
Rooney Rule did not hold them back. Okay, so we'll move on to this point. Literally, the next person is Lactoid.
It is? Okay.
Yeah. But hold on. But what you do, guys?
I'll just finish my point then.
Well, just if you, I just want to say one thing to point you up his head.
Gibbs, Lactoid, and Corey. I put the stream together link in the chat, and click on the stream together link in the chat. Okay, great. So Lactoid, make whatever other point you're going to make. Then we'll go to our Scott. Scott, you're next. I see you, friend. Ali, Bam, Gibbs. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I answered Corey's question. Now, Bam, when you were going through, I'm going to criticize something that you've done.
Yeah.
Not only did you pick the very specific examples in which
I picked the most preferential example towards you.
No, you didn't.
I did. They said there's 12% in TV writing. Only 12% of white men are in TV writing. I said that's actually
I'm talking about with this. So you brought up the Atlantic, right? You said the Atlantic editorial staff went from 53% male and 89% white in 2013 to 36% male and 66% white in 2024. I don't think this means that white men, by the way, are, especially when it's less than half men. I don't think this means that white men are overrepresented.
No, it
but I
means
guess we can crunch the numbers.
white women are overrepresented, is what it means.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I thought.
So I think 24% of the 30.
Yeah, we can crunch the numbers in a sec. Yeah, sure. No, we can crunch the numbers in a second. But like some of the other ratios here that were listed are pretty fucking crazy. White men fell from 39% of tenure-track positions in the humanities in Harvard in 2014 to only 18% in 2023. Harvard, an organization that I've already expressed with facts that they are dramatically preferential towards minorities when it comes to admitting, and it appears, it would seem, as though they're also preferential when it comes to hiring. NPR, 78% of new hires
Tenure
are
track
people
isn't
of
the
color.
same as hiring, but yeah, it means promotion essentially.
No. I actually know this. So, a tenure track, when you get hired as a professor, you're on a tenure track, and if you don't, you're trying to get, you're usually like there for like a year or two.
Yeah, I don't want to get too specific. I mean, sometimes
okay,
you
well,
get hired as
I'll
adjunct and then go to tenure track, but fair enough.
Yeah, but if you can't get on tenure track as an adjunct, you don't stay long. You probably stay for like a year or two until you find a place that you can get. Yes, until you find a place that you can get.
My
on
point was
track.
minimal, but yeah.
And so,
that's fine.
sure, and so, but this is a massive drop off. At NPR, which is at this time was getting government money, 78% of all new hires were people of color. 78%. Bloomberg's done a report on this. The overwhelming amount of jobs from the bounce back following COVID did not go to white people. They went to people of color, disproportionately, and women, people of color as well. And so I just want to say, like, there's a bunch of other like companies that you didn't mention, but more importantly, I think you missed the point of what the author was trying to get at, which is you just listed the percentage white of the whole company, when the author was complaining about the white old guard not giving white applicants a fair shake, right? And this is, I think, the real perniciousness of DEI, where you look at a company and you say, well, look, it only went from 80% white to 60% white. Nothing's wrong. But if you look at the new hires, you could have 80, 90% of them be non-white, and it can still drop the percentage only 20% because you have this old guard of old white men that feel secure in their position of power. They've pulled the ladder up, and like, let's say a younger white man, a lot of people here on this panel or people watching, a lot of younger white men, they are not those people. They are not the old white men that benefit from having that security. They are the ones, as Scott talked about, that have 150 LinkedIn applications out, and they're fucking angry. This is why young white men are the ones being alienated, not old white men.
Okay, so
he did it to me. Can I respond to that?
That's the reason. Yeah, you should let him respond.
I was about to say, I don't want to make you think I was like ignoring certain examples. I was looking into the NBA article, and apparently I'll have to pull up the stats. I'll pull up where I found it at, but the NPR study has been pointed out that they differentiate between the category of new hire and replacement, a replacement of an existing position. So they're saying that if they create a new position, those overwhelmingly ended up falling to some minority, be that women, person of color, etc. But of all people who came on to, if for example, if someone leaves a position and they hire someone to replace that position, those positions went to to overwhelmingly white people. I think the breakdown ended up being 46% since COVID. I think 46% of NPRs, and I think this is true across all Fortune 500 companies, ended up being 46% ended up being white men still, but they use a statistic for new hire to describe new non-existing positions. I was about to say the second thing you said about the Harvard study that just took a couple seconds to look up. Now, again, this was a quick Google. I won't pretend that I did 16 searches on this, but it seems that Harvard, the Harvard numbers you're referencing about applicants doesn't do a delineation between standard academic applicants and athletic applicants. And there's an unfortunate.
There was a study on that.
I'm about to say that
Lactoid's gone over it on stream before.
Yeah, I've got to say, in fact, white people actually benefit from the athletic
benefit more than black people. But when you control for that, you can control for legacy, academic, and race. And if you get rid of the benefit of all athletics, which white people tend to benefit more than black people on, if you get rid of the benefits of the athletic benefit in admission, the legacy benefit, and the race benefit, only about even the ones that benefit whites, the legacy one that benefits whites disproportionately. But if you remove that and you also remove the race benefit, only about a third of the black applicants would have gotten in. 2/3 would have not made the cut.
Is this specifically to Harvard, or is this
specifically to Harvard?
Specifically to Harvard, because we have more David.
And NIPR working paper 2019. Yes, this is from 2019. And I also 94%. This is from Bloomberg. I want to see the thing that you're referencing with the NPR, because in the S&P 100 of the 300,000 jobs that were added following COVID, 94% went to people of color, only 6% went to white people.
Yeah, that's exactly that Bloomberg. That's it was NPR was referenced in that. That's for new created jobs. That's not for
Normally the S&P doesn't measure it that way, but I'll look into that.
Let's so we're gonna move on. So the order is Scott, Ali, Bam, Gibbs. She didn't say anything. I'm gonna put her in FQ. And then I'll go after that, Prime. So I'll say all the things I want to say then. But please, Scott.
Yeah, so a couple things. You kind of already tackled most of it, Lactoid, when talking about like the number disparities. But I want to add like another layer to why the article is, and this is hard to parse out in the data, right? This is more of an intuition thing, right? So I could be full of shit, who knows? But like, I think the article really points at more towards it is hitting heavily millennial white men even more than Gen Z white men. Gen Z white men are cooked in a lot of ways because of things, but Gen Z men are coming in with like a certain ideology. They're selling themselves in a certain like form of allyship, right? Like he talked about his friend Andrew in the article, right? Who was passed over by like younger people because, you know, obviously was a black gay man that like shot through the ranks very quickly. But it's also part of that is like his inability to culturally adapt to a workforce that is, you know, that hates white men, right? Like our culture is very much discriminatory and has a deep-seated hatred for white men. We see it constantly, and we don't really like, we're only just now on like places like Twitter and shit starting to see like the backlash from Gen Z young men, where, you know, it was apropos for like, you know, we all remember that New York Times Asian lady that like kind of got in trouble but didn't get in trouble for just saying the most vile shit about white dudes. You know, like one of the things I posted that I just thought was funny, you know, before stream was, you know, Zohran Mamdani's, was a director of appointments, right? You know, she tweeted out, you know, or wrote out in, 2016, you know, it's important that white people feel defeated. And like, nobody cares about that. And I was like, oh, but there was a controversy and she got fired. I wonder why. Actually, it was because of tweets about Jews that weren't even as bad from 2011 when she was 18. So you got to make sure that it's the right white people that you hate, right? Because, you know, Jews kind of live in this weird space where they're white when it's convenient and not white when it's not convenient. So I think that's like an important thing to understand, is that if you just look at overall metrics, you don't really get the full picture of like what it means to be a currently like 33, 32-year-old white male trying to work in business, when the younger generation is a part of a culture you don't understand and can kind of like get into companies, and the old guard, you know, are there. And so like, to point to that and tie it into what Fairy Queen was talking about a little bit, you know, I am a staunch capitalist, but, you know, nevertheless, this is the word the left uses, and it's a good one. Rainbow capitalism, right? There is a many companies want to justify to ISS and Glass and Lewis and BlackRock and Vanguard and the NASDAQ and, you know, the scheme of billions of dollars that, that help them, you know, when getting working with the IMF to work in, you know, underdeveloped nations, right? Like, we're talking about
Could you mute yourself, FQ? Please, go ahead.
We're talking about potentially trillions of dollars in the global market that don't necessarily hardline require you to be DEI, but you are far less likely to be able to access this money unless you have all of these enforcements. But they're not really changing the old guard, right? They're not really shaking up their corporation to make sure that, they have a whole black fucking, like leadership. No, what they're doing is they're finding a bunch of white women because they're technically DEI hires, and they're putting them in middle management positions and giving them authority. Like we see this so badly in the tech industry, where like you have a bunch of new jobs, right? And that's part of that thing with that Bloomberg, right? It's like all these new jobs were created that were like specifically not for white men. And a big chunk of that in a lot of companies is middle management, HR, administrative bloat, where they hire women and go, see, we're meeting our diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. But they're hiring women to do like insane, hiring practices that nobody can get through to push more DEI and bullshit. And then it's like there's a lot of men, especially in tech startups and in the tech industry, that just see a bunch of white women get hired to be their boss. They don't know a fucking thing about their job, but they're like, how many JIRA tickets did you do for this coding project? Okay, we have to have another meeting, and I need you to tell me, is this 2.5 or is this 3 t-shirts of work? And they're getting crunched under this, tyrannical, group of people that have no idea how the business even operates at like a ground level, so that they can meet these initiatives. But these companies, they don't want to get rid of the old guard. They just want to hire a bunch of bullshit employees and hopefully not give them too much power so they can meet all these standards, so they can have access to the green bond scam, so they can have low interest rates on, massive loans from banking, so that their stock portfolio can go up, and so that they can meet all the regulatory and legal requirements for government contracts and, lower taxes and things like that advantage them against another company that does enforce all this bullshit. We talked about, Bam, you talked about TV shows. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I just want to point this out, like maybe chew on this. In my social circle, my friends and my audience and like the people that I hang out with, maybe you're right. Maybe this is the golden age of TV. But I'm gonna tell you, most of the libertarians that I know, maybe not the conservatives, we all gave up on TV 10 years ago, and we don't watch anything from TV. They all watch anime. And the reason they all watch anime is because people tell us, go check out this new TV show. We watch it and we see fucking, dumb white guy, or we see the white guy is the criminal, and, we see woman power. And then at some point in season 2, episode 3, there has to be a whole fucking thing that is like preaching wokeness to us. And most of us are just like, we're tired of it. We cannot watch Hollywood because it's so full of leftist politics and like telling us that we're pieces of shit for being white, like everywhere, or be it subtle or be it right in your face. It's like, oh, I love Fallout. I love the Fallout series. Oh, I guess we're watching Quirk Chungus woman power. All right, there's a reason I don't fucking watch TV anymore. I go watch fucking anime so that I can actually watch something I enjoy.
Snowflakes. But Scott, even if you say, even if
so delicate.
I disagree with that, but I don't want to deal with the disagreement. I want to preface and say, like, even let's say if all of that's true, then the libertarian,
that's the perception, right?
No, yeah, sure, yeah. But I'm saying that, like, if that's the case, the libertarian capitalist argument would be, okay, then we're gonna make TV for the people who are actually watching, and that we probably should hire more black people.
Well, like I said, that's why a lot of us have shifted over to a competitor, right? Which is anime.
I mean,
a lot of us have shifted over away from Hollywood towards
I'm saying that I think we could look at the numbers of how much stuff is being watched and realize that
does anime portray like white people TV? As heroes or something? I'm confused.
Have you ever?
Like,
don't you know the best person to be in anime is white? There are memes all over the internet. There are memes all over the internet.
Asians love white
phrase
people.
And just say, be the type of American or be the type of white person that Japan thinks you are. Right, like because it's absolutely true that like it's like cowboys, badass dudes.
Yeah, then it shows. Well, hold on. Then that meme. Then it shows Bandit Keith from Yu-Gi-Oh. Listen, I love Yu-Gi-Oh and I love Bandit Keith as a throwback. I don't know that I want to be Bandit Keith from Yu-Gi-Oh.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like maybe you're right, but I just want to. And I'm almost finished. Right. I just 2 more points.
Can I?
The last 2 points. Number 1, to Ali. This is just a quick one. Whenever I hear the word weird, whiny, goofy, things like that, I kind of know that my opposition has no real argument, right? I laid out a whole bunch of different policies, institutions, global economic power, private equity firms and all these things. And it's like, oh, aren't you being so whiny, white men? Isn't it okay? And it's like, to me, that's not an argument. Hopefully you come back with one. And the last piece is to you, Bam. You said you were talking about the concept. You were kind of calling me out, I guess, but not quite calling me out on like the work programs and the economic developmental zones and things like that. I specifically stated, and you said this as well, right, that these aren't inherently race-based. The problem that I have with these systems is twofold. Number one, they almost always are, and they have most of them. I don't think there has been a new one in like a decade, right? This is from HUD. This is from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they're almost always predominantly black areas in inner cities, and they've because it requires local government and requires strategic plans and a lot of paperwork and actually a lot of money to be able to apply to the government to get your county or an area designated. It completely ignores rural whites and completely focuses on inner cities that have like neighborhoods of like low socioeconomic development. And like, listen, I understand if you think, I think, yeah, I can totally understand if like, again, I said, the problem with this is you can't have your cake and eat it too, where you care about disparate impact when it affects blacks, but then you don't care about disparate impact when it affects whites. That's why I brought that up. I didn't say that it was specifically like systemic racism against whites. What I'm saying is if a program specifically aids and targets and has a disparate impact that is beneficial to blacks, but not to whites, then you can't say, oh, I believe in disparate impact. Look at the evidence that like there's an overrepresentation of whites. This is bad. But then when there's an underrepresentation of whites, it's like, oh, well, who cares? Like that's not a problem because, whatever. And to just add that one point, you said, I said up to 9,800. That is the maximum.
You said very quick, Prime. One last thing.
I thought you said 98,000.
No, I said 9,800. Right. Right. I said up to 9,800 and you said the average is 2,400. I agree. But you don't also get to say corporations don't care about you. They only care about their bottom line. And then at the same time be like, why would Walmart care about an average of 2,400 free taxes from one employee when they're the largest employer in America? Like, nah, dog. They care. If they care about their bottom line and they're just greedy corporations, they're definitely going to get that 2,400 average check.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not. I'm not a leftist.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's true. He's not a leftist, which, a shame. Like, strive to be better, Bam. But okay, so we're going to go down the list. It'll be next Ali, Bam, Gibbs, FQ, me, then Lactoid. Lactoid, also click on the Stream Together link in the group DM. I'm
working on it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Scott, actually, my hand raise is actually the perfect reply to your question. So like you were saying that it's not a good argument that I was saying this sounds whiny.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason I said that, obviously you're going to do way more research than me, and you're going to have the details on this, World Economic Forum and all, right? BlackRock and all. But there are three paragraphs that stood out to me in the article, right? The first paragraph that stood out to me is when he's talking about Matt and how Matt goes, I thought I would just be a mediocre, one of those mediocre white jabronis who floats to the top and works forever. So I feel like there was no merit in his studies. He kind of just thought he was going to skate by and just get a job regardless. And then the other guy, Ethan, I operated under false assumptions, which the guy who wrote the article says it himself. He always had a vague and naive and frankly privileged idea that professionally everything would just work itself out. I was going to be a tenure track professor. That was my expectation. So he had no expectation to try harder. So that tells me that even if you're in the Ivy League, you kind of just skirted by on not your merit, but just an expectation that things were going to work out. Doesn't really tell me that you worked hard to try to differentiate yourself through the other Ivy League applicants who are going and applying for these tenured positions. You're not the only Ivy League applicant. And then when it comes then the other paragraph where they talk about white men shot out of culture industries didn't surge into high status fields. They didn't suddenly flood into advertising, law, or medicine, which are way less white and significantly less male than they were a decade ago. Right? White men dropped from 31.2% of law school matriculants, which fuck this guy, just say law students, but law school matriculants in 2016 to 25.7% in 2024, which which, mind you, with all the DEI in the world, Harvard isn't the only law school. Right? If you're not doing well in these other fields, you can apply to different law schools. You can apply to different fields in different schools. You don't have to go to the #1 school with the big brand name. You could still be a lawyer in through other, but they're not going to school for it. Right? To Lactoid's point, they probably just gave up. They're crypto bros. They're doing podcasts. They're walking around Dearborn with pork heads and pecans, whatever it may be. The white men don't want to go to school and they don't want to work in these fields, in the corporate fields, which better for them, right? Go be an entrepreneur, less than you being like some corporate stooge or worker. But that's kind of what I was saying, where this all kind of comes off, sounds like whiny to me. It's like these people just expected to have jobs. One of them literally says that they're going to be a mediocre white jabroni in the field. So with all these expectations,
that's meritocracy.
Yeah, just because you didn't get, that's my point. Just because you didn't get to skate by on the expectation that, if I just go to school, right, and I'm just some guy, I'm going to get a job and I'll just float on to the top. Yeah, well, you didn't. Other people, that tells me that you didn't have any differentiating factor about you. There was no wow factor that would require me that would want to be hired, especially in a field like TV writing, right? If you're already going in thinking you're going to be mediocre white jabroni, what does that tell me about the type of applicant that you were?
Yeah.
If that's the type of applicant that you said that you were going to, or that's the type of worker that you said you wanted to be.
So as a fellow millennial white man, right? I think that I think maybe you're misunderstanding the culture, or seeing it from the outside in, and that's a fair critique, right? This just sounds like a dude being like, well, why don't you I thought the American dream was that you work really, really hard and then that really hard work pays off. Why are you even mad about that? I think the problem is, especially you don't see this in Gen Z or maybe the younger millennials. You see this in the older millennials. And in the older millennials, I think there was this really pervasive culture when we were young, when we were kids, right? And it was sold to us and beat into our brains, where it was like, listen, you go to school, you go to college, right? You go into corporate America, you work a normal job, you do a normal thing, you buy a house, and that's the track, right? And so I agree with you that there's that unlike Gen Z or younger millennials, there's a lack of a hustle culture, right? Gen Z gets it. Gen Z is the world's fucked. Houses are $400,000 and rising. I gotta have a side hustle. I gotta have 10 things, right? But I think the difference is that boomers and Gen X beat into our brains that the world was going to be the same world as they had, right? And maybe that world discriminated against blacks to a certain degree. Maybe that world gave opportunities to others that didn't deserve it. But what has happened is not been we've returned to a state of non-racism. We didn't come to a colorblind society. And that's what a lot of young millennial men felt growing up. They were like, I have black friends. I think racism is evil. I live in a liberal world. I don't I can't, my dad says a racist or a gay joke and it pisses me off. We're going to be in this colorblind utopia. And then what happened is they tried to get into college, and then maybe they got discriminated a little bit in college, and then they tried to go into the job market, and Gen X said, this ladder, that whole thing we told you about, where you go to college, you do what you're supposed to do, you got $80,000 in student loan debt, and now you're supposed to be able to get a corporate job if you apply. Actually, fuck that ladder. That dream we sold you, it's for blacks only. Fuck you, Whitey.
Whoa. No. Wait, hold up. Wait, just not even 5 years ago, we had this entire fucking study about the black guy who had a bunch of applications sent in, didn't get any of those jobs, changed his name to a more white sounding name, got all the fucking interviews in the world that he could.
Studies in grad school. That's bullshit.
This is existed. This is existed.
No. It's bullshit
across the board.
Two things. It's bullshit for one reason. I'll start one. Those studies aren't repeatable if you take common black names that aren't associated with low socioeconomic status behavior. What they do in those studies is they'll grab them like they won't they right like
Buddy,
for
I have
example,
my name
like-
is Adis
like
Sahir. What
Michael-
application do you think someone's reading of
George Washington is a very black name, despite the fact that George Washington is our first president,
True.
right?
Yeah.
Right? And the thing is like, or let's say you call him Booker Washington, okay? Black as fuck. But if you take someone and you name him Lamangelo Tyrone something, people look at that application and go, this looks like a ghetto person. This
Or
does look
regular.
like
Okay, how about-
they
how
are
about
discriminating,
foreign-sounding
but they're not
names?
discriminating
My name is Ali.
purely based
Like,
off
my name
of
is
race.
Ali during a time of peak like terrorism.
Oh
and
yeah,
so-
oh yeah. Foreigners are
yeah,
having
you guys-
such a hard time getting jobs right now.
Wait a
But the
minute,
president is doing everything he can to increase H-1Bs.
Hold up, wait. When I was in Michigan, no, it wasn't hard for me to get a job. There was a more insular community. I had Arabs. There were more black people. But out in Massachusetts, I've been here for a year and a half. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm either equally qualified, overqualified for most of the jobs I've applied for.
Ollie.
Is it? This doesn't
Ollie,
deal with the actual
Ollie,
argument.
Ollie.
This doesn't deal with the actual
Ollie,
argument.
Ollie,
Is it
Ollie,
okay?
Ollie, you're
Is
white
it
on the
okay
side.
for companies to
Hold on, Ollie,
specifically
Ollie, if you move to
discriminate
Texas, you
against
get a
you
job
because
tomorrow.
of your race? Is it
No,
okay?
Hold on, Ollie.
You say
Ollie,
this is
Ollie,
you
most
can't
people
have your
call-
cake and eat it
most people
too.
would-
Hold on,
hold
I'm
on,
gonna
most
finish
people
this.
would-
I'm gonna finish this, and
hold
I
on,
promise I'll
most-
shut up for a
there's
while.
only one little objection here.
No.
Most-
You're
most
jumping in.
people-
You're jumping
oh,
into my argument. I'm gonna finish this, and then I promise I'll
I'll
shut up for a
listen,
while.
y'all have
Is
all
it-
jumped in each other's
You
arguments
can't.
many times.
You
I want-
can't say. You can't appeal
I say
to
one
why
word, gives the wheels
you
in
can't
there.
appeal to why in the past discrimination based
Everything.
off of foreign or black names is wrong when we're talking about the massive receipts of governmental institutions throughout the entire world and throughout all of and throughout the BlackRock, the Securities and Exchange Commission,
now that
NASDAQ,
it's flipped the
ISS,
other way, you
Glass
complain,
Lewis,
but
the
where
UN,
was
the
all of
World
this
Bank,
defense
the
when it was
International
the other
Monetary
way
Fund,
around?
through like. No,
That's
that's
kind of
what
the
you're saying.
issue,
Is
right?
you're saying it was wrong when they did it to us, but who cares when we do it to you? That's a fucking
Not who
problem.
cares. Not who cares, but you're blaming the wrong people.
So
you blame the wrong people.
Well, it was more like it was
I'm
wrong that
blaming
they
the
did it to
government.
them.
I'm not blaming black people.
everyone's
I'm
a blame
blaming
on
the
the
state.
All you guys do
Let's
is
move
blame the
on.
new applicants. You blame the new people who get the job. You've
You
been
are
put
lying through your
against-
fucking teeth. I did a whole
So-
fucking intro about
Not
every
you
single
specifically, not
governmental
you
and
specifically,
fucking
not you
financial
specifically.
institution that
The
is a problem.
ethereal you,
We're moving
Scott.
on. We're moving on. We're moving on. All right, we got Bam, Gibbs, FQ, myself, and I've been Lactoid, excuse me. And just very quickly, I just Scott, right? Just very quickly, I promise. I go to you, Bam. Scott, like your objection to the study. Come on, right? Like you understand. I mean, you yourself said it, right? Like, hey, these names seem very ghetto, right?
Well, you
And then
can
from
replicate.
there-
I'll have to find the study, but there was one. It's late 2000s, I think.
You use
Like
names like
DM
Billy
me to
Bob or
remember.
something.
Yeah, like when you use like hillbilly names, you get the same effect. Like when you use names that sound like you come from a trailer park and you're white trash, you get the same effect.
Okay, great. Okay, well then that sounds like, well, hey, even if
It's
not
class
a-
discrimination
it's
more
a
than
class-
it is race
yes, a class
discrimination.
Who's
but even then,
disproportionately
there's
poor?
discrimination within the hiring practice. It's saying that like with names that
Who's disproportionately poor? Brother, how long was that? How long is that excuse valid?
Let's
Right?
It's as long as
Like,
we're
the
just
state
Bam.
of Maine, the state of
I'll
the
be
state
back.
of
I'll be back.
Maine
Yeah.
was 90 years ahead of abolishing slavery and was 80 years ahead of abolishing miscegenation laws, and they've had no statistical difference.
Let's go to Bam.
Yeah, I was about to say that's
I'll be
gonna
right
be
back.
that's gonna be true as long as black people are disproportionately poor. The other thing that keeps pointing out is like that this something that Ali, my sweet Habibi, keeps doing is he's accepting what they're saying as true, and the data just doesn't seem to back this. When we, I'm about to say, after all these, because it makes this idea that black people's issue with discrimination was just the idea of it or the principle of it, when this just doesn't seem to be, when that's the furthest thing from the truth. It's the reality of how we were affected economically and how we were affected in the job market. I'm saying that when you say that, like, oh, the millennials and Gen Z are getting out there and they're realizing white people can't get jobs, all the black people are getting all the jobs. The white unemployment rate in the United States per capita is 3.3%, and the black unemployment rate in the United States right now is like over 8%.
First of all, you have to look at labor participation rate before that. Before we
white people, I don't care how you preface it out. White people aren't having trouble getting jobs right now. That's just not statistically true. I was about to say, if anything, Donald Trump and the Republican Party will come out and speak to how we're actually in a functionally unique time that we're employing more people than ever before. We have so many job options.
But you believe that's a lie, so why is that even an argument? Like you're just throwing whatever will stick to the wall.
I don't think it's a lie.
You think Donald Trump is lying when he says that, but you use that as it's an argument.
Put words in my mouth.
Well, if you
so you think it's true when Donald Trump says that we're like in a surging economy?
I think that Joe Biden over the last 4 years did hand over a surging economy. I think the job growth numbers actually have been pretty fantastic. I was about to say I think at its peak, Joe Biden.
So I hate Trump, but you're appealing to Trump's perspective. What are you talking about?
Well, no, I'm speaking when we're speaking of post-COVID world. I'm thinking we're speaking over the last few years. Of course, this date. I don't think we're talking about just the last 10 months.
I think you are living under a rock if you think that.
So you don't believe the unemployment rate is 3.3% for white people?
I said you have to look at the labor participation rate. The labor participation rate has not gone up to. No, I'm saying you have to look at the labor participation rate.
So you think white people aren't getting jobs and black people?
Are you just going to interrupt when I'm cooking your ass?
Yes, because it's my turn. I'm asking you. Do you believe that white people are black people are getting all the jobs and white people aren't right now?
No, I never made that claim. That's an absurd claim.
You made it to Ali. You said the exact thing.
I literally didn't.
That's only for black people, and all you white men just got to suck it up. You did. You said this exact statement. This is a recording. You said it.
I did not say that black people are the only people getting hired in America and they're getting all the jobs. That was never a claim I made.
Well, you said
yes, I'm claiming that they are disproportionately more likely to get hired.
And that's your grandpa set you up for a life
that is
like
true.
You would go to school and get a job, but then now all the jobs are for black people. You did it just like that.
You did.
Yes, I'm saying the mentality of the Gen X person. I'm not making an argument about the overall economy and whether or not white people are capable of getting a job. What I'm saying is that there is an old established guard within large within academic institutions, within the tech industry, and in large part of corporate America that have an upper echelon jobs like executive positions and things of that nature that have fully blown into DEI, and that they are hiring people in middle management, and that those jobs are targeting specifically minorities and women.
So again,
and the data shows this.
The data doesn't show that.
Yes, it fucking does.
There isn't any data that could point to that white people are being outperformed in the job market. That doesn't exist.
No,
you can point to
that's
some
not
idea
the
of
claim.
That's not the claim. Who's getting the jobs is what I care about. I don't care about your field.
No, you care about yelling. Well, completely misunderstanding the data that has been presented to you.
Bam, can I ask a question, Bam? Let me just.
What's up, my Hispanic white brother?
Yes. Let me just ask you a question there. So, like, I get where Fabian's coming from to a little extent. Like, Trump is saying the market's at the best, whatever, right? And the argument, like that he's kind of making has been, we need to get the legals out, and those are people who are taking entry level jobs into ag, entry level jobs into hospitality, entry level jobs.
Well, those are exempt. Ag and hospitality are the ones that are exempt.
Hey, hold on. And so some of these are springboards into other things. Like, did you agree that if he got rid of all these groups, that it would be more jobs for Americans in that case? Like,
Americans don't want to do them.
I mean, statistically,
that's why they're exempt.
Statistically, sure, but yeah, people don't want to do.
Americans don't want to do these jobs. Is such fucking.
Okay, I just wanted to see if you
then why are they exempt?
That's fine.
I'm about to say there's 7 million job opens around the United States. A lot of people don't want to do certain types of jobs, and I'm about to say, as someone who deals with economics, there is some truth that I'm about to say our unemployment rate is ticking into an uncomfortable level. I think it's up to 4.6% right now. But honestly, anything below 5% isn't actually terrible. You're gonna have some flow in and out of.
Brother, you have to look at labor participation rate. Like unemployment. Do you
believe that labor participation is outside of the norm right now? Do you think that it's like
it has still not returned to pre-COVID numbers? We still have people more
numbers. I'm asking, is it
it's
like,
outside?
Is it
it is more negative than it has been for many years.
And it's
been falling since before COVID.
People. Do you okay? Because it all comes back because you said earlier that I didn't make the claim, but now I'm asking you the claim, and I want you to say it or not. Do you believe that in the government as it currently exists, do white people or black people have easier opportunity getting jobs right now?
Do white people or black people have an easier opportunity getting jobs? I would say
statistically,
yeah, it's probably black people. Yeah, without a doubt.
Based on what statistic?
Based on the fact
when we look at who has the jobs, it's white people. Are you saying that that's just happening because they work harder?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Disparate impact theory when it's in your favor, but not disparate impact theory when it's not in your favor.
Because
I don't care about disparate impact. What I care about is there institutional bias from the state and from financial investors and from regulations that negatively impact white people specifically? And the answer is yes. There's institutional racism from the state and from financial institutions.
Like you're like, I don't know, like was there like you're looking around the room and 60% of the people are white that are working here, and you're like complaining, you're standing next to the water cooler complaining that it should be 80. That's what you're doing. Like most of the jobs are already white, but like two black guys came out.
Listen. I am not telling you in any way, shape, or form currently, unless you want me to say whatever it is that you want me to say about it, that black people, for whatever reason, are somehow less competent than whites in a majority of jobs, or that they're more likely to take government welfare, or whatever it is that you're saying.
I'm not saying
what I am
you keep
saying
me as a leftist. I'm not doing that. I'm just
what
saying,
I'm saying
is
that you okay. I keep painting you as a leftist because you keep using leftist theory to argue.
No, I'm
and
not
what you are using is you are using disparate impact theory, which is a critical race theory idea that was put into law under the Biden administration as a means of proving that the racism that is structurally a part of the Security and Exchange Commissions until 2024, the NASDAQ, the ISS, Glass Lewis, BlackRock, all of the UN, the World Economic Forum, the International Monetary Fund, all of these, the European Union with green bonds, that all of these things that are legally requiring that you have initiatives to hire more black people, women, and minorities at the expense of white people, that is a fact. That is a thing that is not in dispute here. But you're saying, but since white people's percentages are better than black people's, then it must be racism. Or that's what I'm saying is ridiculous. That's why you're arguing from a leftist perspective.
I'm about saying we can move on after this. The first thing I said when I came out and made my statement was I said that people are gonna it's necessarily true if a job place is 85% white and you're bringing other people into the room, the percentage of white workers of total workers is going to go down. And like that's the only bitch baby complaint that's being made here. All the George is still
calling it bitch baby complaint doesn't argue.
I did. I already called it bitch baby. Now I'm continuing my argument. Bitch baby. It's
not an argument.
If the job's going from 85% white to 60% white, this isn't a conversation that anybody should care about having. Whenever we to look
because it's not negatively impacting your tribe because you're a fucking racist. You don't give a fuck if it negatively impacts whites because you like to see the whites being punished in this because your people get a leg up.
Well, the argument would be that you didn't care until it affected your tribe, right? Like that would be the argument.
I absolutely care about these things. That's why I have a solution: abolish the Civil Rights Act.
That's what's being argued.
Because I'm the actual anti-racist.
That they like white Robs have to stay at 80+%. This is the only way to do anything.
So we're gonna move on.
Congratulations making the straw man and then saying that I agreed with your straw man, which I did.
You did.
To be clear, I only like it when whites are punished in a kinky manner. Okay, all right. When there's whips and chains involved, all right, and the fun whips and chains, not the.
As a purveyor of black women, I will say. A handprint does look better on a white ass cheek. All right, you see it's raised.
Indeed, it does. The fun kind of whips and chains. Okay, let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Sorry about that. Okay, yeah. So first, I want to respond to Ollie. Listen, I hear that Texas is a racist state all the time. I hear that we're kicking out the Muslims. We're getting rid of all Sharia law and all these courts. But I tell you right now, Ollie, if you came to San Antonio tomorrow, you'd be able to find a job in a week. We have a thriving Arab American community here, and they open businesses all over. They hire their own. They hire other people.
Just don't vote Valentina Gomez in, and we're good, bro.
Listen, we like the people that like to make money. We don't like people that want to have Sharia law. It's pretty simple. I think you can probably come out here and do all right. But
those go hand in hand. Sharia law and money go hand in hand, baby. Look at Saudi.
I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that. But we can talk about that later. Listen, now that's the ban. I want to open up what I had to say, Bam. When you said earlier, these people, those examples don't happen. And I want y'all to know, in the words of the late, great Eddie Guerrero, as a Hispanic, I lie, I cheat, I steal. We take every advantage we can get. And I want you to know that I'm going to tell you an anecdotal story, and it's going to make me look bad, but that's because I don't lie here. I tell y'all that I'm a piece of shit all the time. And then I tell y'all what I did. So I know that this happens because if I did it, there's other pieces of shit that did it too. And now I, back in the day, as a conservative young gentleman in Texas, I decided that I was going to apply to LULAC. What is LULAC? LULAC is the Mexican-American Help Organization in the same vein as the NAACP. And not only did they assign an advisor to help me, they assigned an advisor to help me for colleges. They provided me scholarship opportunities I wouldn't have gotten as a white person. And one of these interesting things was that they had me take the SAT and the ACT, as you do when you go to college in 2009, 2008 era, right? And so I took the ACT several times. And they only take, I think it's 3 times, and they take your highest score, if you can call. And one of my highest scores, because they vary, I guess they put you against, like this version of the ACT, against these people, yada, yada. I scored in the top 2% of Hispanics nationwide. And I was in the top 50, which equaled out to the top 15% of people nationwide, right? Which is pretty good, pretty good. However, I applied to Harvard just as a joke, really, to see if I could get in because I wanted to go to law school eventually. Guess what? I did get in. And if y'all don't believe me, I'm sure I can go find a letter somewhere. Might take me a week or two, but I'm sure I can find it and I can show y'all. But they basically said, we're not only going to let you in, we're going to give you an Hispanic American scholarship. And if you can keep a 3.5 at Harvard, then you can come. And now I really wanted to go to A&M. That was always my dream. And I knew that I wanted to party. And there's no way I was keeping 3.5 at Harvard because I was going to be coked up, alcoholed up, and high many weekends, not studying.
Should have done it, bro.
So your DEI came with a pretty high stipulation.
Hold on. Sure.
3.5 at Harvard?
Hold on. It gets better. Yeah. But here's the problem. Yeah, high stipulation. However,
that would mean you have the merit to stay there, right?
Hold on. Let me finish. But here's the interesting part. When we compare this to people of my same stature, there's a guy named Jimmy. I'm not going to say his last name, but he had higher grades. He was in the top 5% of our class. I think he was the third highest person in the school. He also applied to Harvard. Didn't get in. He had just as many athletic kind of accolades as I did. He had all the same. We did all the same extracurriculars. We did theater. We did the debate. All this stuff. He probably had more, but he was full white, and he didn't get into Harvard. Not only did he not get into Harvard, he didn't get into UT. He didn't get into A&M. He didn't get all these. So they took somebody less qualified and not only offered them a position at Harvard, they offered me a scholarship, a full ride for academics over somebody who was immensely more qualified. Now, I'm a piece of shit, and I took my advantage to get in.
He didn't get the UT Austin?
No, he didn't. And here's what's crazy. He didn't get somebody. He got other good schools like Baylor, but he didn't get the UT Austin. He didn't get to some Harvard. He did a few others he wanted to go to. And so it's because he was white, and this is 2009. And so when I'm sitting here going, hey, it makes me feel bad when I got into all of these schools. I got accepted in every single one. Down the list, and he didn't get accepted. And the only difference is that he was full white, and me going, hey, well, I'm going to be a Hispanic, and I'm going to use this to my advantage. Later, hey, guess what? If you don't take this advantage, you're a dumbass. You should take the advantage if it's offered to you. But it's an evil advantage because we're sitting here being racist and excluding better qualified candidates that should be getting in over these people.
You would have been qualified. You would have been qualified. You had a standard that you had to meet. So, you got in on DEI, right? You weren't 100% the best applicant, but you had to maintain a 3.5 if you went to Harvard, right? And if you maintained that 3.5 and graduated, that means you had the merit to get in to graduate, and you maintained a
sure, maybe, but the point is they picked me over somebody else, which they should have. Hold on, because no, it is no, because look, what they should have done is offer that to the person who is more qualified than I was.
But if you succeed, how do you not have the merit? Explain that.
Because but listen, we're 1 for 1 the same, except he's actually like top 3 in the class. I'm like number 7 in the top 10%, right? He's like number 3. I'm like way down the list.
I think your friend might have been lying.
You know, there's a bunch of number 3 in the class.
No, I'm just saying because
Harvard.
This was all public. No. All this was public. It was public school. You can look up the
UT Austin. I'm about to say
the most ridiculous thing I've ever fucking heard. How many high schools are there in America with valedictorians that don't all get into Harvard?
Valedictorians like almost auto accepted.
They were looking for.
No, so like valedictorians like auto accept.
Well, I'm about to say UT Austin has an auto accept rate for anybody who finishes top 5 in their class. That's why I was like, I don't know if what you said was true. I know.
So a couple of things.
I mean, I know for a fact he was like the third or fourth highest person.
That doesn't matter.
All this was public.
So
public
hold on,
information.
I do want to get
equally or more qualified.
I just want to clarify.
So a worse qualified person got the spot.
How long is it going to take to clarify?
I'll just clarify a couple of things.
One thing, very quick.
So like Harvard, like most of the Ivy League and public Ivies, have had a lot of grade inflation over the years, right? Like the average GPA in Harvard is like a 3.8. Most scholarships like require you maintain a 3.0 or 3.5 at like any institution. And when you get into grad school, like even if you're like just going to a regular school but you go to grad school, like you'll get dropped out if like you fall below like a 3.2 or 3.3. So like saying you have to maintain a 3.5 is like really, really standard for like basically anybody, unless you're like a legacy admission to Harvard undergrad. And even then, if you fall below 3.0, like you could be in like trouble,
academic probation, and they kick you
academic probation, right? And,
so
it's like you'll get out of your degree program.
So if you're saying the standard of the school isn't that high and the GPAs are being inflated, then the application doesn't even fucking matter if the standard of the school is lower than what the threshold of the application is.
Harvard's not hard. Harvard is just not hard. Harvard Law School, that's hard, right? But like undergraduate Harvard is about making connections and networking and saying you went to Harvard. Mm-hmm. You can go on YouTube right now and watch lectures from Harvard in like, philosophy or whatever, and you'll watch it and you'll be like, this is the same shit I learned in college. Like there's nothing difficult about what's going on here. Like the hard part of getting into Harvard. Once you're in Harvard, if you just study and you're not retarded, you'll be fine.
They have to keep their graduation rate above 80% or something. So like they curve a lot of stuff up. They don't.
There's a lot of grade inflation in Ivy League and public Ivy these days.
Fair.
So I want to let an FQ. She's been waiting patiently, unlike the rest of you fucking.
You want a woman to speak? That's crazy.
You went in order.
I'll be speaking to you specifically. Okay, first. So let's talk about the most subjective thing that I said. And it is arguable. Hey, hands up. It's subjective. We have different tastes and different preferences. Okay. I acknowledge that. Having said that, I dropped this link in our Discord chat. This is from the Writers Guild of America West. And if you look at it, it's the 101 best written TV series list. And if you look down the list, these are the shows that are listed on this list. Number 1 is The Sopranos. Number 2 is Seinfeld. Number 3 is The Twilight Zone. Number 4 is All in the Family. 5 is MASH. 6 is The Mary Tyler Show. Number 7 is Mad Men. 8 is Cheers. 9 is The
12
Wire.
Years old.
It came out in 2013.
Is the West Wing. Okay, so the launch date for these shows. Okay, when I'm just looking at when these shows were launched. So the Sopranos, that was launched in 1999. I'm skipping over like the Twilight Zone. Like we can agree, right? Like Cheers, like is not something we're talking about here. But if we are looking at the rest of these shows, so The West Wing, that was launched in 1999. The Simpsons, that was launched in 1989. The Wire, 2002. Mad Men, that was launched in 2007. When I'm looking at like the Seinfeld, that was launched in 1989,
90.
This is
89, 90.
The list is 12 years old.
Yeah, it doesn't include.
I already said that.
It doesn't include the area, the space of time that Bam was talking about.
If we just count the golden age of television that Bam just said.
Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw.
Can I speak? Okay. So So the next thing is, I'm assuming the reason like why Bam is saying this is because of the Wikipedia article. It says the golden age of television from the 2000s to 2023. Now, it is true that like when you look at it, it does say that it expands this period of time. But even here, if you, and I'll just drop the link here, like in our Discord here again, if you look at like the list of different shows that are talked about, like it's roughly the paragraph, like this, the second paragraph under history of origins and early era. Once again, I'm seeing a lot of shows that start off in like about the not early, like in the 90s or in the early 2000s or in like the early like 2010s with some exceptions. The exceptions are The Crown, Better Call Saul, Orange is the New Black, House of Cards. I guess we can say Game of Thrones, but I don't think that entirely counts because the story was actually written about 10 years prior to that. And remember, this is like the release date of like
for the goods
Dexter's
episodes
on here.
Yeah.
I was about to say this category is
the
really
bad
called the early
episodes
era.
weren't written back then.
And I will also say, just to couch this, right? Like, yes, I understand the backdrop of this conversation. We're talking about DEI and hiring television writers, but I think
Bear Report is part of this list.
I would say that I do think that there has been a noticeable decline in television over the past roughly 10 to 15 years. When we think about like shows that people like make references to, that they drop memes to, we're thinking of shows like The Sopranos, for instance, like Mad Men, like Seinfeld, like Frasier. These are shows that people
What's
bring up
Sopranos?
over and over and over.
Frasier memes.
What Sopranos meme are you seeing?
Gabagool.
Frasier memes are
I
being
gotta be
dropped.
honest. I'm in a lot of meme groups. I have never once
Seinfeld is
seen a Frasier meme. Seinfeld lots of
is a
memes.
classic.
Nah.
Sopranos is
I
a
mean,
classic, correct?
Nobody's
Yes,
sharing a
also-
Frasier meme. No one's sharing a Frasier
The
meme.
Wire is another one. The Wire is another one. Now,
Where's a
Game of
Wire
Thrones-
meme?
I
Have
know
you
the
seen a
D-
Wire meme ever?
That good old Wire
The
meme.
DI is why
Yeah.
we couldn't. The DI ruined the Wire.
What is
Took
the?
out all the black.
We're just part of different communities. I see wire memes
guys,
all the time.
We gotta let
yeah.
we gotta let FQ in.
Yeah.
please,
Send
guys.
one in the
The Mad-
Discord, Lactoid, now.
Mad,
You got 1
Mad
minute. 1
Men,
minute.
okay, Breaking Bad. When I'm thinking about like the other shows that you've
I
mentioned,
found the
listen,
Banner
there are
Keith meme in
shows
about
that are
20
more-
seconds.
Guys, come on, okay. There are shows, okay, that I like, okay, that are more modern shows, but I recognize that they aren't the classic shows that people bring up over and over and over again. Like Yellowstone, that's a show that I like. That's a more modern show. What's another show that's really good?
Tyler Shatner is pretty good.
The White Lotus. The White Lotus, that is a new show, okay, that's become relatively popular, okay? I don't think that show is on the same level as, just personally, and I think that we'll see like the test of time. But like when we're thinking about these other shows like Seinfeld, Friends, The Sopranos, Lost, Breaking Bad, The Office, Lost, Mad Men, these are shows that have a timeless quality to them. The other shows that are mentioned, like here are the other shows, like let's see, we have Squid Game, we have Modern Family, we have Reacher, we have
Modern Family is
Tracker.
amazing.
It's not
Squid
the
Game
same
doesn't
as The
count.
Office,
That's
right?
Korea.
Yeah.
Reacher is time.
You
Hold
have
on,
to give
Reacher.
it some time.
Oh,
for people
Asians
to
don't
go
count.
back and
Hold on.
watch it.
Hold on. Reacher is about the epitome of a timeless like design. It's
Okay.
big dude, quiet, like
Guys,
it's literally the stereotype of the
I'm not
wandering
questioning
stranger.
personal taste. Okay, listen.
It's
I
not
have things
personal
that-
taste. That's literally what it is. It's literally
well, I am-
like
That's not
the
fair.
lonesome stranger.
Hang on, guys. Look,
It's just like the movie Drive.
You
That's all
can
Reacher
like
is.
whatever shows you like, okay? What I am saying is though that these shows that I have just listed off are shows that like have stood the test of time. We still talk about them, we still rewatch them, we still
When's the last time I
analyze
started
and
talking
argue
about
about
Lost?
them.
FQ, you kind of went. Wait.
No,
FQ,
no,
the thing
guys,
is,
no,
you
no.
cherry picked a lot of these shows.
No, I'm not
We-
cherry
we
picking them.
keep
I'm absolutely
interacting
not.
FQ.
No.
I do want FQ to be able to get through it. So please.
What about Curb After Enthusiasm?
Zion, don't make me white knight the white woman, please. All right, FQ.
Well, she mentioned Seinfeld. So let's pick the one by that's even bigger than Seinfeld, arguably, right? By Larry David, right? And so you pick modern shows. Larry David made. No. I mean, this is a real question, Commander Green. You just mentioned Seinfeld. Larry David made Seinfeld. His character is based off of Larry David. Larry David's show Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't know if it's still going. It's still going.
I like Curb
Arguably,
Your
it's been
Enthusiasm too.
okay,
I
and
think
it's not on this
funny,
list.
But it's not on the list, okay? And it's not on the
This
list.
is
okay? Even,
I-
no, listen. I like.
It's way more
Just for the record, Curb Your Enthusiasm started in the year 2000.
Yeah,
And it's on the list. It's number 30.
Oh, really?
But
Yeah,
nevertheless,
already on the list is crazy.
FQ, please.
I need to argue with this white woman.
Okay.
Be quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, me
So
too.
so the thing is, okay. So I grant you that there are shows that maybe there are shows that I like too, okay, that maybe didn't make the list, okay? But I'm mentioning these shows because these are shows that have a timeless quality that people still talk about. I don't think that people are going to be talking about Reacher or Tracker or even Squid Game or Stranger Things. I think these shows are going to be forgotten in about 10 years. I think people are
You're
still
not
probably
comparing like to like. Reacher with
I'm
Seinfeld? That's a
I
ridiculous
mean,
comparison.
Reacher's been remade in like
Yeah, but
movies,
that's the
into
point,
TV
though.
shows. Like it's like one of the most
Yeah,
successful like media franchises in existence.
Don't
It's like
interrupt.
Harry Potter.
Jesus, guys, come on. I waited patiently for you. Okay. So
She did.
So I do not think, okay. So, and to be fair, to be very, very fair, I think that some of the shift in quality of television does not have to do entirely like with what we're talking about here. A lot of it has to do with the shift to streaming services, with the fact that from that, like the shift in television, I think there was a huge shift in quality. I think like when we started like watching things on Netflix, on Amazon Prime, as opposed to waiting every Sunday for when The Sopranos would come on, and then you would wait and that would be your only time. I think Game of Thrones is the last time where I had like that same experience where you would have to sit and wait. And maybe White Lotus, but that experience in like watching American television has died. It hasn't completely gone away, but it has significantly flopped off. And I think that may or may not have had an impact on the quality of television. So to be completely fair, I don't think this has everything to do with DEI. I think some of it has to do with just a change of medium. But even when we're looking at films, okay, so I'll just read off like 5 films. These are films that have won Best Picture by era. Okay. So in 2025, I'll just read these out and you can tell me if you know what these films are. And don't cheat and look. Okay. Honora, that won Best Picture in 2025. Okay. Oppenheimer, probably everyone knows that, right? Probably Everything Everywhere All at Once. Okay. Has everybody seen that? I've seen it. I think probably people have. Okay. A couple people have not. Coda. Have people seen Coda? Has everybody here seen Coda? No. Okay. Nomadland. Has everybody here? Okay. Yeah. That one Best Picture in 2021. That was a deaf family disability representation movie.
Do people even watch
Nomadland.
the Oscars or Grammys anymore? Do people even know who wins these things?
I think people care about Academy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Didn't The Revenant win one?
Not
Never
really.
watched The Revenant. Never watched The Revenant.
I watched that. That was a good one. That was a
I mean,
good
sure,
one.
but like a lot of these are just like like the ones that win these awards are just
Yeah,
like art pieces
everyone
that
knows.
not everybody. Yeah, not
The
everybody
ones that win
watches them.
awards aren't the ones who are well known.
Well, it's
Yeah,
called
like
Academy
that's
bait.
not true. I'm about to say no. There's some movies. There's some times where people are
Didn't, like, Avatar
where people are
win one of
old
these?
for a previous year. Like Leonardo DiCaprio won Best Actor for The Reverend because he was owed it probably 3 other times. I don't know
Well,
if it was his best.
but
film,
hold on, but
it
some
was
of
a
these
great
are
movie.
but some of these are huge. Like Avatar's won like all sorts of awards, and it's got no cultural impact. Like there's no games made about
No,
Avatar.
I see a lot of
Yeah.
Avatar
Yeah.
memes, right? Hold on, pause.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of Avatar memes.
Well,
I'm not
Yeah.
going to watch the movie because why would I watch Hollywood shit nowadays? But
It wasn't a great
regardless,
movie, but it was the most
re-
watched
regardless,
the reason why I
regardless,
get memes,
I
the
keep
reason why I
seeing
get-
pictures of like the fucking dude with the girl. And
Yeah,
it's like
that-
the
why?
right wing
Why?
it's his black, the colonized girlfriend or some shit.
Yeah, that's exactly- that's why.
The left and the
People
right are
like-
both claiming that it's like their movie.
Yeah,
But no, hold on, The
I'm not gonna
last
watch
few
it.
Avatars had no
FQ.
cultural impact before that. No cultural impact. They're the
What
biggest
does that
thing.
mean?
Well,
There's never
well,
been a movie that did better in the box office.
Well,
Well,
okay.
I'll explain that when she's done.
Well, so all of the movies that I just mentioned, with the exception of 2024, which I don't think has been released yet, it's been to be determined. I'm not sure why that has not been determined yet for 2024, but it hasn't been. All of these shows, the timeline of these shows were the post-reform for the Oscars So White. Does everybody remember like when that hashtag was floating around about the Oscars So White? All of the movies that I just mentioned are all movies that were produced that won this award like after this movement, after the Oscars made this pledge. And listen, I think that we can find examples. We can find examples like prior to them making this pledge that I think are both diverse movies and are good movies. So we have The Green Book in 2018, Shape of Water, Moonlight in 2016, that beat out against La La Land. That was a controversy at the time. Spotlight in 2015, that's not really a diverse movie, but it is, I guess you could say like it's a form of social justice. It talks about abuse in the Catholic Church. 12 Years a Slave, that was like produced in 2013. All of this happened prior to like the Oscars so white, like that pledge happening. And if you go back even further to like 1995, like to like about like 2003, I'm seeing Forrest Gump, Braveheart, The English Patient, The Titanic, Shakespeare in Love, American Beauty, Gladiator, A Beautiful Mind, Chicago, and Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. Like all of these movies that I've just mentioned, these are, again, just like with The Sopranos, with Mad Men, with Game of Thrones, with Breaking Bad, with The Office, these are shows that people routinely remember and talk about frequently.
Can I just say one thing? This is actually retarded quick. I just want to say this one sentence. In 1994, when Forrest Gump was in the movie theaters, what was also running in movie theaters at the exact same time was The Lion King, Pulp Fiction, The Shawshank Redemption, and Jurassic Park were all in the movie theaters at the same time.
Okay.
Fuck off acting like there was any time that 2024 was as good.
I mean, Oppenheimer and Barbie coincided, but really, the reality is now back in the 90s and even the 80s, they didn't plan out movies well on releases. Now studios like don't overlap with each other intentionally. If you know you have a big box office movie, even you check on other release dates.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I promise there's only one sentence, but I'm just saying.
No, but
it's amazing.
I'm about to say you don't want to respect what this woman said. You were just going to move on from it. Come on, Brian.
I actually want to because I'm next.
Okay. Well, yeah. Before you get your turn, I just want to say the reason why
a black man is speaking.
Yeah, the reason why the Oscars so white thing became a thing is because there actually was there's a huge issue with black nominations. I was about to say the Oscars have been a thing since 1930 and 1920s, somewhere in there, up until 2025. To this day, there have been a total of 5 black people that have won Best Actor in over 100 plus years, and people still complain about
we padding the numbers with the 30s, dog. Really?
What I mean, name the time period where 5 makes it okay, a great number. What
I'm saying, 35 years before the Civil Rights Act, we're padding numbers with that shit.
One of the 5 is Sidney Poitier in 1964. So I'm sorry, I had to go back.
Look, I am just saying that it's interesting to me that when I look at the 5 years really previously to when the Oscars so white hashtag became popular, it actually does seem like there were more black films that were produced or with major black characters after the Oscars so white. It's not that there aren't diverse films, but the diverse films, okay, Coda, that's about disability. Everything Everywhere All at Once, that's his Asian American film. Oppenheimer and Barbie, that's not really about, I mean, I guess you could argue maybe Barbie is a DEI movie. I still think it's a good movie, but it's not, it's not addressing that, right?
Russians.
Honora, yeah, it's about Russians. Okay, so I am not seeing, okay, and the point is I'm trying to establish that I'm not sure that these movements actually work. I am not sure that they actually achieve what they claim or what they wish to set out to do.
If Sanders doesn't win the award, you'd be right.
Well, it seems to me that overwhelmingly, the impact of them has been more negative than it has been positive. And I'll just go back to what Ali was saying. Ali, you mentioned all lives matter, right? You were hearing what we were talking about, and what you were mentioning, how when people talked about Black Lives Matter, and they were bringing up when the arguments were made that black people were being unjustifiably targeted by police in shootings and in murders, that the response to this was that all lives matter. Okay, so fair. Okay, but let me ask you a question. Okay. How did the Black Lives Matter turn out? Was it successful? Was it successful in achieving its aims?
It got hijacked and overtaken, but that wasn't the point of my statement.
Yeah, but that's going to happen every.
That wasn't the point of my statement. FQ.
Yeah, but it's the point of what I'm saying to you. Okay,
I know.
Yeah.
But your statement is saying that these movements do nothing. To my point, they bring awareness to specific things, and then your reply is now all of a sudden when it's happening to white people in terms of the job thing, when it's happening to white men, now all of a sudden you care and you see an injustice, and two wrongs don't make a right, but it's only because the second wrong happened.
I'm saying that the awareness has caused more negative outcomes than it seems to have caused positive outcomes, and that the awareness that it brought about, it's perfectly true that in some ways Black Lives Matter was successful. It was successful. It was a symbol during the 2020, when George Floyd was murdered. There were certainly benefits. On the other hand, okay, it had mixed or limited success in policing reform, in policy outcomes, in community outcomes. It had organizational failure. There were huge amounts of financial corruption, like within the institution itself. And even if
better
it's
for
true that
having
it
the
caused,
conversation than not having the conversation.
is it better?
Yeah,
Is it better? Do you
is.
think it's better? Like if a movement like that enraged, like, and caused a huge racial animus in tons of people to want to be more
Animus
racist
was already
than
building up. Yes,
White people have been mad
Yeah,
since Barack Obama had on the
Yeah.
tan suit.
I don't think that's true. I think that like what Scott and what Lactoid like are both mentioning is that a lot of this animus, the animus that we are seeing build and coming to a head right now, it came about because of these types of movements being pushed forward.
Yeah,
and
and
because
what I'm
people
saying
said that there
is-
was nothing negative that could possibly
Okay,
come forward by pushing it forward.
I got. Sorry, hold on. No, I'm gonna. Sorry, guys, stop. I'm gonna go. I've
then me,
got
right?
like a ton.
then I'm for you.
Lactoid, I see you. What? Oh, sorry. Hold on.
I was on the list.
I know. And I would never forget a white man. Please don't
thank
ever
you.
imply that I would forget a white man. No, of course.
With you,
How can you
depending on what you're about to
discriminate against
say,
us if you don't remember us?
depending on what you're about to say, I might be concerned.
Don't know. Yes, I have my victims on the list. Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Where's the
yeah.
lipstick?
Of course. All right. So I limited my time. But first, before I go, right, I have to say thank you, Zonia. Shout out to Zonia for 20 gifted memberships on YouTube. That's the most we've ever had. Ever.
Wow.
That's
Bro, Zonia. I haven't heard
Zonia's really
that name
cool.
in a while.
Thank you. Thank you for the
girl.
kindness. Yeah, she's been around.
Yeah,
she's been on Wix channel. She's been donating on Wix channel finally.
I'm not on
I don't know,
Twitch
she
anymore.
discovered Prime again.
So I
I don't
just
know.
like,
I'm just saying.
I don't see stuff.
But anyway, seriously, thank you, Zonia, for the kindness. I much appreciate it. Seriously, it's really kind of you. Also, she says, and this is to FQ, Zonia, $20 says, Boondocks needs a mention, meaning the cartoon, because she talked about how the Boondocks, the cartoon, had like such staying power. It's constantly memed on. And so I would absolutely agree with you.
That's actually a great point that Zonia makes there. With like, how many
shows that no one knows.
Hold on, that's interesting
so you
point that
wanna do
Zonia
this
makes
the
there
hard
with
way.
the Boondocks, right? Like, because look how many Uncle Ruckus memes there are, and then compare that until this newest Avatar with how many Avatar memes there are. None. Yeah, I'm just saying.
No, I think there are Avatar memes.
Except for the racist one. The truth is racist memes have staying power.
Yeah. And okay, so I'm gonna jump in. I got so much to say. I'm gonna pull a fucking Scott here. All right. Got a whole list of things to go through. I'm going to save because I have the most to say to FQ. I'm going to try to save most of that to the end, right? I'm going to try to arrange it, but I might go back and forth, so just be aware. Okay, all right. So here we go. This article, the original article that we all got started with, right? This article, I feel, it has value. To be clear, I think it has a lot of value. I'm glad this article exists. I'm glad it's starting this conversation. I think it's actually really important, and I'm glad it delivered the perspective that it did, right? And I think it's actually elucidating something like super interesting, a new aspect of this, like especially the generational aspect that we really don't discuss. It's not in the conversations I've done before, right? So thank you for this article, but also this article makes like clearly the author has a perspective, and this perspective pervades the piece, which is fine because I think you should have. It's fine to have a biased perspective. That's okay, right? You can have a point of view, right? But like I think that so much of this like builds on and has an interesting note of resentment, and I just like want to jump in on that. I know which way, right? So I'm going to pick out like some paragraphs. I'm going to read them and discuss them, and then I got other stuff I'm going to say as well. All right. So one thing at the end of the article, it goes, the DI departments have mostly shut down or quietly rebranded. The mountains of reports and glossy PDFs have been quietly scrubbed as if to hide the evidence of the DEI stuff. What was the justification for gutting the American meritocracy? No one seems to know. What incredible bullshit. Like what wild bullshit, right? Like I actually have I think the article is viable because I think what it's identifying is a problem, right? I'm actually a bit closer to my friends Lactoid and Scott's position than they might expect. I think that there is a lot of evidence for like an unfair rebalancing against our white brothers, or white brothers specifically, actually, yeah. And so I want to keep that in mind. However, right, this idea that since this new regime of DEI came in, right, we gutted the American meritocracy. Utter horseshit. Utter horseshit. Even with the statistics that was in the articles, talked about how there's like a wild overrepresentation of white Americans who are in those positions. Right now, I will say that I would expect that there would be a level of overrepresentation because white people just are more educated in this country, right? We can discuss the reasons why that might be, right? But there might be.
That's not true, Prime. Black women are the most educated people in America. They just get government jobs.
Thank you so much. But yeah, so I would expect a level of overrepresentation. But I think that the idea that before that was simply meritocracy, that simply was the natural level where things were fair, right? That's complete horseshit. Right? And this idea pervades the article that there was a previous time, it's a very conservative idea, right? Oh, there was a previous magical time when things were fair for me, right? And now when things are different, right, it's unfair for me. Interesting. So moving on to another part.
Can we all agree to that, though?
Actually,
before we move on, can we all agree that Prime is right there? Like, I don't think anybody here believes that there was a magical time where there was like pure meritocracy and no racism against minorities.
Of course.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad. Shout out to all of you then. I appreciate you. To the next excerpt I'm going to point out is actually this touches on a previous point that Scott made. They say, most of the men I interviewed started out as liberals. Some still are. But to feel the weight of society's disfavor can be disorienting. We millennials were true believers in race and gender-blind meritocracy, which, for all its faults, its naivete about human nature, its optimism about the American dream, was far superior to what replaced it. And to see that vision so spectacularly betrayed has engendered skepticism toward the entire liberal project that won't soon disappear. I think there's truth to this. One, I think the liberal dream was a lie, right? But it was a lie all the time for different groups of people, right? For Black people, they thought there was a lie for quite a long time. But now it's turned to white individuals, right? It swung away from them, and then now they've recognized, right, this thing that we were told it was just imagination for Black people, right? This discrimination was just imagination. Now that white individuals are facing it, now they understand. Oh wow, none of this was true, right? That going to college doesn't guarantee you that middle class lifestyle. That just doing the hard work doesn't guarantee. And now it's an issue. But I agree that this is probably like damaged the liberal the dream, right? That made people rethink things. I think that's healthy to a certain extent, but that doesn't mean, of course, that I endorse actually hurting our white brothers or white sisters. I don't. Another paragraph. It's strange and more than a little poisonous to see yourself buffeted by forces beyond your control. But there's also a comfort in it because it's less painful to scroll through other people's IMDb pages late at night. This was a writer who was doing it. He did screenplays, so that's why he's mentioning that. Figuring out that the shortcut, race, gender connections, they took to success. A shortcut other people took to success. Then to grapple with the fact that there are white men at my age who've succeeded, and I am not one of them. I could have worked harder. I could have networked better. I could have been better. The truth is, I'm not some extraordinary talent who has passed over. I'm an ordinary talent, and in ordinary times, that would have been enough. This was a very honest part of the article. I do appreciate the author for saying it, right? And yes, you have to actually work harder. Now, again, I don't think it's necessarily fair the barriers are put in this place, but the thing he's identifying is what Black people have been saying the entire time, that you have to be 3 times better to get just as much as an ordinary white person. That we've been saying that for decades. We were told this was imaginary. We were told this was imaginary and nothing to be concerned about, right? Once again, it happened to a white man, right? And now it's an issue, just like we saw with the drug war, right? The drug war wasn't really a problem in terms of the over incarceration until all of a sudden white people were affected by it. Now, oh, hey, maybe this is a sickness, right? Maybe it isn't just like these people are pure criminals, animals to be locked up, right? Maybe all these they have backstories and reasons that have driven them to this point in time, and we should have compassion for them, right? It all changes when the narrative affects white Americans. And again, though, I am not for discriminating against white Americans.
That's not those people,
I just
right?
can't be.
Like I think the article is from
Wait,
the
he's in the
perspective
flow.
of liberal white people, right? Like I think those people have always been on that side.
Yeah, the liberals found out what the conservatives have been saying the whole time. That's what happened.
I think this is a perspective like Andrew was like he's like, I always saw myself as an effeminate, nerdy, liberal white guy. But now having any timbre in my voice, he says, right, was like seen as problematic. Like this is the story of liberal white men that voted Democrat that were always on your side in those policies. And then,
now they're like, we got
and
fucked.
now that has been turned against them. This isn't the
That's
story
exactly
of
it.
conservatives, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened.
But you're fair. You're fair that conservatives didn't fuck about the drug war and that they were perpetrators of it, right? You know, that's fair.
I think
but I don't think
things.
that's a fair indictment. But I don't think that what this article is from that perspective. You know?
No, I think you're correct. That I think this is a lot of. I mean, I read that liberal part, right? I read that part. So I hear you on that issue. I would say though, and this is the people I'm addressing specifically because I brought up previously the resentment, right?
Yeah, I mean, like you're talking about the Groypers or the MAGA crowd, like you're 100% right.
Yeah, but I'm specifically talking about is the shift, all right? Because people are facing new structural barriers, right? Like again, I'm taking this article at face value, right? I'm assuming the information is presenting to me is correct, and I'm talking about the results of like how people interpret these things, right? So this talked about how these liberal men, right? Some of them became left liberalism and became conservative, right? Well, it's because I think liberals are bullshitting, right? Liberalism is a dead ideology, right? It doesn't actually have any real connections to the values it espouses. So like these things are actually quite tenuous. And the moment they the going got tough, right? They got going. So I think this.
I didn't leave the left me.
Yeah, that bullshit. Yes, exactly that. Okay. All right. So I got a few other things, and I'm gonna bounce around a bit. I apologize, guys. I know we're running out of time here, but
wait, Prime, do you not agree that happened though? I guess just to clarify what you're saying with that, like, do you agree that like if you have like say you're a liberal and you have this idealistic version of like everybody equal in America, and then it's turned instead of like creating equality or equity or whatever, and it's like you specifically are getting fucked to help people, and people are like, oh, this is what we were playing the whole time. But you wouldn't agree that's a valid point. I'm not saying whether or not this is that. I'm just asking if that seems to be this guy's opinion. Do you not think that's a valid viewpoint?
Sorry.
That the left left him.
The left left him. I don't think.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, because he said that his version of the left was this idealistic viewpoint, right? Like that's kind of like what the article was saying, right?
Yeah,
you said that this was a view. It was and then all of a sudden the left, like instead of doing this, we're working towards this goal.
I think liberalism was always
I know you think that
the values. Okay, well then that's what I think.
I think 2016 was weird. I think there was like white people apologizing for being white for like 2 years. But
I've got a bunch of other things. Let me get these 2 super chats, but so I got a bunch of other things I want to get out there. Thank you for another $20, Zonia. Right? She says, "Give Lactoid, Scott, Corey, FQ, and Bam my love." And not Ali apparently. I only know Gibbs by name.
We don't know each other.
The other guy I don't know. But hope everyone is
Thanks,
having
Zonia.
a good time. Thank you, Zonia. And that's always the best way to greet
Zonia.
people, right? Is to give me money. But thank you.
Well, give
Zonia,
me
for
money.
kindness,
You know what
honestly.
I mean?
And thank you. FQ says Seinfeld was the best television show. Oh my God! All right, we're gonna have to keep pushing. Oh my God! Trust me, I've got a lot to say to FQ. I have a lot to say to FQ, but it's got to be at the end.
I mean, it's the best background show in the world.
Okay.
I will give that.
It's a great show.
It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good background show.
It's like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is another one of those. It's like, do you really watch it, or it's just in the background? You're like, oh shit,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I like The Office. The Office is another.
Well, Always Sunny you have to watch because there's a lot of little
Yeah.
things in there.
Okay, all right.
That's true.
So, here
I
we
was
go.
trying to change my name to Satan to be funny, but unfortunately, the name did not change.
You are. I got a few more statements and one more paragraph to read, and then I'll be done. All right. You can be against affirmative action from the left, right? That's me, right? I'm skeptical of affirmative action, from a leftist perspective. Because I think what affirmative action does, it exemplifies like the problem with these liberal solutions. It gives you a veneer of change without actually addressing the inner issues, right? Affirmative action, when does it kick in, right? It kicks in at the university level, at the college level, and then at the job level, right? So you're saying that a group of people, right, in this case, Black people or other minorities, right, who are given it's just to put it very simply, without getting into technical details, right, a leg up, right, and who may not meet a certain requirement, right, and the goal is, right, just to diversify, to put more Black and brown bodies in these institutions, right, without like thoughts about like their preparedness and what they're actually offering, right, but like simply being there and diverse is good enough for these things. That is wrong. I don't. That's a problem.
But nobody
right?
does that.
That's what I want to talk about.
That's such a bad description. But
But here's my issue with that. Right, the intervention needs to happen sooner. Right, like waiting till a person's nearly done schooling, right, and then giving a leg up. That doesn't make them the most qualified candidate. You can do that, right? But we actually have to do something that would be systemic, and that would be intervening earlier. Now, my conservative friends aren't going to agree with what I'm about to say next, right? But that would actually mean, like, for instance, changing the funding of our schools. Why are some schools deprived and other schools aren't, right? Why is it that your zip code changes the amount of funding your school gets? The amount of
I agree.
resources.
Black people are getting a disproportionate amount of funding in our school system.
Sure,
we should fix that.
Sure. But okay. But not even just for Black people. Like, this is across the board for our rural white brothers and sisters, right? These people are also denied because of their of the area that they grew up in, right? That would require a systemic change, an actual change to the money. And when you do that sort of change, liberals aren't for. They specifically fought against that. Liberals fought against this change. They didn't want it, right? School busing, that was a moment in time, right? When the Black and white achievement gap shrunk to its lowest. I actually looked it up in terms of into the 1970s to the 1980s, right? That's when the Black white achievement gap was the lowest. Part of that was school busing. Who fought that? Liberals. They fought that. That was a systemic change. It was having a big difference, but they didn't want it at that point. Right, so putting that out there. All right, just throwing out there, though I think people understand.
Wasn't expecting to hear pro busing argument, but all right.
I've said it before. Legacies were affirmative action for white people. Let's never forget that. And that shaped the student body of the Ivy Leagues. Let's never forget that. And fuck the Ivy Leagues in the first place, but like that's something that we don't actually really address. Our friend Lactoid brought up previously, to be fair, but we don't really address how legacies affect all that and who is the best, right? Again, this period of meritocracy, right? And I'm not accusing any of you of saying this, but this period of meritocracy that existed at some point in time was the period of legacies. Let's never forget that.
I'm pro nepotism. Yeah, so I wouldn't argue that. I think nepotism is good.
Amen. Well, of course. Well, this is to Gibbs, right? There are other reasons why a college would accept a person, right? It's not simply because, hey, like they don't take the group of individuals that just have like the highest of GPA grades, right? So that's even taking your friend's story on face value, which I really don't want to do at all, right? But let's say you take it on face value. That doesn't mean that there aren't reasons why Harvard wouldn't pick another person, right? That's why they ask you about your extracurriculars. That's why they ask you about what you've done.
A study
about
an essay about your struggles.
Yeah. Like and
your interview essays, you're all of that bullshit.
And
that's why they interview you.
Even race neutral, right? Like they don't look purely at your grade. So there's other reasons why other candidates could be much more attractive.
Just to be fair, there was a study done on medical schools in the top medical schools, and almost all of them require that your essay be a commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and explain what forms of activism
you're a doctor,
you've done.
yeah.
Right. So to be a medical doctor, you basically have to say, I am woke leftist and I don't like white people.
That's not too
throw
bad.
that dagger in at the end,
you're selling me on this. Now you're selling me on the concept. All right.
I'm just saying. The essays are a vector of DEI.
I think all the rest of my points, and there's just a few more, are for our friend FQ. One, Squid Games and Handmaid's Tale really become political symbols, right? These were hugely impactful television shows of our time, right? Like Squid Games keeps coming up. People keep trying to make a new
Handmaid's Tale, the golden age of TV.
Handmaid's Tale was amazing.
Garbage.
I know you didn't watch it. It was amazing. And
I watched first 2 seasons.
And
hated every minute of it.
I know you did. that part I believe. But it created an enduring political symbol.
Maybe more sexist. I was like, why is the main character so ugly?
Around the world, there are plenty of amazing shows being created right at this moment, right? But again, this is a subjective thing, so it's weird, right? But to say that people are still referencing MASH, boomers are, right? Boomers created those lists that you were referring to previously, and what a surprise, boomers think old shows were the best shows. All right, whatever, right? But again, this is the conservative mindset, right? Well, there's some imagined past that must have been better than what's happening now, right? Even when you can see, just like what my friend Bam said, right? Yeah, we are in the golden age of television. We keep getting bangers after bangers of bang. There's so many bangers you never even hear about them. There's too many to watch in this moment in time. It's an amazing moment to be a television watcher in this moment. I have less to say about movies, but I'll just leave that there, right? And after you, please write down everything that you want to respond to me, because I have a lot to say to her. So I want you to be able to respond later on, though. Okay, so there's that. This is something you said at the very start, right? You're talking about DEI collapsing public trust in government and society, right? Like since these movements have happened, there's been a collapse, right, in people's trust in civil society, right? And then somehow linking the two together in fucking incredible, FQ, in fucking incredible. In that same time period, we've had a massive public health crisis. We've had multiple unjust wars, right? Where blood and treasure has left.
Well, America always has an unjust war going on. Calm down.
That's
always
that
just.
part is true. But we've had very publicized. America has reckoned with that. But I think in a way that it hasn't since the Vietnam War, at the very least, right? We've had
we were silent about that shit in the 90s.
A reckoning with the crimes that the rich get away with, right? This was part of this was Me Too, and seeing of how these figures managed to go through forever and never get caught, but also Jeffrey fucking Epstein, and watching the government protect him, or watch all of society, including the media, protect Jeffrey Epstein right to this day, right? And we funded a genocide. We've seen all these things happen, and your answer to this, FQ, is that must have been the DEI. That's why people don't trust civil society. Amazing, right? We literally governments are accelerating AI development, which they're also guaranteed to their citizens that's going to destroy their job opportunities, right? And you're wondering, why are people distrusting government? Amazing. Okay. You said Black Lives Matter didn't didn't have a lasting
To be fair,
effect,
Snowden
right?
was 2013, a year before all this shit. I feel like that was probably bigger than anything.
Sure. Black Lives Matter didn't automatically change society. Yes, that one movement didn't upend the racist imperialist government that is the United States, right? It didn't collapse the government. It didn't have permanent change, right? I think FQ, you have no idea how major social changes happen. You have no clue. right? The civil rights movement, the big one that we all think of, right? The marches, the speeches, the videos that you can recall right now in your mind, right? That wasn't a movement. That was a long list of movements, a long list of failures, right? Like a long list of Black movements being crushed. We don't talk about any of that stuff, right? All you see is the end result. And then your response is, hey, I guess because BLM didn't like revolutionize policing in America, it must have failed, right? It must have, its promises didn't happen. Well, yes, you're correct. It didn't happen, but that's just literally the struggle. That's what the struggle looks like. It's what it's always looked like, right? For any movement, like even talking about like the struggle for LGBT rights, right? We look at the end result. There was like 5-6 decades of struggle before then, and part of the major movement. 5-6 decades of struggle, but all along the line, you could have said, well, I mean, this movement has accomplished nothing, right? I mean, I don't see any major reforms. So what was even the point? In fact, you know what? Like bringing attention to it has actually made things worse. You know, because there was a period when they were moving for gay marriage to put forward to make gay marriage legal when they wanted to roll back unions, right? Like the gay unions. Like this is just how these things go. Okay, so I'm gonna move forward. Sorry, I'm almost done. I think. Let me read this. And then I have 2 more things. Okay. So this is another excerpt from the article. It says, which raises some uncomfortable.
Oh, she couldn't take it anymore.
Okay.
What a dunk.
Thank you for the $2 Canadian. W. Shreya. Testicle Johnson.
Big testicles. Rage quit.
It's okay.
That sucks. I'm sorry. Okay.
No worries. No worries, FQ. No worries. All right. So I promise I'm almost done, and then everyone else can go.
Okay.
Okay. So another excerpt from the article, which raises some uncomfortable questions. Is the media more trusted now than a decade ago? Is Hollywood I guess I actually addressed this. Is Hollywood making it better, making better films and television? Is academia more respected? Have these institutions become stronger since they systematically excluded an entire cohort? Did meritocracy accelerate their decline? So I guess I already addressed that part, so I'll leave that alone. But that's like where FQ got this this idea, like, oh, I guess it must be DEI or that caused all this, but I've addressed that. Okay. Oscars actually did I have a mixed feelings about what the Oscars did, right? Oscars was brought up talking about Oscars so white, that whole thing, right? One, that was a fantastic movement. Glad it happened. Two, this kind of addresses the thing that was problematic in the article. Our friend Lactoid laid into this, right? Like how there were white men who were older, who are already established, who are part of these organizations, and who they weren't going to leave, right? But then everyone else who was coming in, well, they weren't white, and they were the ones who were going to suffer. Well, for the Oscars, they actually realized about that encrusted geriatric layer, right, as part of their membership, the Academy. And so they got rid of a whole swath of these individuals. A lot of these people weren't part of weren't involved in the movie making industry for decades, right? They just sat there. They were just like fucking politicians, right? They just sat there for decades, being part of the membership, and then voting completely out of touch with current society, current culture, and voting on these movies. And what do you know? We had a bunch of white nominees, a bunch of white winners, and so they just got rid of them. They put in rules in place that say that you have to have worked for a certain amount of time to be still a member of the Academy. They cleared out the geriatrics, right? But then they put in the rule, and they made an effort to reach out to other communities that weren't reached out to before. The Academy actually was super goddamn white, but they made an effort to change it, right? I don't know the exact balance. So maybe someone else can tell me. I'd appreciate. Yeah, I'd like to look that up. I don't know the exact balance now, but I think that is a better way of doing this. I'm not saying it's necessarily the fairest way of doing it, right?
Obviously.
Yeah, but I actually don't know if there's necessarily a fair way of unbalancing
people just won't give a fuck about the
Oscars used to not the Oscars actually don't even, I think up until recently this year, I think didn't require voters to have seen the movie. that they're voting.
It was
So
like
you
wild.
didn't have to watch all the
That's
movies.
crazy.
It was it was fucking
That's
wild.
awful.
Okay.
I was about to say, also one other thing. I was about to say, I know this is still in your flow, but another fun fact.
Flow?
In regards to the the award system. I was about to say the Oscars.
Like 20 minutes.
A black artist has never won the category of country in the history the history of the Oscars. Beyonce won it last year for the last year is the first time.
That's not the Oscars.
Not the Oscars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it was a travesty. Should have gone to Darius
Yeah,
Rucker or any of the other country singers.
Okay,
that are
cool.
African-American.
So whatever. Beyonce ended up winning for the best country album, and immediately the category got split into classic country and contemporary country, which has never existed before. Simply because
Oscars did that too in terms of like popular movie and then like movie of the year or whatever. Like
I have to leave, and I want to say one thing. I fixed to leave. Probably, I apologize. Real quick, I just found this out. As since we're talking about culturally relative movies, Galaxy Quest allegedly has a rated R version that the studio is holding from us. So release that. Thank you all for having me. It's been fun. Y'all
thank
be good.
you. Have a good one,
Bye,
Gibbs.
Gibbs.
And I must have been right because you didn't respond to me. So thank you so much. All right.
Bro,
it would take like an hour to respond to all your points.
Hey, well, I will not take
criticism.
criticism.
Time is getting mad at a
Never.
monologue.
Never.
It's Christmas break. I'm here for it. Okay.
The very last thing I'll say, right? And this is to FQ, right? And you'll get to respond. All right. FQ, I think you have no basis for your politics, like at all. I don't think you have a core to your politics, right?
Okay.
And I think because of that, you're easily swayed by these cultural, political forces, right? Like this is a very attractive argument to you because I don't think you actually have a core to your politics. I don't think you have a guiding principle, right? Even my friend Scott, who I disagree with very much, so right, he has. Actually, I think the brightest North Star I've ever seen, right? In terms of like
it all starts with A equals A and the unavoidable axiom.
The non-aggression principle. I think he has other strong, but I disagree with him. But he's not so easily swayed by these things, right? And I think, and I could say that for many people here, but I think you are.
I recently switched to the open borders argument, so I don't know.
I think that
so Lactoid is allowed to be in the libertarian movement.
I think that
I was open borders beforehand.
Stop it! Because you guys want me to end. This is my last thing, so let me bring it home. Right? I don't think you have a core basis to your politics. I think we discussed this last night. I think that you are so easily swayed even by literally white nationalist arguments because it's difficult for you to identify.
So if you're going to bring that up, I have to respond. Okay.
I said you would respond, correct? I kept
next
saying
week.
you'd respond.
Yeah, I will respond.
Next week. Okay, great. So I don't think
that's
you
what
have
it's going to turn into.
You can't actually identify the enemies of the problem, right? The individuals who are the biggest beneficiaries of all these policies, right? Both of the ones that hurt minorities and the ones that hurt white individuals, right, are the billionaires. They are the people at the top. The actual people with power within our economy. These are the people who benefit the most, right? Whether it's like destroying jobs through AI, whether it's the way schools are treated in our country, right? Because they put their kids in private schools, and private school is something that a friend Ike Rich would have said if he was here, right? He would have said, "Hey, you know what? The best kids to get into Harvard, right? The ones who prove their worth, they're the people who have gone to private schools, right? And those people have been tested, have gone through test prep literally for years before they get to the SAT. Literally for years they've been doing it. They've had so much test prep, right? And then at the end, they're called the very best, right? Are they the best or the best at taking that actual test? But these are structural structural advantages given to them, right? Given to the rich. You don't actually identify any of these things, right?
They're the best at that thing where we find out what you know.
You're swayed by cultural, these cultural wars, and it drives you to say nonsense like you've done this entire time. Now I'm done.
After very clean response, can I do a closing?
Next week.
Okay, so I have a lot of things to respond to that, and I understand that other people probably have to leave. I apologize.
Why don't we?
But
So
I did
then why
just
don't you?
receive a dissertation.
FQ, if you can,
so
well, FQ, if you can stay. Well, FQ, if you can stay, then let Lactoid get his last word in, and then we can just.
Well, to be very fair, I mean, you did just accuse me of being easily swayed
I know I
and
did.
being a white nationalist
you
in
again.
front of a whole
I
group
will
of
accuse you
people,
again.
and
Why
that's
I'll
not really
again.
fair to say that, like,
absolutely.
to tell other
FQ,
people. I mean, I don't want to keep anybody hostage speech
I'm letting
here,
him exit.
but it's just
He's
wrong
gonna
to do
exit.
that, Prime.
He's
I'm
gonna
sorry.
exit. FQ, I guarantee you, I'll say worse.
You're going to
things
say that
later
about me
on.
in front of a
I
huge group of
guarantee,
people, and
I
then say, let
guarantee I'll
him
say
leave.
worse things
And
about
then
you.
you're,
Don't
and
worry,
then you
I
can
can do it. I'll
Lactoid,
say
did you
worse
think she
things,
was a
but I'm
white
just gonna
nationalist?
let him
Just
exit.
do it.
He's just
Why don't
exit.
you just do it?
No, I
Do
don't.
it.
And we'll go
Do it
let
right
her leave
now.
because she
Do
might
it
think
right
she's a white
now.
nationalist.
Let her respond.
Do it
Let her
right
respond,
now.
and then I'll say
Say
afterwards.
say the worst things right now. Say them. Go on.
Oh
Say them.
yeah,
I'm not
I
afraid
think that you're pushing white nationalist talking points. You were doing that last night. You were doing white nationalist talking. You literally hold on. You'll love this, Corey, right? She was pushing white nationalist talking points. I call them white nationalist talking points. She says they're not white nationalist talking points. Hey, FQ, where'd you get them? Oh, Richard Spencer. Like, that's literally what happened.
So
That's literally what happened. You were literally pushing white nationalist talking
So
points.
I'm going to respond to this. Okay. So now that you've said that, okay. So first of all, talking about how the billionaires are controlling everything and how they are the really ones behind all of politics, just so you know, like that is also a white nationalist talking point. Okay. And if you don't believe me, you can go to any white nationalist.
Ask any white
nationalist saying that. They will say that. They absolutely do. That is a big like white nationalist. So you also apparently have something in common. Congratulations. So I guess I will just be very honest. I currently follow a person. Her name is Radfem Hitler, and you can look her up on Twitter. She's a well-known feminist content creator.
Another benevolent sexist,
I love
like
her.
Fairy Queen.
I like a lot of.
Surprise.
I think she's great. I think she's done a lot of good things, but I noticed that some of the stuff that she was retweeting, she reposts things from Nick Fuentes. I noticed that she was reposting things about Richard Spencer, and that made me really uncomfortable because I really liked her as a content creator. And I was curious about why it was that she was reposting these people. And so I became curious and I tried to look up who Richard Spencer was because I had vaguely heard of him, but I didn't really know that much about him. So I looked up his Substack. Apparently he is founding a cult with this person called Mark Brahman, which is the Cult of Apollo, which is a crazy white nationalist cult, which basically essentially tries to argue that Christianity was a way for Jews to humiliate people who were white, which is pretty wild. You can look it up. It's like on the website. And
so it's for the term
there are
Jew, if you want to go down that rabbit hole.
So, and however, having said that, I did say to Prime that even though I disavow the anti-Semitic tripe that I found like within what he was written, and I disavow the stuff that he has to say about race and IQ and the stuff that he has to say about denigrating like people. I don't support white nationalism or fascism. However, I did say that I did find some of the arguments that he had to make compelling. And one of those arguments had to do with affirmative action. I mentioned and so that was what like we discussed the other day. Richard Spencer, essentially like in one of the talks that he gave, he stated that there is an argument to be made from the right for affirmative action. And that is that essential, and actually this isn't fair to say because an argument that you could make from the right in favor of affirmative action is that when you truly make the American university system a true meritocracy, where you are not just competing against people in the United States when you apply to college. You are competing against everybody in China, in Saudi Arabia, in Russia, and just about anybody on planet Earth who has enough money to be able to pay full price tuition, which many universities are perfectly happy to accept. And they are willing to be swayed by foreign countries. And this has led in a couple of cases to concerns about freedom of speech on campus and concerns about foreigners from overseas trying to influence our politics and what we want to say and what we want to do in American universities. An example of this was the Confucius Institutes in Florida. Marco Rubio, he to this day, like they were originally embraced as a form of diversity, of celebrating intercultural exchange between China and between the United States. And those were immediately shut down because there were concerns that these institutes being included on campus limited freedom of speech, diversity of thought, and it acted essentially as a form of government overwatch from China, like within the United States. And I take that point. I think that that is like a fair thing to say. And it is a mark against meritocracy, because I think that when we're thinking about meritocracy in the United States, it has to function a little bit as a walled garden. I don't think it's the human right of a random person from Czechoslovakia, just because he has the requisite grades and the requisite test scores, that means that he that the American university system owes him a spot just as much as somebody who's worked incredibly hard from an American family in Kansas to be able to go. And I don't think that that's an unfair, and I don't think that that's a fascist or a white nationalist thing to say. I think that that is a perfectly reasonable thing to say. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that national security is maybe not a merit, but it's a kind of DEI that I think should be considered, like when we're thinking about hiring people and bringing them into our university systems and bringing them into jobs. And if you think that that's DEI, and if you think that that's wrong, I mean, you're free to accept that and to think that. But I think the true cost of allowing a true free marketplace of ideas with no regulation whatsoever, with no concern about like the nationality or where these people are coming from or why they are here or what it is that they wish to do with these positions of power in our country, then you are basically leaving us throwing the American people out in the cold in the name of a feeling of fairness and justice, like when you go to apply for a job or for a university position. And so, no, I completely reject this idea that I actually will say, like, to be completely fair, I don't think that I have ever strongly associated or clung to a particular framework or set of politics. I think anybody who's known me for a long time can fairly say that. I'm fairly open. I like to discuss ideas. I like to debate ideas. There are some individual threads of things that I believe that I will talk about, but I think it's perfectly fair to say that I am a fairly, mostly an open book. But I don't think that that means that I'm a naive person. And I especially think that it doesn't mean that just because I looked up Richard Spencer, like something that Richard Spencer wrote, that means that I'm an incoming white nationalist. And fuck you, Prime, for saying so.
No,
and fuck you for saying so on this thing.
I didn't call you. Hold on.
Goodbye.
I didn't call you a white nationalist. I didn't call you a white nationalist. I haven't done that. I said you're now you're a bullshitter. No, okay, bullshitter then, right? So I didn't call her a white nationalist. I said she was taking white nationalist talking points, right? I made it very clear.
But the implication.
No surprise. She reads too much.
Bringing that one back. The implication, Prime.
Have a conversation.
Yeah, it definitely implied that she was being swayed by you actually didn't even imply it. You literally said that she was being swayed by white nationalist arguments. Like you did everything but say you're a budding white nationalist.
I think she was being. I think if there's an argument that from a white nationalist that you're being swayed by white nationalists. That's absolutely.
It doesn't even have to be their worst argument. Bro. What we said about like.
I'm not calling her a white nationalist, to be very clear, right? Like I'm saying, hey, like you are putting out racist talking points. That's actually what you're doing, right? It's a coward thing to do to run away that way, right? It was a cowardly thing to do. And I was willing to engage with you, right? Just like I engaged with you for hours previously. I was willing to do that, but that's a coward to move, FQ. Fine, that's okay. You're going to be a coward and run away. That's okay. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm about to say I know we're about to leave. I'm about to say it depends on the time that what time point you're referencing Richard Spencer. Not because I believe he's changed his entire philosophy, but I know that like no one in here, including myself, hates Donald Trump more than Richard Spencer. He thinks he's like complete, like, yeah, I'm about to say that man thinks he's like the worst white man that ever white man. I think he ended up endorsing Kamala Harris actually against Donald Trump because he hates him so much. I will say that what she said at the end was, I know because I've heard it from white supremacists, it's probably one of their best arguments, but it is definitely a white supremacist argument about the American interest versus like pure meritocracy, simply because I heard it from Nick Fuentes, and I've actually heard it from Charlie Kirk was taught, like they speak to the idea of like GDP isn't the number one barometer. They're okay with they use it in terms of immigration. Well, they talk about immigration, like immigration is a net positive to GDP, and they're like, well, we're okay with GDP not being as efficient if it means protecting the interest of like white workers and their families. Like we don't need to be the superpower of the world. We want to protect our family, and like that's okay. You can make that argument. I even think there are conversations to be had there, but it definitely is from a framework of white supremacy.
No, absolutely.
You heard it here first, folks. If you use the meme GDP number go up, you are a white nationalist or being swayed by white nationalist arguments. Nah, I'm sorry, Prime. I don't normally white knight, but like Fairy Queen
That's where
literally
the argument
canceled
comes
an interview with me because she did not like my takes on race and IQ statistics. Like the idea that she's like swayed by white nationalism and whatever.
I'm not
it's like,
calling her. Good thing
I'm saying that was a fair
nationalist.
time for her to quit when you basically implied it, and then it's past the time for us to leave, for her to say her piece and
instead of
dip
just
out.
using the words that he said. He said the words he
Bullshit.
meant. He was intentional about the words he said.
Yeah, I was
Don't
extremely
just
intentional about the words that I
implied
said.
it, or you
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
have.
I'm just saying it's fair. I'm saying it doesn't make her a coward to be like,
specifically-
"Here's my piece. All right, fuck off."
I said specifically, hey,
She is a
you're
coward,
using-
though.
And just like I've said, hey, I've called other people on this panel. I've said the same thing about other people on this panel that you've said racist things without actually calling you a racist, right? I've done that many times, right?
I got my
Lactoid?
closing.
Right?
I got my closing written down, and if you,
Bro,
if you thought that what she said was white
we
nationalist,
both called each other racist multiple times. I'm just saying that's a fair time to be like, all right, fuck off. I don't like that you said that. It's past time that the show was already closed. It's not like she left at 10.
It's fine.
You know,
it's fine. It's fine.
Lactoid did say he
Leave it alone.
hypothetically wanted to make
Leave it alone.
clanhood, so just
Leave it alone.
keep that in
Okay?
mind.
hypothetically.
FQ is free. FQ is free to come back to make her point. Hell, I'll give her a one-on-one if that's what she wants. We could have a one-on-one conversation, and she can like get an opportunity to fully put forward her positions, and I can respond to her. Once again, I'm not calling her a white nationalist. I'm not calling her a racist, to be very clear, right? But I think she's repeating racist arguments, and I think that they. Sorry, I'll leave it alone. I don't need to say anything.
Can I have room?
Let's
I'm gonna
go
have room.
to Lactoid.
Yeah, I need some room to push some of my racist arguments for a second because I'm running out of steam, and I got to get up early tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the first thing is going way back. Two quick fact checks, and then I'll get into my closing. Going way back. According to NPR, 78% of who they hired were persons of color. I read the whole Daily Wire article. Even by their numbers, persons of color were disproportionately hired. I don't really know if the Daily Wire's methodology on this is like good or bad. It does seem to be like definitely arguing against the way that Bloomberg has tallied up the numbers, and it's saying, well, this it doesn't make any sense because of X, Y, Z. I guess I'd really need to like actually sit down and go through all the stats to see which whether Bloomberg or the Daily Wire has like a better argument here. But even if we go off of the Daily Wire's argument, which is like the most, from what I've been able to find, the most extreme position against Bloomberg's, even on that article, persons of color were disproportionately hired compared to white people. As to Ali, I've said this every fucking time it gets brought up. I'm gonna keep saying it.
Mm-hmm.
The BLM claim that police are killing black people in the street is a complete lie. It's based in a lie. When you control for interactions with police, black people are not overrepresented.
Now Lactoid wants to fact check.
I don't think
immigrants, though.
I know everyone likes to do the just killing thing. I don't think BLM was all
Just
about
like I
killing.
said.
I think it has to do with the beatings, the unjust arrest, the whole spiel. It's not just about. I know there's only like 13 people who get killed a year. Yeah.
Yep, it's dramatically over.
And then I got a question. Are biracial people people counted as POC or are they counted as white?
They're POC, of course.
But they're half white.
When you not only is it a complete lie that they are disproportionately killed, it is you're right that the perception of how many black people are killed is dramatically misunderstood and very much based on partisan levels. So this absolutely is the case. And
what about the other part of brutality that isn't being killed?
And hey, just like I can rely on Corey to fact check against the immigration claims, he didn't fact check that claim. So it's up to me to step in and fact check the claims that Corey is too afraid to fact check, I suppose.
No.
What about the other brutality that isn't murder?
I love your selective fact checking.
I love your selective fact checking. I didn't hear you call it Ali. Now I'm going to move on to.
I don't hear you responding to me. What about the other brutality
I,
that isn't all murder? What about all the other brutality that comes along with what BLM was talking about? It isn't all just murder.
Yeah. The Summer of Love, the BLM movement, began with the narrative, going all the way back to Mike Brown, but really, really intensified following George Floyd. And the sentence that you said was that they're killing black people in the street. and this was the slogans that they marched with, because
Yeah, that's
not
what
going
launched
to
the movement.
that's not going to rile.
Read past headlines, and some of us know a little bit
because
of nuance, right?
a wee bit of nuance, a little bit
goes a long way.
No, it's not. It's a
little bit
lie.
goes a long way.
No, it's a flat fucking lie.
Are immigrants killing all the white girls?
It's a flat. Hold on. It's a flat fucking lie. You can say there's some other true claims that we had to lie about this in order to draw your attention to. Yeah,
police brutality.
Yes. Sure.
Brutality isn't just murder.
Hey. They're killing us. They're killing us in the street. Is referring to murder. No, they're not. Statistically, they are not disproportionately killing unarmed black men in the street. This is false.
They are.
This is a lie. This is a lie perpetuated.
All lives matter.
This is a lie perpetuated
they're killing other
by
people
Black Lives Matter.
They're not just brutal to black people. All lives matter, right?
This is a lie perpetuated by Black Lives Matter. This is a lie perpetuated by Black Lives Matter, and it was done for political purposes. And there's no nuance to that. When you actually look into the fucking nuance, you realize, yes, that statement is a lie. There's no nuance to that statement.
But the movement
was there is. That's not what you said, and that's not the specific statement that I'm criticizing.
That's what the point of BLM was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it was about the police
of George Floyd.
Oh,
police brutality.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me? Yeah. Are you telling me that that these cities, that Minneapolis would have burned if they were marching? Hey, police push us around too much when they're arresting us. Or is it hands up, don't shoot? Or is it hands up, don't shoot?
It's hands up, don't shoot. It's I can't breathe. There's a bunch of slogans.
Yeah, and many of them, and hands up, don't shoot, which is again an overt lie, goes towards a pervasive methodological falsehood pushed by this organization, pushed by this movement, stating that police officers disproportionately kill unarmed black men. This was the slogan. If you are denying this, then you're not living in reality. You're not living in reality. And I'm not going to be. And everyone, anybody who sees this knows this. I'm not going to be gaslit into not remembering what the slogans were, and what the marching was about, and what the rioting was about, and how all these fast food restaurants getting burned down because of the narrative that police officers were hunting black people in the street. And this perception. No, the straw that broke the camel's back was the media lying about this, leading to people of every political orientation dramatically overrepresenting the amount of black people that were killed by orders of magnitude when you got into the far left.
What about the people who were brutalized?
Listen,
you can do it. I'm not one of those people.
I'll clean it. I'll clean this up very quickly. Rand Paul and his wife were attacked by BLM protesters, and he had to use the police to escape BLM protesters as they were screaming, "Say her name." Rand Paul wrote the Breonna Taylor bill. This was a racial justice movement that was based upon fantasy.
Yeah,
it was all about getting back at whitey.
I'm not telling you the movement wasn't overtaken.
Again,
I'm not telling you it wasn't. I agree that the movement was overtaken. The leaders were shit. It became a whole propaganda. It just became a way for the people at the top to make money. Yeah, that's true of. That's going to be true of the people at the top who consent to make money off the backs of the people who are actually part of the movement. Right? The movement is still the same, even though if you just want to look at the propaganda around it, fine. The issue is police brutality. And then there's a reason why All Lives Matter came up, because I
just proved you wrong. I've already proved you wrong. It's not about police brutality.
Okay, so tell me this. Why was Kyle Rittenhouse at a protest in Wisconsin? What was he responding to?
He was putting out fires at the riot.
Why was there a riot?
Hurting people. Because Jacob Blake, who pulled a knife on a cop, was shot.
Did he die?
No, he did not die.
So it's not about
Kamala Harris visited him in the hospital. Remember?
No, it was,
even though he was a
I'm just saying.
Person
you said it was only about
black
children.
No, when
he was
you
a violent man that kidnapped children and then was reaching into the car for a weapon.
Breaker Blake. You said that
I understand.
You asked why were the protests?
When you shoot somebody, hold on. When you shoot somebody, like, it's lethal force. just because Jacob Blake didn't specifically die,
I'm not
that
arguing
was
the
still, that
justification.
shooting was still within the narrative, which is they're killing us in the street. They're shooting us. They're killing us. They weren't saying they weren't saying what the actual evidence does show, which is that minor scuffles are higher amongst black people than they are white people, amongst police arrests.
To the people talking, they kept, I heard a lot
on the
of
most
police
minor
brutality.
level. On the most minor level, there does appear to be some issues there. This was not the narrative of BLM. You are not going to convince me otherwise. I've read too much into this, and I've experienced that.
We just named an example of why that wasn't the case. What do you mean we're gaslighting? We're going specific.
He was shot.
But he didn't die.
He was shot.
Killing of black people. It was about.
Oh my! It was using lethal force against a black guy.
That's not the only. I'm about to say you can name cases related to arrest.
Like what? Where there's no lethal force?
Oh
yeah,
man!
I'm about to say
dude, how many times does that Millennial Woes tweet of like the left's argument
every time?
Is just
point to the sign.
Misunderstanding the topic and
and not misunderstanding
conversation impossible.
I'm just not again.
See, it's actually about brutality because he was shot but not killed.
I'm about to say the entire you ask anybody about BLM and they're going to speak to police brutality in general, and they're going to speak to and it's not even really just about police brutality, although that's the biggest thing. It also deals with like unjust policing. It's the fact of like, oh, okay, when these things happen to black people, the officers aren't facing consequences around it. Like if when people are arrested, when people like are actually facing consequences, there's really nothing to go out in the streets and write about. But it's the fact that like oh God, what was his name? Was running, and like it went months without an arrest being made. Wait, oh God, Prom. Do you know what we're talking about?
You're talking about Arbery, and all three men, including the guy who videoed it, got arrested.
Yes, like, not immediately. The case was closed until people brought attention to it.
It was that's where the far right started calling black people that were committing crimes joggers instead of the N-word. Because the media was like, he's just jogging in his Timberlands after casing out a place.
And do you believe he wasn't casing the joint? What are you talking about? Like we have video evidence.
Clearly there to steal from.
It was just
his
house.
He's just baiting you, man.
Like bullshit.
He's just baiting you.
But the thing is, like, that couldn't even be something that we agreed on as a nation. People had to justify, like, the movement, like, there were people pushing back on, like, no, they should have killed him. He deserved to get shot down in the streets and chased by a car. He was a criminal. Like, that's what people were looking for against him. That's absolutely what the conversation was about. Like there would have been a protest if it was open and shut. Like, oh yeah, those dudes were criminals. They should go to jail. There wouldn't have been a protest. It was like, no, those people deserve justice.
There wouldn't have been a protest. Those guys would have gotten away for sure.
They did get away.
So I'm gonna go into my closing.
After I was about to say after the attention was brought to it, but it was like months before an arrest was made because the police that pulled up on the scene and saw what happened, they let them off. They was like, oh, you guys are fine. Y'all just killed another one of them. Go home, brothers. You're protecting your neighborhood.
Okay. I'm just gonna go into my closing, and then I'm gonna I don't. It's fucking crazy.
That's what happened.
I'm gonna go. Hey, I'm just gonna go to my closing.
So triggered.
He's
not gonna get
I'm a little bit triggered as to the sheer
revisionist history.
Revisionist history of of it all, and just the rejection of facts. But hey, it goes one way. So
speak your truth, Lactoid.
I'm gonna speak my truth right now.
Fucking Hegelian.
As we mentioned, I'm gonna give my fake libertarian truth. Are you ready? As we mentioned, Jacob Savage is a liberal who claims he holds on to a liberal vision for America. I think this article was much less of an attack on any individual person of color, or even blaming any individual company, or really even blaming companies. I think it was much more of him looking upon his own works and with despair. This was a product of the American left-wing political machine. And now it had turned on him. And now he cares. The liberal fantasy of colorblindness that dominated the early thousands is now a Reddit punchline. People need to realize that equality is not the goal anymore. It is aimed at equity, which is equality of outcome. It's aimed at boosting minorities and limiting white people in order to narrow achievement gaps. The goal for many who push DEI, maybe not the people here, but many, is that they do not want you to succeed. With sneering disdain, DEI proponents will claim that white people who did not exist during eras past are expected to take the blame for their ancestors' wrongs and are called Nazis if they take the credit for their ancestors' creations. If you even acknowledge that you're being untreated unfairly, the sneering disdain becomes pointed at you. No, no one should give up, but that doesn't mean we can't recognize the push for equality was just a primer for a broader, more nefarious goal. The final goal here is a Harrison Bergeron-style society in which white people, in Mamdami's former aide's own words, must feel defeated. Thank you so much. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Ahmaud Arbery was fatally shot
a-
on February 23rd, 2020. I was about to say the video released on May 5th, 2020 surfaced, and the McMichaels were finally arrested May 7th of 2020. So you're saying like months went by of nothing happening after them killing somebody until the video goes public.
Let's give closings to everyone then. Lactoid, shout out to your friend. And also all right, I should just leave it alone. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Thanks, don't care about
yeah, so I am happy to recognize that everyone here understands that at a global financial markets and the private equity within all of the world's superpowers and economic power like the IMF and the UN, within legal practice within many European countries and within America up until 2024, still to this day within many states, even in states that have enacted anti-DEI laws like Texas and Florida, there is still anti-white discrimination baked into the legal code and into our financial markets from manipulation of elites and billionaires throughout the world, that we all recognize that there is definitive de facto anti-white discrimination and systemic oppression of white people. But for some reason we have a whole bunch of arguments about why, like, oh, you're just whining, oh, it's bullshit, oh, it's it's actually a good thing maybe, but I won't directly say that. So I didn't expect to fight any fact-based arguments, because the facts are all on our side that this is wrong, unless you just believe that it's okay to systematically oppress people for equality of outcome, which the proponents of DEI believe. I am sad that Fairy Queen had to dip out, because I just wanted to just say one little point, and maybe she's watching or something. I just wanted to add this little bit about this concept of, like, has art been made better because of these, like, DEI initiatives? And I would say, maybe you believe, and I know Bam does, that, like, we're in a golden age of television, that there's a lot of good television and things of that nature. And that's a very subjective thing, and I won't take that from you. I won't. But what I will say is, BBC since 2014 has put in heavy guidelines where 20% of people on screen need to be black, despite the fact that that's much higher than the percentage of black people living in England, right? That they need, that is a legal mandate for, well, it's not a legal mandate. It's a rule-based system for the BBC, which is, government funded. There are rules for, like, their award systems, right? So de facto, all of the media in England, has DEI requirements. And it's like, well, have we gotten better black storytelling out of that? And I looked it up, and I wanted to know, like, what stories have been told about Africa in the past decade in England where they have all of these forced initiatives. And there's two of them. One is Lost Kingdoms of Africa, which is a documentary series exploring pre-colonial African kingdoms, hosted by Gus Casely Hayford. Predates peak diversity rules, but aligns with increased focus on African history. So this is just before the rules is when the show starts, but it's 4 seasons, and the latter seasons kick in, like, as some of these rules start coming in. And then there's the history of Africa during this time, which is all about colonization. So it's like, if we were to make a racial Bechdel test right? It would fail that test because it's all about white people colonizing. It's not about black stories. There have been zero since these rules have been implemented, stories of African folklore, stories of pre-colonial African kingdoms that focus around the inner politics of African communities and empires. There have been no period pieces about Mansa Musa or about, the kingdom of Aksum or Kush or anything. And so despite putting in all of these rules, and this is kind of what I was piggybacking off what you said, Prime, is that it just showcases the problem of neoliberalism. It doesn't actually do anything. All of these diversity and all of these diversity initiatives where all it's done is piss off white people, because now we have Queen Victoria as a black woman, and we have period pieces of white stories written by a bunch of encased old guard white people with black actors that have been race swapped, pissing off literally everybody. Black people are not asking for, there are some obviously, but most black people are not asking that we race swap a bunch of historical white figures, tell historical white stories, but with black people as the actors. It pisses off everybody, and it doesn't do anything towards healing racial tension. I want to compare that to the video game industry and show there have been a lot of woke games, if you will, what your opinions on Gamergate. I want to set all of that aside, right? Sweet baby games, whatever. Regardless of how you feel about whether or not that's too much or good or bad, what I'll say is this. The games that were celebrated for wokeness did not do very well. Okay? Maybe it's because their target audience are a bunch of white racists, and that's who mostly plays video games. But Concord ain't winning any fucking friends, and neither is, the end of the Game Awards Concord 2.0, right?
Oh, High Guard. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, High Guard. But you know what? But you know what did get critical acclaim from everyone? Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 had people before the game came out talking about the game with rainbow flag shirts celebrating and pins of their trans label. They had every single one of their characters was gay. They had Abigail Thorne, the person from Philosophy Tube, okay, as a character in the game. When Jennifer English, who has, was a voice actor in Elden Ring and a voice actor in Baldur's Gate
and everything,
and a voice actor in Expedition 33, right? Hire her because you're getting Game of the Year. When she accepted her award at the Indie Games for Best Voice Actor, she went on stage and said that this is in celebration of queer joy. That there's something. Sorry, this is for Expedition 33. But again, she's a voice actor for Baldur's Gate. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cared. And the reason nobody cared was because wokeness and DEI were not mandates upon the game, and they didn't force their politics on anyone. She literally got on stage and said, I'm doing this in celebration of queer joy, and not a single right-wing chud was like, oh, we have to cancel Claire Obscure Expedition 33. And the reason was because they told a good fucking story, and they weren't motivated by wokeness. They weren't motivated by diversity, equity, inclusion. They were motivated by telling a story and telling the corporations, specifically fucking Ubisoft, to go fuck themselves because the little guys have come in with a game and it's going to destroy everything. And I think that really goes to show that I don't think these DEI initiatives are doing anything that they're even purporting to do. I think they're not coming from a place of diversity. They're not coming from a place of wanting to tell black stories or wanting to actually create some form of equality. They're coming from a corporate fucking checklist of rainbow capitalism, if you will, bullshit that meets all of the standards of private equity and laws that are pushing this fucking means of which billionaires can create racial tension and division within our culture and society, and not actually create a freer, more prosperous society.
People can always do examples like that. I feel like, Jordan Peele, every one of Jordan Peele's movies have been critically acclaimed. And Jordan Peele always comes out and he actively states, they're like, oh, would you plan on doing a movie with a white lead? And he says, no, I make movies for black people. And
let's move on, because I know people want to head out. Let's get to Corey.
Well, I guess I'll try to also keep it short. So I find it interesting that both in Scott's closing statement and opening statement, they outline pretty much, this. I think they mentioned also like this systemic discrimination or something along those lines on a global scale. And I did bring data, and I discussed it with Lactoid, like yeah, if there you have this massive global, systemic discrimination, and yet overall, when you look in the aggregate data, it seems like white men aged 30 to 39 are overall doing just fine. Or maybe there is a slight dip, by a single percentage point. So like, despite this massive, multi-level systemic discrimination, nothing gets shown up in the aggregate data overall, or like the smallest signal. But I will concede, if you zoom in on certain instances, okay, I'm sure there has been anti-white discrimination at certain companies, both private and public. But again, nothing on the aggregate shows up in the data. And then I guess the last thing that I'll say, not related to the actual topic, but just, I find it interesting, when FQ gets offended by you implicating that they're a white nationalist, and where it's like, oh, okay. So let's say you called her white nationalist, and then, oh, big deal. Some anonymous, faceless person is being labeled a white nationalist. Like, she's FQ and doesn't show her, like, isn't that the whole point of being anonymous online? Nothing could actually be attributed to you. Like, who cares?
She's not anonymous. Her face has been online tons of times.
Yeah, but she's still anonymous. Okay, there's a reason why Lactoid doesn't share his name. I pressed him on it. He'll never share, because at the end of the day, he's not putting his reputation on the line. Okay, because that's the risk for him. He's too scared to do that.
I know your name, Charles.
And so
why don't you press Prime?
Because he's not as much of a weasel as you are.
About what?
Well, I don't want to we can really get that on a separate panel. I'm more than happy to.
You don't want to do DEI prioritize a black person over you, bro. I mean, over you.
Yeah. You get it, man. If you're black, it's okay, but if you're white, you're a coward for not putting your information out there. There's two black people here that don't have their full name openly public.
I will absolutely qualify in terms of like, yes, if you're anonymous and online, there's a level of cowardice, and I would have no problem saying that there's an L that holds true to a certain extent.
Yeah, I got kids and I don't want to be doxxed. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly. It's always about safety. You just say that you're a coward. It's not a problem. Just like Lacto can say it too.
Look, hey, I agree. When you have the most milquetoast opinions, you don't really.
No, I'm not going to put myself in danger for some stupid bravado. Show up to my house. I'll blow your fucking brains out if you did something for my children. I'm not a fucking coward just because I'm smart enough to put my fucking to dox
You're literally
myself.
admitting to being afraid. Yes, that's how is that not cowardice?
So it's so any level of rational fear on anything is cowardice.
To some degree.
Protecting yourself is cowardice. Wearing a bulletproof vest is cowardice. Are cops cowards if they wear a bulletproof vest?
You can say somebody's braver if they don't.
Well, no, hold on. Even further, Corey, you're a little bit of a coward because you're not putting your Canadian equivalent of your social security number.
I would agree.
There.
Yes, there's a spectrum there. Yes, just like there's a spectrum.
Everything's a spectrum.
Got it.
Yeah, you fucking coward.
Well, wait. Do you think there's a difference? Do you think there's a difference from someone that says, I'm anxious about public speaking and I will never do public speaking? Is there any difference there whatsoever? Or that's the same level of fear?
You haven't put your social security number up.
Yes, exactly. And I have no problem saying there's an element of fear there behind it.
Somebody would steal their identity.
Someone in my chat says, you look both ways before crossing the road, you fucking coward.
Actually true. True.
Yes. There's a conversation to be had there.
I'm about to say they'll never. Wait a
conversation be had there.
Nobody. The action hero would never look.
I will gladly.
The action hero would just walk because I think there is like an element of like, oh, this does exude a level of confidence. This
the cars will stop.
Wait.
Like an explosion.
So I'm actually less of a coward because I ride a motorcycle.
Yeah.
No, you're more of a fool. You're more of a fool.
In that specific.
I'm brave.
I'm brave.
You know what you are? You know what you are, Lactoid?
It balances out. It balances
stunning
out.
and
Wait,
brave.
do you wear a helmet?
I'm not gonna say whether I wear a helmet or not. I don't want to take away some of that newfound bravery. Okay, I don't want to.
You wear a helmet.
But there's a reason why. There's a reason why. Okay, I don't know for sure. But there's a reason why. There's even like people like Scott and Lactoid. They never remember anything that they say on panel because there's no risk for reputational damage. Okay, as case in point, or it could just be bad memory, just bad overall poor executive function. I don't know. But as case in point, when I shared my experience of like being hired and fired from a company, okay, and Scott laughed like this is new information. One, I spoke him up before. And two, if he checks his message DM, I sent him the article because I spoke him up before.
Drop it to him.
Let me go. You're not pissed, by the way.
I'm sorry.
I'll say.
I also said in the messaging, you don't have to read it. I never expected you to read it, but of course you don't remember that.
He's got
okay.
there.
So
I didn't read. I didn't read your Substack where you admitted to loving the cuck chair. I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm the cuck coming from the divorced dad, overweight dad. Yes, I'm the cuck.
Well, you got kids today. You got kids, Corey?
What is happening today?
I currently have no desire to have kids. What does that, what does that mean?
All right.
Okay. Well, I don't know what's happening today, but okay. Five words from everyone.
Spicy.
One panel. Something's in the water. Something's in the air. It must be Christmas time. That's what's doing it. But
I'm happy to deliver to you,
I just
Brian.
gotta say again. I didn't call FQ white nationalist. I have to push back on the implication of that one way or the other. But she absolutely is spouting white nationalist talking points. That I'll continue to say. But go ahead, Bam.
Yeah, last thing I'll say about this is, I'm gonna speak to media just because I enjoy media. I don't care about gaming. I've learned that recently. I thought I enjoy games. I realize there's people who really do this. I don't. But like I said, film and television.
Fair.
We everybody everybody runs to the argument like, you just make a good story. We don't care about that stuff. We end up with better story. I just think that good storytellers make good stories. But I think that there's good storytellers who do prioritize representation. I think Ryan Coogler is one of the hottest directors in the game right now, and he's came out in these schools. We talked about he makes stories about black people. Ryan Coogler.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I was just.
Oh, you don't. I was gonna say Black Panther, Sinners.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just curious. Yeah. I actually do want to
see
see Sinners. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen it.
God, Ron, you got that should be movie of the year without question. But
I just gave up on Hollywood, so it's very rare that I watch anything. So I don't.
I can understand that for you, but it also to be fair, the point of the thing I was going to talk about earlier is like nobody other than black people is the target audience for that, and he came out and said as much. But black people are, like I said, the biggest enjoyers of film and TV media, so it went gangbusters compared to its budget, and
why do you think that is? Why is it black people are watching all the TV?
Or when it involves other black people, I think black people as a community have understood the value of representation. So whenever a black person seems to be in a position of success.
Oh, so you think that they're just you think that black people
it's an obligation. Yeah. I enjoy film. I watch film because I enjoy film. Other black people go see movies starring black actors or with black directors out of obligation.
But doesn't that kind of support the argument though that DEI and things like that are you're saying black people watch it because of DEI? You're saying because of black representation,
the way I understood it,
because of black directors, there's a sense of duty or obligation to watch it. And my argument is at least in my circles, a lot of us, because of those very same reasons, have checked out. And so
they also think it's good.
Hold on, Ali. Hold on. I'm sure you do, right? I'm not saying all TV is trash or anything. What I'm saying is if you're saying the reason that you believe that black people seem to be consuming this entertainment is in part because a sense of a duty or obligation when black creators or black representation is put forward. And at the same time, I'm saying that a lot of white people feel like they've been preached to and they've checked out of it. Then wouldn't that mean that there's a selection bias?
Let Ali get his closing statement, and then you guys can do a back and forth if you like. But Ali.
I think the idea would be is that there's a duty to represent, because if you go and watch it, the numbers do good. The movie itself is good. And then you're going to get more black representation because the numbers and show that hey, we will support it and it's going to be good. And so therefore, there's a duty because if you don't go and support, then there's going to be less, right?
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
If Sinners doesn't do good in the box office, if Jordan Peele's movies don't, make the money.
It's crazy how
back.
black people will do it, but women won't. You notice that? Like
Yeah.
how like women will be like, it's a duty to do this, and then they never consume or buy the
I'm about to say they'll vote.
Yeah.
they go to the polls, but black people go to the polls too.
Go ahead, Ali.
So my closing is more of a question that maybe we could talk about like next time. As far as I've as long as I've been on this panel, anytime Prime or Bam or someone's brought up like systematic racism, I feel like Lactoid said that systematic racism doesn't exist. Maybe it was a joke, or it's the fact that it's like it's not real, right? But like systematic racism against black people or like minorities makes sense considering that like in America, white people are the ones who run shit. But then when you and Scott are both talking about systematic racism against white people, I have to like wonder who's the one being like systematically racist above them. It's not like women are the ones in power. It's not like black people are the ones in power. There aren't really too many minorities in power, right? Like I have to ask you, who is it that like is being systematically racist against you, and why is it beneficial for them? If white men are the one in power, why is it beneficial for them to push this whole thing against the young white men? Right, like what is the issue? Like I want to know where the systematic racism is coming from. If you guys are the ones holding power, why is it affecting you in such a negative way? Right? Well, like what benefit would it like? How would it benefit the old white
Suicidal
people?
empathy.
2 words.
Well, they also say statistical outcomes don't
2
matter.
words.
Billionaires are suicidal.
words.
Like BlackRock has suicidal empathy.
No, 2 words.
White liberals do.
2 words.
2 words. Bread and circus.
Those are 2 words.
I'm not gonna ask what that means.
Wasn't that 3 words actually? And
Sure.
Okay.
We're counting and.
He's always sneaking things in.
I'm always
Okay,
longer than I say I'm gonna be. All right.
You
Even when I
will.
say 2 words, it's 3.
You sneaky boy.
All right. So there's a great pinning stroke there, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Let's end it there. But anyone can continue talking if you want afterwards. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. If you appreciate the channel, consider support the channel, sub the channel, get bits, give subs, or follow the channels on whatever platforms it is. You have Twitch, Kick, YouTube. We would love to have you.
TikTok.
In honor. And TikTok too, but we're not streaming there right now. But TikTok, eventually we want to. So TikTok. Anyway, so in honor of FQ, dearly departed, I am going to raid. I am going to raid the apparently always on Alf Twitch channel. I think it's doing a running loop of Alf, and Alf would be within her golden age of television, right? Alf, people still talk about Alf. People bring up Alf sometimes. He's in some memes.
Nobody talks about Alf.
People bring up.
People
we're
know
talking
what
about
Alf
Alf,
is,
okay?
right?
Now, true. Now we're talking about Alf. That's a good point.
Yeah. Alf likes to eat cats. I know that. That's a big thing. Anyway, look, it's within her strike zone, and for her honor, I'm going to raid the Alf channel, right? And there's some white women involved in that channel, so like on that show, so it appeals to me. So start this raid, and check it out. It's actually a pretty good show. I've seen a bit. I'm not a huge Alf head, but it's actually pretty funny. So check it out, and just wait for this time to go down. Off you go. All right.
Yeah, if I can just quickly, answer your question, I think, Ollie, the thing is that if you were to
I just want to see if I could make Lactoid be anti-Semitic real quick.
Well, no, if you were to arbitrarily if you were to
Maybe
arbitrarily put there we go. If you were to arbitrarily put those white people into 2 categories, right? What I would say is that research has shown over and over again. Well, maybe not over and over again. That's an exaggeration. Some research has shown that white people in America tend to have the lowest in-group preference. That white left-wing people have an out-group preference, and that white conservatives tend to have an in-group preference. But white conservatives still have less of an in-group preference than every other one of these kind of like arbitrary categories of race. As a whole. And so white people do not typically advocate for white people in politics. But the people who do advocate for themselves in politics are the wealthy.
Everyone
elite.
else.
No, the wealthy elite, right? So when you were talking about why is it that the quote unquote people in power, they are advocating for themselves. but they're not advocating for themselves in the interests of white people because they don't give a fuck about white people in the same way that other racial groups in America care about their own. But they do care about their own when it comes to people with, people that went to Harvard, legacies, people that, are the CEOs of corporations and go to the yacht club, people in that wealthy elite class. And so what you're seeing is you're seeing a lot of policies where they don't give a fuck if it disproportionately affects white people because it's not going to affect their kids, because their kids are going to go to the nice schools, private education, and get into the colleges over a legacy admission, even though it might fuck over all the other white kids and the Asians. It's not going to fuck them over because they'll just donate a new wing to Harvard and they'll get their kid in anyways. And so what they are advocating for their own interests. And their own interest is, if the left is going to have this anti-capitalistic bias or whatever, we can just distract them. And that's why I said bread and circus, right? Like, it's like kind of that meme from Roman times. We can distract them with rainbow capitalism. We can distract them with woke politics. We can, push these initiatives and things like that. And we can scam those initiatives, like the green bond scam in Europe, where we can move over money to NGOs. Who runs NGOs? It's fucking trust fund kids. That's what you do. You become a billionaire and then you go become a philanthropist. You run an NGO and then you use your name and your clout and your connections and the fact that that you grew up wealthy and all that shit to go make the world a better place. And what you're doing is getting rich off of making the world a better place for the poor blacks. And at the same time, you and yours, the wealthy elite class, are absolutely isolated and protected from all of this bullshit.
Okay, wait. So then, to be fair to the minorities' argument or the woke people's argument, it would be white men that are doing this. It's just that you, as a white man, aren't seen as part of their in crowd, right? You're not seen as part of their white men. You're not an elite white man. You're just a black guy in their eyes, right? So technically speaking, so it is a classist issue, right? But then obviously, like, black people or minorities are going to be like, well, we've always been the lower class. You guys are now just being added to the party that is lower class. Welcome to the party. It's still white men that are the problem, right? Like,
well,
ultimately.
It's like, sure, but it's like when you say it's white men that are the problem, we're talking about individual white people that have power that are this fraction of a percentage of us. And then what you end up getting is media and for example, in England, they have a whole new program where the teachers are designed to look for anything that might resemble toxic masculinity and talk to white male children about how they're a problem, about how masculinity, like, we're going to teach you real masculinity. And it's this, cucked liberal bullshit. And so it's like, if you're one of those people, right? Like, you're a poor kid in England in a southern UK town, and your town has been fucking full of a bunch of Pakistani immigrants that are privileged above you, and like, you're told that you're a problem and they can protest but you can't protest, and then your kids are in school being told that white people are the problem, and it's like, where's this it's like we get all of the hate and we get none of the privilege, but we're accused of getting all this privilege because because we have the same skin color as the group that actually have the privilege, which is this small minority of billionaires somewhere. And it's like, and the small minority of billionaires know that we can create this little division in this war, and then we can talk about all the middle management, black women and white women that we hired to like have administrative bloat, and then we can get all this extra government money and taxes and all this free shit. And it's like, and it's done against us. And it's like, we're looked at like we're the problem. And it's like, dude, my family's from Appalachia and half of them are fucking dead from the opioid epidemic or suicides. I'm not that guy. It's not me. Why am I being punished for some shit for some other people, using government and corruption and all this other bullshit to get free money to discriminate against me so that nobody focuses on all the corruption in government? It's like, how's that fucking fair to me?
It's not. It's the
Jews got you, apparently. They came for you. I can't hear shit. You're not connected. It's silent. It's like you cut out like a connection issue or something, brother. I got nothing from you. I'll see you later, brother. I'll see you. Peace. Oh shit, that's funny. All right, boys. I am going to hop out of here. It's late at night. I thought that was a fun stream. We got into some cool shit. I always love arguing DEI shit. Yeah, knock on wood. Hopefully, whatever settings I did on Streamlabs and updates and changing over to RTMPS and all that good stuff. Hopefully that worked. So we'll see what's up. But I'll be back tomorrow. He said he's in the chat. He DM'd me. He said Mossad got me, Fabian. It's funny. I'm just joking. I'll be back tomorrow. For I'm probably just gonna do a short stream. I'm just gonna probably just hop on right for the debate, not do a 2-hour intro into the debate, just because I want to be fresh. I want to get some sleep, and also, tomorrow's gonna be Christmas Eve, right? I don't want to do a super long stream on Christmas Eve. Y'all got shit to do. I want to respect your time on Christmas Eve as well. But we're gonna do a Christmas Eve debate on whether or not Trump is the most socialist president of my lifetime against Urban Adventures, I think it's called, and with Speakeasy moderating. That should be fun. And obviously I'm not streaming on fucking Christmas. I'm taking that day off. All right. We're gonna do some dungeons or some shit on video games. I'm gonna have a blast. But I appreciate the love and support. Like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell, but most importantly, join the Discord. That's where Go Lives always work. Follow me on Twitter, X, and consider donating or becoming a member for some emotes and shit. I love you guys. I'll see you on tomorrow on Christmas Eve.